the father, the son is the center of the earth, in the middle of the universe. Then why is this verse coming 6 times rehearsed? Don't freestyle much, but I write them like such. Word. Amongst the fiends controlled by the screens, what does it all mean? All this I'm seeing. Human beings screaming vocal javelins, sign of a local unraveling. My wandering got my wondering where Christ is in all this crisis. Hating Satan never knew what nice is. Check the papers, well I bet on ISIS. More than your eye can see and ears can hear. Year by year all the sense disappears. Nonsense perseveres, prayers laced with fear. Beware, 2 triple O. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing. Damn, was it something I said? Pretend you don't see, so you turn your head. Race scared of his shadow, doesn't matter. Thought of reparations, got him playing with the population. Nothing to lose, everything's approved. People use, even murders excuse. White men in suits don't have to jump. Still 1,001 ways to lose with the shoes. God takes care of old folks and fools, while the devil takes care of making all the rules. Folks don't even own themselves, paying mental rent. The corporate presidents. 1 out of 1 million residents. Be a dissident who ain't kissing it. The politics of chains and whips got the sick missing chips and all the championships. What's love got to do with what you got? Don't let a win get to your head or a loss to your heart. Nonsense perseveres, prayers laced with fear. Beware, 2 triple O is near. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing.
Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Telling me I got to beware. It's time we stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Thought of that millennium just be killing them. That's scary, like lies buried in a library. When did the state pen correct anything? When piles of us still be catching the bus. When stacks of cats packing laundry mats. Pay the preachers back, but where the teachers at? I ain't even gotta ask it. And who's underpaid that got fouled at the basket? I can't blame the India who be getting all the Benjis and taking them grants for granted. Last I checked, pyramids wasn't built like projects or on them government checks. Modern day thugs ain't got no guts. Pardon the expression under governor nuts. Last time in the church be the last time in the church. Dead pledged allegiance to CDs and movies. Leaving reality, believing fantasy. Bleeding fatalities, too many formalities. Prayers laced with fear, beware. 2 triple 0 is here. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game.
All right, all right. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear, and we will get this party started. Man, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine earlier today. Tariq Nasheed came up, and we had dissenting opinions. And I realized a lot of times when I do these broadcasts, when I do these open panels, especially when we discuss these tethers, they call in with these grand conspiracies related to Tariq Nasheed. I mean, who's living with him, whether his name is really Tariq or not. They claim the Hidden History Museum is a hookah lounge or a nightclub. I mean, they just come with so much hatred, so much contempt, so much vitriol for Tariq Nasheed. And although me and my friend that I spoke to earlier today definitely had a bit of a debate around Tariq Nasheed, at one point in time, she said, "You know what, Mike? I think this would be a great conversation to have on your platform. I think this would be a great live broadcast." So you see the title. You see the thumbnail. The definition of the truth is the way things are according to reality. The jig is up. We know that as a phrase, meaning that the scheme or the deception is revealed or foiled, and the scheme or deception that is being foiled here is all this bullshit, mushmouth, tether plebiscite babble surrounding Tariq Nasheed. We're going to put it to rest once and for all. The link is already pinned to the top of the chat. Call in. What do you think about Tariq? Do you think he's a con artist, a pimp, a scammer, a grifter, a charlatan of sorts? Or do you, like I, realize him to be, God damn it, how else do you say it other than the greatest modern revolutionary of our time? I mean, we're going to take a look at his filmography. We're going to take a look at his history, his track record, and God damn it, it was y'all know me as the king of receipts, and it was really hard to find any damning receipts on Tariq Nasheed. I mean, I'm pretty sure his body of work speaks for itself and then some, but we're going to go ahead and get into it. Hit the like button on the way in, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. I am a one-man band after all, but we're going to go ahead and get into this content. I made a post earlier today. I made a post on my community tab. Let me go ahead and pull that up. I said, I'm considering hosting a community tribunal on Tariq Nasheed tonight. I was introduced to Tariq Nasheed by discovering his Hidden Color series when I was in high school. Obviously, I've soaked up tons of game from this man, and I believe he is a net positive for the community. A lot of people do not feel that way about him. There are tethers who recently discovered Tariq and have no knowledge of the work he has accomplished. There are old heads that judge Tariq on his quote unquote macking days. There are trolls that claim he is a scammer and that the Hidden History Museum is a nightclub. What do you think? Should I host a tribunal tonight? Either way, leave a comment below with your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed. And let's go ahead and read a few comments that were left below. Let's go ahead and get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get into it. And before we get into it, I got to acknowledge the chat, as always. I've got to acknowledge the chat. Let me see who we got in the building. We've got some familiar faces. Casey's in the house. Nice to see you. Rob Justice, thanks for showing up. Bridget, nice to see you. Keyshawn in the building, as always. Nice to see you, Nick. Shalom, Abba. We got a lot of familiar faces, a lot of new faces in the chat as well. We're going to go ahead and get into the content, y'all. If you have an opinion on Tariq Nasheed, click the StreamYard link. Let's have a discussion. Let's see who's right. Let's see who's wrong. Let's see who has receipts, and let's see who does not. But I want to start by reading through a few comments people left. D-Max says, yes, been listening to him since I was 16. I'm 28 now. He's given me so much game, life advice, and just overall different perspective on life and on our people. He's an uncle that we never had. He's inspired many people. He doesn't get his flowers enough. He's an amazing role model. I fuck with your page because a lot of things I see from him, I see from you. Close Renge says, no man is perfect, but the body of work is undeniable. Bryce Hall says, I can honestly say that Tariq is the main person that set me on my non-coon freedom journey back in like 2011. He put me onto so much knowledge and introduced me to so many elders that I wasn't familiar with before. Joy DeGroy, Francis Cress Welsing, Nilly Foley Jr., Amos Wilson, Claude Anderson, and Kaba Kamane, just to name a few. Vincent Jack says, you can't get any more solid than Tariq. His growth is very inspiring. Trey says, if we went to these Tethers homelands downing their advocates, they would do us like they did our FBA sisters in Ghana. Time for some house cleaning. The 13th goddess Aries says, I think he's smart, takes care of his family, and knows how to come up from nothing. He's admirable. You donate money, and you know he's going to put out a product. If more black men were like him, we'd have a much better community. We're only human, so we all have our flaws, but I think he's a good example. I noticed about 4 years ago, he started to sound like maybe someone got to him, like telling him to stay away from certain things slash pushing other things. So I don't listen like I used to, but you can chew the meat and spit out the bones. Overall, he's definitely an asset. He's willing to do the work, learn things, and create. That is admirable. Danielle Gable says, "Hell yeah, bro. People change. Look at Malcolm X. He used to be a drug dealer and a pimp, but became a great revolutionary speaker and leader for his people. He said it best himself. If you're 50 and still doing the same things that you were when you were 25, then you wasted 25 years of your life. Much praise to Tariq. If you know better, then you do better." Ghana Nigerian says, "Leave Tariq alone. Hidden Colors is a classic, and I think he takes his work seriously. At least he has produced things like movies in a building. LA is probably expensive also. I've learned a lot from him, even from a show. He respects the elders also and uses a lot of their philosophies. If Damn, they got some typos, y'all. It's not me, it's the typos. It's Apostle Paul changed. He changed Christians and became one. People change. Okay, all right. People change. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as you can see, the main premise of the show is for me to hear from the audience. Speak now or forever hold your peace. What do you think about Tariq Nasheed? I want to hear from those who are supporters. I want to hear from those that are not. Let's have a good-natured debate. Because as far as where I stand on him, I mean, I was first introduced to him in high school with the Hidden Color series. I think he was really everybody's first introduction into wokeness as we know it modern day, right? I mean, he introduced us to so many people, especially part of the East Coast conscious community that someone like me, born and raised in California, really wouldn't have access to. When I started YouTube a little over a year and a half ago, I started a segment called Connecting the Diaspora. I thought, you know what, it'd be cool if we had streams where we can connect with people from all over the world, black folk in Africa, black folk in the UK, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I had a friend named Getty Radio. He has a YouTube channel. Go ahead and check him out. Great guy. And Getty came up and he was like, "Man, you know Tariq Nasheed, right? He be roasting these tethers over on over on Twitter. And a lot of these people hate us. They got vitriol, they got contempt for us. And at that point in time, I wasn't a Pan-Africanist, but I definitely drunk the Kool-Aid thinking we was all one big black nigga, right? Thinking that your skin is melanated like my skin and we have similar trials and tribulations, so we're all one, but believing this diaspora myth that there was some level of camaraderie just based off of our lineage and based off of our similar suffrage. But my friend Getty let me know what was up. I started listening to the Twitter spaces and then I said, God damn, I've been living a lie. Mhm. I'm glad I didn't go over to Africa and end up like the sisters that we've been covering throughout the week, where they go over there believing this myth of Pan Africanism. They even date African men, they start businesses, buy property, and they end up dead. Some of them are YouTubers and they post YouTube videos saying how people are coming after them. If something happens to me and I die, they're colluding to get me, right? So many sisters over the last 12 months have died repatriating, believing in that year of return, but believing the myth, believing the fallacy. So when my friend told me about that a year and a half ago, my segment changed from connecting the diaspora to, God damn it, we can call it diaspora wars. I said, hold up, y'all got the audacity to shit on us while wishing you can be in our position. So we've got envy and jealousy mixed in there. Then they've got a spirit of white supremacy. They don't even know their own history. They don't know how backwards they are. They've got a superiority complex and they think that we're just some lazy Yankee Yakata. So, God damn it, I'd be lying if I didn't say I've soaked up a lot of game from Tariq Nasheed. But what I want to do is let's take a brief look first through his filmography, and then we'll go ahead and have some people call in live and share their opinion. But come on now, we've got 5 Hidden Color series, a documentary on buck breaking, a documentary on the Haitian Revolution, 1804. I mean, the body of work speaks for itself.
Power is the ability to define someone's reality and have that person accept that definition as if it were their own.
Everything was stripped from us. That's why we're so ignorant today and so baffled and ridiculous and keep going in the same circle.
From executive producer, who has appeared on The Tonight Show, Late Night with Conan O'Brien, and various MTV and VH1 programs.
Our history, for some reason, it becomes offensive to people. So we have to stop being afraid to tell what our true history is.
Best-selling author Tariq Nasheed is determined to uncover the real truth about untold history.
It's necessary to destroy a man's mind in order to maintain control of him. If a man knows who he is and continues that into his legacy, to his children, then you have problems controlling that man.
Interviewing leading scholars and historians, discussing topics omitted from modern history.
Only a people who haven't learned how to respect themselves will let someone suggest themselves that they forget about their history.
Hidden color.
Come on, y'all. Hidden colors, hidden history, shedding light on little known truths. We had a contribution that just came through from Big Hank. Thank you so much for the contribution, brother. Appreciate you supporting the broadcast. Hey, put some black fists in the chat if listening to Tariq Nasheed has put you up on game as to how many foundational Black American inventors we have. I mean, I was listening to Tariq Nasheed the other day and learned that the first man to build an aircraft wasn't the Wright brothers, it was a black man.
The untold history of people of Aboriginal, Moor, and African descent. The groundbreaking documentary that challenges conventional knowledge.
I don't really think it's hidden. It's there. It's just that they're not allowing us to understand.
The one thing that we could say about African peoples is that we left evidence of ourselves all over this planet. And that's the problem with European scientists. The deeper they dig, the blacker the planet gets.
Come on, I just want to take the time to educate some of the tethers amongst us. I mean, I've had tethers call in claiming that Tariq Nasheed shits on immigrants for clout. I said, don't you know this man has had clout for decades now? They are so new to the game. They think Tariq Nasheed just recently got popping because he started roasting immigrants. No, no, no. Tethers amongst us, take a look at this man's filmography.
You won't find a monument anywhere prior to 1500 that isn't Africoid in some way, shape, or form.
People think Africa and Asia and Guatemala, Southern America, these places were all jungle. Jungle came after the invasions of European colonialism. Then the jungles came in because nobody was manning the land anymore.
I'm an African American. Africa's my race, America's my geopolitical place. I'm not surrendering that to anybody.
The monument that we know is Stonehenge. A European writer by the name of Gerald Massey said in one of his books that Stonehenge was built by an African man named Mauryan.
The letter J, let me say this again.
Come on. Did you mushmouth tether bush babies know that while you denigrate this man, he's standing on lineage even for you? Educating us on what's going on in the continent of Africa, what significant has, oh my gosh, guys, you don't understand how backwards this is, yo. You don't understand how backwards this is. You don't understand how many of these tethers have called into my broadcasts, ranting and raving like a scorned ex-lover about Tariq Nasheed and, oh, that's not even his real name, and oh my gosh, he started a nightclub, and guys, I'm getting a headache just even thinking about it. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys have been watching me for a while and you've heard all the weird conspiracy theories these tethers have about Tariq Nasheed. And this man is actually helping y'all out by educating the general public on your historical achievements, letting people know, you know, the continent isn't it wasn't always backwards like it is right now. I mean, god damn it. Y'all are so ungrateful. Y'all are so ungrateful.
The letter J was not invented until the 1600s. So the reality is Jesus is not the name of that person.
Studies have consistently shown now for decades that people of color are no more likely to use or sell illegal drugs than whites.
You're destined to be a planned minority. You know what a minority means? That means a loser. It means you're a loser.
Black folk don't have a problem. White folk got a problem. Black folk problem is that white folk got a problem. The real problem we have is white supremacy.
Just had a contribution come through from Mansit. Thank you so much for your support. Vicky says a lot of us already knew this info before Hidden Colors, to be honest. If you were already into Black consciousness growing up, well, Vicky, you probably come from an older generation than I am. I just turned 29. I know there's a lot of younger brothers and sisters out there who just, recently heard of Tariq while we were in high school and just discovered this thing known as Black consciousness, rather late in the game compared to some of you guys who might have known it since grade school, or maybe you're older and Tariq came around while you were already a full-fledged adult. But come on, put a 1 in the chat if you are in your 20-something, early 30-something, and Tariq Nasheed was really your first introduction into consciousness. I mean, who else took all these different scholars from so many places across America and put them together in a DVD in an easy, digestible format for us to soak up this game, y'all? Y'all don't understand the significance of what he did for us. I probably wouldn't have really known of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Red Pill and Blue Pill and all these people putting in the work.
So the narrative of Black people in the United States was, you came from these primitive, savage people who had no history, and everything you are, we made you.
Strip the African of his knowledge of himself. You can then replace that knowledge with any falsification of consciousness you desire. Once you take from me my knowledge of myself, you can then tell me those lies.
On, y'all, in my humble opinion, to us younger folk, Tariq Nasheed was our version of that. What was it, the 80s or the 90s? I'm Black and I'm Proud movie. Well, matter of fact, I think that was a spurt from James Brown, so it had to start at like 80s or something. But y'all old heads had the I'm Black and I'm Proud. Tariq Nasheed and his documentaries and his work, especially on social media in the modern age, it really was our first introduction into I'm Black and I'm proud. I've got African heritage and I'm proud. I'm a foundational Black American and I'm proud.
Someone to actually think that someone else is inferior. You have to raise that type of mentality to a religious level.
America has done all of these terrible things to Black people, and then they complain when we do it to ourselves. We're mirroring what they have always done to us since we got off those boats.
It's easy to sit up somewhere and talk with Black people about Black people, but it's not so easy to have to sit up and look in white people's face and talk to them about white people. Now that's what I know.
See, white ain't a color, it's an attitude. And you got to have big bucks to be an attitude.
My mom used to say, you darker, work harder. The darker you are, the harder you have to work, the smarter you have to be.
Thanks for educating me, Ricardo. Shit, I thought James Brown was the 80s. You telling me I'm Black and I'm Proud was the 60s, or that James Brown was the 60s? I don't know. Or maybe it wasn't James Brown that started it. Maybe it started with the Black Panthers. But this is why history is so important. This is why education needs to be at the forefront. So when we have people who are putting in the work, whose mission and manifesto, whose occupation is educating us on our history, this is why it's so important, lacing us with game.
Folks were breastfed on racism, breastfed on it.
If you're talking about a problem in the world and you're not dealing with white supremacy, you ain't talking about the problem.
There's never been a real dialogue in America about race, because whenever we start to talk about race, the conversation will venture into, well, what's wrong with Black people?
White people did whatever they wanted to do to Black people. So what are the rules?
Yes, Tethers, we're now on to a fourth film educating the world on the history of Africa and all its achievements. God damn it. Where are the African scholars? Where are the African filmmakers making African documentaries about their own? Oh, damn, I guess they don't have any. It's kind of like I spoke to a Kenyan man who called in. It was a Kenyan man living in South Africa, and he was trying to tell me that we didn't do anything to build the country and yada yada yada. And I said, "Sir, can you name a single inventor from Kenya?" He said, "No." And right off the top of my head, thanks in large part to Tariq Nasheed, I was able to name several foundational Black American inventors that not just benefited America, but the whole globe. I mean, people who created elevator doors and refrigeration transportation systems and doorknobs, and the list goes on and on and on and on. And this man couldn't name a single Kenyan, let alone African, inventor. We actually did the research. I did some Googling. I found a Kenyan inventor. Apparently, there was some guy who took some flickering lights and made lion lights. Yes, guys, they do EDM light shows to keep lions away from eating them, guys. Lion lights, you heard that right. The only invention I can find is them motherfuckers taking broken light bulbs and using it to keep lions away. Okay. Fourth documentary.
So we start talking about discrimination, we start talking about segregation, we start talking about Jim Crow, we start talking about apartheid, we start talking about police brutality. These are all symptoms of white supremacy.
The more insecure white men become, the more they feel a need to exert their superiority, their power and their force. And so the one obvious victim of white rage has always been black men.
White people actually love us. They really do. They want us here. They love us not in the sense that they respect us or want to treat us fairly, but they love us the way a master loves his dog.
And there's a big difference between being a slave and being enslaved. Okay? Enslaved is mental. Okay? Slave is physical.
If you look at black America and you look at black men and put them in two categories, there are those who are popular and then those who are great.
Racism is the raping of a continent, of a humanity of people, of materials and resources, and using them to enrich yourself and validating that for the rest of time.
Any black man who stands for his people, any black man who is against the white supremacist structure and is willing to stand by any means against any threats, is indeed going to be considered a terrorist.
Because as long as African people were in charge of the planet, there was harmony. There was no wars between China, Japan, the American Indians, the Carib. As long as we were in control, there was harmony on the planet Earth.
You know, I often say when I lecture that the African that got on that boat is not the African that got off that boat.
When you conquer a civilization, you're actually conquering their God. Because what do? You change the name of God once you change their religion, once you change their culture.
There's a bitterness and an anger towards black people for.
And that last line hits hard for me because just yesterday I saw a documentary about the transatlantic slave trade. Fun fact: when they talk about the transatlantic slave trade and slaves coming to America, peep the wordplay. It's not that they came to America. I mean, there were some slaves that came to the USA, of course, but they came to the Americas. The Americas, plural. And the Americas is South America, the Caribbean, St. Lucia, Haiti, etc., etc., etc. And then this documentary I was watching, I'll probably bring it up over the weekend during our FBA discussions. Saturday and Sunday live streams. Check those out, guys. But while I was watching the documentary, it showed how they came from the slave boat. And when they came to the colony, or excuse me, the plantation, They were told by religious priests and people of the sort that there was a new God in this land, and that if you disobeyed your master or rose your hand against your master, God would punish you. So, yes, education is so important because look how they can trick you into submission. Look how they can quell the rebellious spirit within you by making you think that God is going to strike out and kill you if you don't obey the white oppressor. Oh Lord, education is important. And every other community holds their scholars in high regard. And I think it's about time for us to start doing that too. Because if we look at the white community, they're social commentators and presenters and political pundits. They are very well paid. They are living a life of luxury, and all they have to do is tell history with a skewed view to support their native white supremacists. So, for those of us within our community that stand on lineage, we really got to show our support, y'all. History is important.
Not allowing themselves to remain in slavery so white people can feel privileged.
White supremacy is the only religion that isn't a religion. However, it is the most powerful religion on the planet.
Damn, DJ Khaled, another one. Another one. Let's go.
When you want to conquer a people, you give them a myth. You get them to believe the myth. And then you have, through repetition, have them form the habit of believing the myth.
We've been trained to think about Europeans as our God. So we're at war with who? We're at war with God, because many of us believe in the white image of Jesus, and if that's his son, we know that his father must also be white. So are you trying to tell me we're at war with that?
The thing about being conscious and truthful is you gotta be tough, you gotta be ready to get violent, because people are always going to try to take advantage of you, because if you're winning, they're losing, and those guys cheat and you don't. So they gotta know not to play with you. They gotta know you can't really think that you're just gonna have an opinion without some muscle.
We've also had the mindset of resistance. Even in Los Angeles here, a lot of gangs got started because they were combating the white supremacist groups that were targeting black people in certain neighborhoods. So street gangs were created to really battle.
Come on, guys, click the link and call in. If you got an issue with Tariq Nasheed, if you think he's a net negative instead of a net positive, then we want to hear from you. I want to hear from you. I want to hear your rhetoric. I want to hear your talking points because, God damn it, this man is not a former pimp. This man is not a former scammer or con artist or fellow. I mean, this man is a scholar.
Them at first.
In the 60s, they banned martial arts. They had registration of people's hands and feet because it was something they didn't quite understand. And plus, when people came from the armed forces and started using karate, it was dangerous at that time.
In neighborhoods that are of a more upscale, financially affluent society, white, Jewish, etc., they are infused with fertility clinics. While in our societies, the ones that do not have that elevated level of economic.
You telling me Hidden Colors is hidden on the hidden history in so many multifaceted ways? I mean, come on now. In the white communities, they have fertility clinics. In our communities, they got abortion clinics. Okay. Okay. We done got so much free game from Tariq Nasheed. Come on. Come on. And I think the Hidden Color series was available for purchase, but god damn it, however much it was, I don't know if these sold for $50 for a DVD, $100 for a DVD, $150 for. I don't care if it was $250 for one of these documentaries. The price is minuscule compared to the value, compared to the gems, compared to the game we got.
Black and brown, impoverished communities have abortion clinics.
The first revolution, Gil Scott-Heron tells us, is the revolution in the mind.
Five Hidden Color series documentaries. And then he said, you know what? I'm going to keep going with the documentaries. Let's go ahead and get into 1804 and buck breaking.
There's nothing that happens after the Haitian Revolution in our fight for freedom across the Caribbean and North.
Hey, Crenshaw Grinder says every Black American home should have these. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree because don't they have some kind of war on CRT, critical race theory? Don't the white dominant society, don't they educate their children with private media as well? Prager University, God damn it, if they got Prager University, we got Tariq Nasheed. Protect the man at all costs.
South America that wasn't influenced by the Haitian Revolution.
The African people on the island fought all the largest armies of the world at the time and won over each one of them. Whooped the Spaniards, beat up the French, knocked down the British.
The Haitians have a pride about them. Their revolution is the most important thing to them. The first thing they instill in you is that you are the first Black Republic.
1804 becomes important because it's the date at which the implementation of the dream of real revolution and real equality and new nation status and the ability to defend your new nation is manifest.
When you look at modern historians, when they talk about victories that Europeans had over non-white people, they always frame the narrative as victories. But when African people rise up and fight off their European oppressors, they frame the narrative as a massacre.
Africans everywhere that were enslaved resisted it. Haiti becomes significant because it was the first time in human history that an enslaved population actually overthrew their oppressors.
The Haitian Revolution, though, was the most organized, the most large scale, the most impressive in terms of structure and complication from the very beginning.
IT made more money for...
Oh, and I wonder how many suspected tethers are going to call in tonight and say, you know what? I spouted so much venomous nonsense about Tariq Nasheed online. I want to say I'm sorry. I want to say thank you, Tariq. I didn't know that you were promoting our culture and our history like this. I didn't know that you were such a net positive for the whole diaspora. Forget the Black American community, the whole diaspora. I wonder how many tethers are going to call in and give Tariq his roses. How many tethers are going to call in and give Tariq his props? Are we going to have a single tether that calls in and says, thank you, Tariq?
France, then all 13 colonies.
The Haitian Revolution was very influential, particularly amongst Africans. It was seen as an inspiration for Africans in this hemisphere, just as it was seen as a horror by those who held slavery here.
There is a concept that we must defeat Haiti. We must round them into the ground. We can never let them rise. They are an example of Black power. They are an example of what happens when people who are oppressed decide to stop being oppressed.
Hey, call me dumb, call me slow, say my parents didn't do a good job educating me, say whatever you want, but I didn't really know about the Haitian Revolution like that until Tariq came out with this. Put a black fist in the chat if you wasn't really up on game about the Haitian Revolution like this until Tariq started shedding light on it. Another one.
When we talk about buck breaking, we have to understand that buck breaking is a show of power, it's a show of dominance. So we can't talk about buck breaking without talking about power.
When we look at the domination of Black people by the dominant society, what we are in essence seeing is that this society wants to ensure that we are not able to actually mete out that thing that makes humans exist, and that is creating families and procreating.
See, psychologically, when we're talking about the sexualizing of our people, primarily from the dominant society for the system of white supremacy, it had to be established in a very impinging way from the mental state.
This whole notion that masculinity is somehow toxic and detrimental to society is nothing but an attempt to emasculate black malehood.
It's clearly an agenda. If you have two eyes in your head and you're able to see, you can see that it's an agenda, and it's an agenda to decrease our population.
It's always been about destroying the black family. The family's the foundation of a people.
The heterosexual black male is last on the pecking order here in America. If you're just a heterosexual black man, how are you gonna beat the case? Because when you show up to court, when you show up to the job interview, when you show up to wherever, you coming in here as a heterosexual black man, you have no power.
When Mark Twain confessed that we, white people, ground the manhood out of the Negro. Why ground the manhood out of the Negro? Because it's black masculinity that most exposes the fraud of white masculinity.
We, as the progenitors of culture, the ones who are the fathers and mothers of civilizations, who taught all people, who people look to for...
Come on, y'all, I ask you, is a single tether gonna call in tonight and say, thank you, Tariq, forgive me for my past transgressions. I have learned the error of my ways. I'm holding out hope. Maybe we'll have one.
social cues, whether they want to realize it or not. I think they feel if they can get us to adapt to it, they can get everybody to adapt to it.
If anybody should have a problem with European males, it should be the European female. Because everything the European male has ever learned to do to us, he first practiced on his own woman.
We need resources in education, we need resources in labor, we need resources in politics, we need resources in medical, we need resources in so many things, but they ignore that and they put millions and even billions of dollars to tell us that you need to really embrace your LBGT side. So these people have an agenda, and it's up to us to understand what the agenda is.
Come on, y'all, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. This is a tribunal. This is a community discussion centered around Tariq Nasheed. Is he a friend or is he a foe? Is he a net positive or is he a net negative? Y'all already know what my opinion is of the man. I mean, come on now. Come on. Let's go ahead and get into it. You see, not only does he have a great filmography, but he successfully raises money from the community and then delivers on producing that product that he set out to crowdfund for. I mean, God damn it. And then y'all have the audacity to put him in the same sentence as someone like a Umar Johnson. Someone like a Umar Johnson. Oh, if there's a single person tonight that compares him to a Umar, that compares him to, guys, if we start comparing him to his peers, he is in a league of his own. The conscious community is filled with pimps, scammers, pedos, and the list goes on and on. So if y'all gonna compare Tariq Nasheed to his quote unquote contemporaries, that's mute. That's not and void. When Tariq said he was gonna build a museum, y'all gave him money. He produced the museum. When we gave money to Umar Johnson to produce a school, 10 years later, he gambling away the money.
Credits, hit the cash app. We got to get money by any means necessary. Frederick Douglass High School renovations coming right up.
That's right, JC. No comparison. Very disrespectful. And I admit, the mock-ups of the Hidden History Museum are a bit different than the reality. But if I understand correctly, he was raising $7 million to achieve this brick and mortar building that he was gonna develop from the ground up. And instead, I think he raised 2 million. And in actuality, I heard that he was 200,000 short from the 2 million and reached into his own pocket to pull a $250,000 to put into it. So God damn it, I mean, the expectation versus the reality is not much different considering the circumstances. But let's go ahead and get into the Hidden History Museum.
Greetings, family. This is Tariq Nasheed. I am your community servant. Right now, I am in South Los Angeles on the world-famous Crenshaw Boulevard. And with your help, we want to build the first ever Hidden History Museum right here in the Leimert Park area of Los Angeles, which is the cultural epicenter of Black Los Angeles. Right here on Crenshaw Boulevard, right here, there's an empty lot for sale, and it's in the perfect location for our Hidden History Museum. We want to acquire this lot so that we can build your community museum. There's museums that touch on Black history, but they don't get too deep into it. This will be the first grassroots owned and controlled Black history museum in the world. In our museum, we want to touch on a lot of things that are not touched on in other museums. There's such vast history of Black people here in Los Angeles that we're going to touch on alone. For example, Pico, Pio Pico, who was the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had Black ancestry. Francisco Reyes.
Damn, not him lacing us up with game while he promotes the project of the Hidden History Museum. All right, he just stay lacing us with game. I didn't know this, y'all. Did you?
Who was the first mayor of Los Angeles. He had Black ancestry. The grandmother of Los Angeles, Benny Mason, who was a former slave who became the wealthiest woman in California. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff in the museum. Also in the museum, we're going to have 5 basic sections. We're going to have a master teacher section where we talk about the teachings of John Henry Clark, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Amos Wilson. We're going to have another section for Black inventors. We're going to talk about the Black people who invented things like the modern refrigeration system, the modern toilet system, the modern home security system, and so much more.
Can you Africans say the same thing? Can you Africans in a single breath list several inventors? I don't think you can. I don't think your guys' achievements hold a flame to foundational Black Americans' achievements if we just look at modern day. What have y'all produced over the last 400 years, and what have we produced over the last 400 years? So when y'all come at us with this tether babble, when you come at us with this, harigasi asasi, nakana mama makana nagasi asasi. You can miss us with the tether babble.
We're also going to have a section talking about Black explorers. We're going to talk about people like Estevanico the Moor, who was very instrumental in discovering a lot of spaces here in the North American continent. Speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum. We're also going to have a section talking about Black rebel leaders, like the Black Seminoles, like other Black Maroons. We're also going to have a section talking about the real history of Black music, particularly the foundational Black American history of hip-hop. I produced a lot of best-selling documentary films, including the Hidden Color series. So a lot of things that's in our documentary films are going to be featured in the museum. And speaking of the films, we're going to have a screening room upstairs in the museum where we can screen our films on a regular basis. We're also going to have large meeting rooms where we can have conferences and community events for the people. Not only will this museum be a great cultural...
Are we coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the Hidden History Museum? So not only did he produce what he said he was going to, but he's kept the operation successful for going on a year now. Let's go, y'all. Y'all don't understand how difficult things like this are. A lot of y'all aren't entrepreneurs. A lot of y'all don't get it. I understand, but this is a hell of a feat.
Institution. This museum is going to be a great tourist attraction that will help revitalize a lot of the Black businesses that are already here. But family, we need your help. We need at least $7 million to get this project completed. And we're going to start doing everything in stages. We need at least $1 million in the
7 million. He was initially raising 7 million. Word on the street is he barely was able to raise 2 million. And really he had to dip into his own pocket for another 200,000. So when we look at the expectation and when we look at the reality, God damn it, we're talking about a difference of $7 million versus $2 million. I mean, come on, come on. Are we really going to critique a man who's doing the work? Are we really going to critique a man who's been an asset now for decades?
phase to get the museum project off the ground so that we can acquire the land. Everybody who contributes to the museum, we're going to have a wall in the museum with the names of all the donors. So your name is going to be built into the foundation of the museum. So we need you to get involved. There's going to be a lot of other perks as well. So everybody get involved. Let's make history. Let's take control of our own community and our own history. Get involved with the Hidden History Museum right now.
If I play Umar Johnson videos from years ago, or even a year ago, advertising what's going on with the school, what progress is projected, those videos don't age well. When we play Tariq Nasheed advertising the Hidden History Museum and we look at what's gone on now over the last year, it's aging like fine wine. Let's see what's been going on with the Hidden History Museum.
Hidden History Museum is the country's first specializing in the untold stories of Black figures in our state. Danielle Nottingham takes a tour with the filmmaker who made the whole project happen.
We are in Jefferson Park, and this is Tariq, who is behind the Hidden History Museum. And Tariq, tell us what this museum is.
Well, the Hidden History Museum is a museum that we put together on a grassroots level where we wanted to talk about our history from our perspective. A lot of Black history is not discussed and it's actually suppressed. So we wanted to really emphasize a lot of untold Black history.
And what made you decide to do this museum in particular? I know it's linked to Nipsey Hussle.
Right, yeah. When our brother Nipsey transitioned, a lot of people would go to his death site and use that as a tourist attraction. Now, a lot of people don't understand the politics of LA, and that area is still very active. And there's been some situations down there, unfortunately. So I wanted to put together a safe space so that people want to come in, you want to learn the history, you want to learn the culture, and just be in a position and be in a location where you're going to be safe and you're not going to put yourself out there to be in any kind of danger.
Well, let's highlight some of the figures here in California. I mean, Biddy Mason, she's right behind us. Who is Biddy Mason?
Biddy Mason was a very important sister in Los Angeles history. There was a lot of slavery going on here in California, contrary to what people believe. San Bernardino, in fact, was a slave colony, so slavery was informal out here. She was one.
How does Tariq Nasheed casually give us a 4-year degrees worth of education and history in like 2 minutes? How does he casually, in such a conversational way, just give us like a doctorate in Black American history like that? Come on, y'all.
The enslaved people at the colony. She fought for her freedom, actually won. She became free and then became the richest woman in the state of California. And she bought a lot of prime real estate that's in downtown Los Angeles. And they don't even have a street named after this sister. And she was so instrumental in early Los Angeles.
Yeah, well, talking about naming something after someone, let's talk about Queen Califia.
Yes, Queen Califia. That was a mythological queen in different myths and stories from Moors, Black people who would be in the Iberian.
Yeah, Doug S. I'm from Northern Cali, and I didn't know San Bernardino was a slave. I know that I'm from Cali, and they didn't teach us this in school.
Peninsula. California, this side of the country, it was known to have a lot of Aboriginal Black people living here, and these stories would reach Spain. When the Spanish explorers came out here, there was a novel written by a Spanish guy talking about the mythological Queen Califia, and they named the state after the Black mythological queen.
Wow, and we're in LA, everyone, so we've got to talk about Hollywood and Paul Revere Williams.
Yes, indeed. Paul Revere, yes, indeed. He's one of the most famous architects out here, Black man who designed a lot of the early style of Los Angeles and Hollywood. He designed a lot of significant buildings out here, the LAX Tower, a lot of buildings downtown LA, a lot of homes for celebrities, they went to him. He used to live in this area here. He has a church that he built out here that's still here, so his significance is tremendous.
So here we're going to learn about figures in California, but it's really nationwide.
Yes,
figures,
indeed.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we talk about people like John Henry Clark, who was a teacher of Malcolm X. We talk about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who was a very famous psychologist and psychiatrist out of Washington, D.C., who really broke down systematic racism. We talk about a lot of Black inventors like George Washington Carver. He was the father of biochemistry. A lot of people don't know that. It wasn't just the peanut.
We just had a contribution come in via Cash App from Star Stan. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you.
We talk about Black people who created things like radiators and refrigerators, and we talk about people like Lewis Latimer, who's the real inventor of the light bulb. He worked for Thomas Edison. And
Come on, y'all. If it wasn't for Tariq, I wouldn't have known how many of our foundational Black American inventors were stolen from. I wouldn't have known.
Thomas Edison would get credit for a lot of stuff, but it was really Lewis Latimer who was the creator of the light bulb. So we talk about a lot of stuff like this. We talk about Ernest Nearest, who was the real inventor of the Jack Daniels liquor brand. We talk about so much stuff that's
Pirates.
in there. Yes,
Pirates.
yes. A lot of people. Yeah, we got a big statue of Lauren DeGraff. He was an infamous black pirate. A lot of people don't know about 30% of the pirates were actually black because the pirate ships were former slave ships. Pirates would actually steal and raid slave ships and then in many cases release the enslaved black people, and the black people would join the pirate teams. That's not talked about. So we talk about and uncover a lot of history like that.
All right, and before we go, we're going to uncover something else, the first West Coast rap record.
Yes. We have a West
LA the Wanderer says, how does Tariq Nasheed know this? The only way he knows this is because he spent his free time educating himself on these subjects. This is a man who's literally put in the work, and we can tell because, again, he gives us a doctorate level education on Black history in less than a couple minutes. Casual conversation.
West Coast history section here. We talk about so many instrumental people in the history of West Coast hip hop. This is actually the first type of display that emphasizes West Coast hip hop. The first rap record, the Bad Man Dan rap, that was recorded right down the street on Jefferson Boulevard here. That was recorded in 1980. The first rap record in California, the first West Coast rap record.
Tariq, thank you so much. And everyone, you have to come visit the Hidden History Museum. It's open.
Yes, Monday through Friday, 11 to 4, Monday through Friday.
All right. Well, thank you, Tariq.
Come on, y'all, let's talk about it. I understand some ladies have their feathers ruffled because he used to make books on macking, but word on the street is he made books for the ladies as well. I know there's some people who are upset because, they wish they had the celebrity status, fame, and notoriety of Tariq Nasheed, but goddamn it, you just didn't play the game right. You didn't play it on a high enough level. Come on. I know there's a lot of African migrants and Africans in the continent that are upset because he has put the FBA family up on game as to y'all backward, savage ass ways. And I know it's fucking with your bag. It's fucking with your immigration. Sorry, not sorry. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to start accepting live callers. Now is the time to go ahead and click the link and call in. Your boy is a one-man band. I'm going to go grab some water real quick and give you guys a minute or two to click the link and call in and let us know what you think about Tariq Nasheed.
If man is the father, the sun is the center of the earth, in the middle of the universe, then why is this verse coming 6 times rehearsed? Don't freestyle much, but I write them like such. Word. Amongst the fiends controlled by the screens, what does it all mean, all this I'm seeing? Human beings screaming vocal javelins, sign of a local unraveling. My wandering got my wondering, where Christ is in all this crisis. Hating Satan never knew what nice is. Check the papers, well I bet on ISIS. More than your eye can see and ears can hear. Year by year all the sense disappears. Nonsense perseveres, prayers laced with fear. Beware, 2 triple O's. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now is the time to call in or forever remain silent. The first person we have coming from the back to the front is Seth. Seth, where are you calling in from?
Hey man, I'm calling. Hey, peace and blessings to you, brother. Thank you for having me on. I'm calling from Santa Rosa, California.
Okay, yeah, I got family in Santa Rosa. That's what's up. Well, let us know. Are you a foundational Black American, or are you originally from overseas?
I am from the great big island of LaGrange, Georgia.
Okay, got it. And what is your opinion on Tariq Nasheed? You've got the floor to provide us with some opening remarks.
I gotta respect him for producing a product that is, some people can touch and look and see it. It's like a good friend of mine, my good brother, he sent me one of the CDs or a couple of CDs, probably like 10 plus years ago. And I just remember I watched it for a little bit. I'm like, bruh, we listened to this stuff 20 plus years ago. None of that stuff is like, you know, I was already hip to it. You know what I mean? It's like
You
I was,
do you
I was,
wait, so like do you want a cookie or something? I mean, I understand that you already knew some of the information that Tariq Nasheed educated a lot of us on for the first time, but I mean, I'm not sure where you're going with this.
oh, I'm just saying that I have a blanket statement, man, that I make on everybody's page when they go in like that. And my blanket statement is all pro-blacks are lackluster lecturers and historians, but none of them have aircraft carriers or submarines or space stations. So they're great historians, as the world needs historians. That's my point.
A little bit lost. Can you repeat that statement again? You said black historians aren't
Yeah,
really
my,
what?
my
What?
yeah my
What's
my
that?
my blanket statement
Air
is
aircraft carriers or something, right?
my blanket statement is all pro-blacks are lackluster historians and lecturers with
Are you
no.
pro-black, sir?
I'm just Seth. I can't. I
Sir, let's not pussyfoot around the question I just asked you. Are you pro-black, yes or no?
pro-American. I'm pro-black American.
Let's try again, sir. Are you pro-black, yes or no?
Yes.
So then you are also a lackluster historian or whatever the hell you just said
No.
pro-black people
No.
are.
No. I am not, brother,
You
because I
also
am
fall into
not.
that same category, right?
I am not trying to get online to sell you the history that you can Google every fucking day.
So your critique with Tariq Nasheed is that he took history that people could look out and source for their own. He took it, packaged it, interviewed different scholars and historians within our community, and sold it to us in an easy to digest format. And you take some kind of offense to that?
I do not take offense to it. I just had to let my good brother know that sent it to me, and the audience today is like, hey, it's awesome information. It's beautiful.
Sir,
We love it.
sir, how old are you?
63.
Okay, and I'm 29, so I can understand that you at 63 may have already heard a lot of the things Tariq talks about, but for the younger generation, he was our first introduction to many of topics.
Yes.
Now, you said that you're from the great state of Georgia or the great island of Georgia, but you're really giving me
That's being funny.
Rastafari and Tether vibes. So
I know, man. I went through that too. I love you, man, because you know how to like dig into like that. Yeah, man. I went through the whole Rasta thing, the whole pro-black thing. I'm just like a.
no, sir, I'm asking, where are you from? What is your lineage? Are you a foundational Black American? Is your mother from St. Lucia? What's going on here?
I was born in LaGrange, Georgia, and that's where my people are from, Georgia.
And where was your mother and your father born?
Georgia.
Is
That's
that
where
your
I'm
final
from.
answer, sir?
Yes.
I wonder if you know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up, that's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just want to know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
All right. Well, we just had a contribution come in from Nick. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Let me go ahead and drop a bomb for you, Nick. All right, sir. So I guess we'll all right. Stop strumming. I know you're a little ADD up here. Let's just go ahead and skip past your lineage for a moment. Let's just take it for face value and say you and your people are from Georgia. Your main point of contention with Tariq Nasheed is that he packaged information that could be sourced on your own. Is that right?
Yes, you're right. What I'm saying is that, yeah, we've heard it before. It's beautiful. We love it. Today, children can Google it.
Your old ass has heard it before. For us young folks, for us young bucks, we ain't never heard it. So for the people who were introduced to many of these topics and historical events for the first time due to Tariq Nasheed, what do you say
Yes.
to us, younger folks?
Hey man, it's good information. If you have his CDs and things like that, I think it's a wonderful thing.
Do you believe Tariq is a net negative or a net positive for our community? Assuming you are a part of our community.
Okay, so you're right. I'm a part of the world community, so hey, look, you take it how you take it. If you
I
need
love
Tariq
when you
Nasheed,
lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that, I love when you lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that.
you're good, man. I love your content like that. Hey man,
Oh
look,
yeah.
it's good information, and if you can use it, awesome.
All
I
right.
just
Well,
stick by my blanket statement. It's like I'm
close
not trying to be,
closing remarks on Tariq Nasheed. Go ahead.
I have no closing remarks on Tariq. Oh, wait, I do. I really love his roasting of Umar.
All right, I
So
got you.
that's pretty
I
chill.
got you. Well, sir, I'm going to place you backstage for a moment. If you want to come back up and join the discussion, just remain backstage. I'm going to bring everybody up together after I have a little one-on-one with everyone. The next person we're bringing from the back to the front is Lawrence. Lawrence, where are you calling in from?
Hi, Mike. It's Lawrence from Kenya.
From Kenya by way of South Africa, right?
That's right. I'm working in South Africa.
All right. Well, you have the floor.
Yeah, actually, Mike, I'm going to shock you tonight. I agree with you. I think Tariq is a great benefit to Black Americans and anybody who wants any sort of history about what's going on in America.
I see. So you believe that Tariq is a net positive for the diaspora.
Yes, especially how he holds Umar's feet to the fire.
And what do you think about how he holds these other members of the diaspora to the fire?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I'm like I said, I'm African. I was born and raised here. I work here. My family is here. And I don't appreciate when Umar uses the idea of Pan-African.
Sir, we're not talking about Umar. We're talking about the other members of the diaspora he holds their feet to the flames with. I mean, more specifically, we're talking about the Africans, the African immigrants, the Africans abroad, the Africans that come over here. What do you think about his rhetoric pertaining to what some are classified as tethers?
Again, that's his opinion, and I support him saying it if that's how he feels.
Do you
In
agree with him?
no, not in everything, but
Okay. So what do you disagree with Tariq Nasheed on?
well, I don't think all Africans that are coming to America have ill intentions.
Have you heard
And
him say that all Africans coming to America has ill intentions?
no, but the way he frames it sometimes is, it's a us versus them kind of mentality, and that's not how I believe all Africans feel.
What are you talking about, sir? If there are Africans misbehaving and he's shining a light on their misbehavior, then what's the issue?
No, I agree. I agree. If there are Africans that are misbehaving and not conforming to America and the way that Americans live, then yes, he absolutely.
Sir, stop the cap. You have called into my broadcast several times talking cash money shit about foundational black Americans. It was you, Kenyan man, who said that we ain't got shit popping, we ain't created nothing, and I had to educate you on our inventors. And then I asked you, Kenyan man, can you list a single inventor in Kenya? And you couldn't. I had to do the research for you, and the best we can come up with is lion lights. Flickering light bulbs to keep the lions away. Sir, you've been up here spouting misinformation about foundational black Americans, so why are you trying to call up like some kind of tether scroll on some secret invasion shit, acting like you down with the get down? Stop the cap, sir. Stop lying. Be truthful.
I'm not lying. I just told you. I agree with what Tariq has to share about Umar Johnson.
Well, you know what? We've got 300 people watching. A lot of them probably aren't familiar with the other times you've joined my platform and said some terrible things about our community. So why don't you enlighten them? What were you saying the other day about us not achieving anything in America?
Yes, I said many of the things that you have are built, the foundations were built by the white man.
Oh, keep going. Keep going. What do you mean by that? Because if we're
Well,
foundational Black Americans, we built the foundation. So, sir, what do you mean by that?
well, what I mean is when you look at what Black Americans have, you owe a lot of it to the white man. The Civil War was won by the white man.
There were Black folks fighting in the Civil War. The Civil War would not have been won by the Union if not for foundational Black Americans fighting on behalf of the Union. But I wouldn't expect you to know that. You're a Kenyan man living in South Africa who's never been to America.
I don't have to be I don't have to be from America. I didn't have to go to America to read history.
And cite your sources. Where did you read about the Civil War and it didn't mention the Black soldiers that fought for the Union?
Shelby Foote's American Civil War. There's 3 volumes in the book or of books.
And when
I
did you
read.
read this? Is this a
Pardon me?
recent read or did you read this years ago?
Yes, about 3 years ago was when I finished the third and final volume.
Interesting, interesting. And you were on my broadcast the other day talking a whole bunch of shit about foundational Black Americans. And when we asked what time it was over there, it was like 5 in the morning. And we had discovered that you'd woke up, and the first thing you decided to do with your day was call into an FBA discussion spouting some misinformation about us. So it's interesting that not only do you wake up first thing in the morning with FBAs on your mind, but also you go out of your way to read about American history. Yet when I asked you about your history in Kenya, you can't even name a single inventor. Why are you so worried about us to the point where you're neglecting your own history?
I'm not neglecting my own history, but I don't want to play into your games.
And what games are those?
It's trying to make it as though I'm an ignorant person who's on your show.
I don't have to make it that way, sir. You do all the heavy lifting in that regard.
No, no, no. You see, you don't understand that everybody who has access to history, whether it's books, documentaries, the internet, can learn all they want about any civilization. You don't have to be there to learn. And you
Was that your point, or is there more?
No, I mean that's my point because it's a valid point. The people who are historians about ancient Egypt or ancient Rome today were
You can't list any history about your country of origin, but we're supposed to believe that you know about our history, that we should take your word for it when it comes to our history, that we should even give a damn about your opinion when it comes to our history. Sir, with all due respect, I understand you've always wanted to be close to us FBAs. You read about us, you study us, you call into our broadcasts. Respectfully, we don't care about you, sir. Hold your own nuts.
I don't want to be a black American. I told you that many times. I have a good life here in Africa.
How good, sir? How good? Do you have a toilet that flushes?
Yes, I do.
Nice. Do you have electricity?
Yes, I do.
Do you have Wi Fi?
Yes, I do.
Do you have paved roads?
Yes, I do.
Do you experience outages with your infrastructure?
Well, in Kenya, I don't, but here in South Africa, it's becoming less and less. But yes, periodically we
Oh,
do.
oh, and then oh, is this the load shedding that we hear about?
Yes.
Damn, imagine that, guys. Man, productivity would not be what it is in America if Mike TV is just working on his computer one day and all of a sudden the power just goes out because they want to make sure that the energy grid is stable for the white Afrikaans. So they do some load shedding in the African communities. Oh man, that's an interesting way of life. That's an interesting way of life. But what else do you have to say, sir? We
Well,
understand now that you're not an ally. I mean, If anything, you're the opposition. But apparently, you agree with Tariq Nasheed and maybe disagree a little bit with his rhetoric against the Africans. But it sounds like you're not a super anti-Tariq, huh?
No, like I said, the main thing I agree with him is his holding Umar to account for using. Well, I mean, he doesn't do it because Umar is a so-called Pan-Africanist, but we here in Africa don't claim Umar. You guys can keep him over there because he's full of
What
shit.
do you mean you guys don't claim him? He's the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
He was born in America, and you can keep him. We don't want that man.
All right, you heard it here first. Well, sir, hang out backstage if you want to continue to engage in the conversation. I'm going to bring up the next person, and we're going to all have a roundtable discussion here in a bit. Next up, coming from the back to the front, we've got James. How you doing, James?
Doing good, Mike. How you doing?
Ah, trying to get through the old head Negroes and the tether babble, but we here.
Yeah, I'm like the first two out of three, first two calls. I'm like, oh shit, all right, we got some work to do.
Yeah, we got to
Uh,
balance it out a little bit. Don't
but
you know you could have Googled and found out all that information that Tariq was telling to you? All right, sir. You're
yeah,
like 61. I would hope you knew that shit before Tariq came around. Like, the fuck?
yeah, and see, and this is, and I wanted to talk about that. But I'll open up about my feelings about Tariq. Um, I think he's a net positive because yeah, he's given, right, he's aggregated more information, and made it really easy for, like, for instance, I'm 22, right? So I didn't grow up during the time period of black empowerment and
Yeah.
you know um James Brown. I really wish I got to experience that era, but that wasn't my reality. My reality was just going to public school. My thing with Black history and Black empowerment, all it was just Black History Month during the school, and they'll put up a poster or some shit, and that was it. I didn't really have a connection, but now I do. He's made it accessible to find that information. I didn't know. You don't know what you don't know, right? So you can't Google some shit that you don't know about if you don't if you don't know.
Yeah.
So
How do you know what to start looking for if you don't even know what to start looking for?
exactly, no, exactly. So but yeah, those are my feelings. Like, he's a great aggregator of data, and he can find information, and find sources to give us, to empower ourselves. So
And why is it
that
mostly in our community where the people don't see the value in that? If you look at other communities, they
that's
herald their people that take concepts and make them easy to digest, whether it's the life coaches, whether it's mastermind groups, whether it's paying
hmm
folks for consultations. They have a whole industry in Vegas centered around going out and getting information from leading professionals in your industry. I mean,
uh-huh.
but it's only in our community. Oh, well, you could have just Googled that yourself. Don't you know?
Right. Yeah, it's asinine, because right, every other community, they herald their historians, they herald their data scientists and all this, to where we can get a bead and a track on things within our culture and our history, or their history rather. So we should do the exact same, through Tariq and through others. We need to foster other historians and shit. This needs to be like a big network.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I'm trying to be a part of the change. I'm trying to be the antithesis. So, if we had a lot of coons and sambos within the conscious community, I think this conscious community 2.0 needs to be a lot more transparent, a lot more progressive. And what I mean by progressive, I mean we do what we say we gonna do. When we raise the money for XYZ project, we're gonna, furnish XYZ project. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Well, James, hang out backstage for just a moment. I got a couple more people to bring up, and then we're gonna bring everybody all up together.
For
But
sure.
thanks for weighing in. Next person we got coming from the back to the front is Jacoby. Jacoby,
Hey,
where you
Mike.
calling in from?
Portland, Oregon, Mike.
All right, that's what's up.
Yeah.
And you're an FBA brother, right?
Yes and no. So,
Oh Lord, I didn't know you could have FBA. Educate
well,
us.
I had to show you the hairline, so you know it's the best. My grandma is from Covington, Gant, Alabama, Gantt. She was born in December 6, 1933. She's FBA. My mom's FBA. They moved to Seattle, Washington um, when they were kids. So my grandma moved to Seattle, Washington from Alabama. She raised three daughters and one son. My uncle just passed away about a year or so
Wait, so
ago.
how are you not FBA? I'm confused.
My dad is Ethiopian.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He
Are
came
you
here
sure
in
your
night.
mom isn't Ethiopian as well?
Mike, don't mess with me now.
Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying.
I'm fucking with
Stop
you. I'm
playing,
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay.
brother.
All right. You
If
you
I'm
you have
lying,
FBA. I fuck
yeah,
with it.
I should be. If I'm telling the truth, I should be able to roll it off my tongue just like that. You
Yeah,
know.
that's what's up. That's what's up. Well,
My
let us know. What are your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed?
I got nothing but good things to say. He actually kind of saved my life, really. And so uh, I life kicked me in my butt pretty hard. I think it was 2013. I just, I had to question everything I was doing. I didn't know what being a simp was. Didn't know a whole lot of stuff. And I just started getting on the internet, started searching YouTube, and I went from soda moisture. And then I stumbled onto Tariq Nasheed. It was a YouTube channel called Maybach. And then from there, I just started finding as much information as I could and started learning about being a man, about confidence, about respect, about uh, uh, lessons in life. And that was like priceless. And then Hidden Colors 1, 2, and 3, and 4 and 5. Um, and so it just changed my life and changed the way I carry myself. And I got nothing to say but respect for that man. I think that the only thing I noticed in the earlier past is he trusts people too much. And like with Umar, he trusts people too much, and then Umar became a problem, and that hurt him. And he's always giving people uh, game. He's always giving people knowledge. He's always giving people opportunity, and then people slap him in the face and then try to shit on him, and that's not cool. As for the tethers, now they started this stuff on Clubhouse. Okay, they said a lot of nasty things about black folks, and it was not right. And that's why Tariq went in the way he did. And it got so bad that even Phil Scott had to get involved and explain and say what that was not right. It's disrespectful to my grandma, it's disrespectful to my mom and my aunt, and it's disrespectful to my dad because we don't get down like that. Black Americans built this country, and we need to show respect, just like you go show respect to all the countries in the continent of Africa. You have to show respect. Now, the reason why they don't is because people are so used to stomping all over you, and we're not here for that anymore. This is a new day. This is a new generation. This new generation is going to carry us into the next millennium. And we all have to understand, stay on code, and the code is the leader, like Tariq Nasheed said. The code doesn't mean getting up and wilding out on YouTube with your gangster fingers and talking trash. No, it's understanding the system that you live in and the environment that you live in and adjusting accordingly. You don't have to talk about everything you do. Just go and do it. Starts in your home. And I have that's all I have to say about that. If there's only one critique is Tariq trusts people too much, and he has to circle his wagons a little bit better.
You know
And
what?
I
As
think
far
he's
as the
got
trust, I wouldn't say that he trusts people too much. I would say that he took things for face value. I mean, if you're dealing with someone who looks like a fellow scholar. They look like they're on code. I mean,
Mhm.
does Tariq Nasheed really have the time to do an audit on everybody's history and track record before he engages with them? I mean, and also a lot of times, like for example, having Umar in Hidden Colors, we didn't know Umar was a scammer at that point in time. It wasn't
No,
until
I
years
no,
later. So
yeah,
yeah, it's
and
very
no,
interesting.
yeah, and nobody really knew. I mean, and it's like he tried to help him. I think he said, "Man, I tried to help this man." And this is when that ego gets so big, you think you're bigger than the movement, and that's
Hey,
not
hey,
good.
you go out of your way to try to help a Negro, and he says he's going to bootleg your documentary.
The
Yeah,
bootleg boys told me
and
to tell
speaking
you
of Jason
it's
Black,
on and popping, bro. I'm just letting you know so you can do what you need to do because I don't know how you feed. I don't know how you feed your loved ones, brother. So however you do it, you better get to it because the bootleg boys said the only reason why we held off is because we thought Dr. Umar was getting some of this. Now that we know Dr. Umar, the school ain't getting none of that money, and you paying white boys all this money that black people give you, 5 times them white boys got paid. They living in style. Them white boys is living in style. 5 times, they wanted me to let you know the bootlegging is about to pop off. I don't personally know the brothers, but they support Dr. Umar Johnson, and they told me that you should have never let it get out. That Hidden Colors money goes to white folks.
yeah. So let me kind of do uh, one thing here. People are hating on him about the Hidden History Museum. Now, I donated. It wasn't a whole lot. I wish I could have donated a lot more, but he tried to start big, and his attention was honest all the way through. You have to now he realized he has to start small and work his way up. He did what he said he was going to do. He tried to get the building, the lot, but the city blocked him. He did everything he could do. And this is a stepping stone. See, he's trying to turn it into a nightclub. He's trying to do whatever he needs to do to build that museum up better over time. And so, and another thing is, about trust. You notice he doesn't let certain people in anymore. And so that's the code. Watching. Oh, okay. I see. Just like with Dr. Boyce Watkins, I don't watch him anymore. He let me down. He's a flip flopper, um, and he doesn't protect the community in my humble opinion. And I'm not lying. Look at Jay Morrison. I'm not lying.
I feel
So
you.
if
Well, hey,
if
real quick, we're gonna go ahead and bring up a couple more people. Hang out
yeah,
backstage if you do want to continue in the discussion. I'll circle around and bring you back in just a bit.
uh, yeah, probably like I got to put a resident to bed. So, but yeah,
Okay. All
stay
right.
B1, everybody. Shout out.
Be one, brother. Peace out. We got a half FBA brother who's staying on code. I can appreciate it, y'all. I can appreciate it. We need more like him. Next up, coming from the back to the front is Lord Vader. Lord Vader, where are you calling in from? Oh, Lord Vader, you're on mute.
East Oakland, San Leandro, if you know the area.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, I came up to talk about the tether. Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it.
That dude is not in South Africa, and he knows he's not in South Africa. He keeps fucking up the sentences and saying shit like, Africans that come here when he's really saying go there to America, right? Other key shit that he has just gives away his position. And I challenge that fool to turn on his camera and show that it's nighttime as it is here when it's day in South Africa. I challenge him to turn on his camera and shine his camera out the window. And as far as Tariq, man, I heard one broadcast the other day where he was talking to some fake his just blew this fucking cracker out the water. And I gotta get myself for that because I was telling my wife, like, man, like this, like you can't battle with somebody who literally did all of the document, all of the relevant research for a documentary and all that history, all that knowledge. he's retained. You know, you just can't take on somebody like that. So, flowers to take for that broadcast the other day, and that's all I got to say.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for tuning in, Lord Vader. Hang out backstage if you want to chime in a bit. We're going to bring everybody up all together for a roundtable discussion. But we've got one more person backstage coming from the back to the front is Melissa. Melissa, where are you calling in from?
Thank you for letting me up again. I'm from Chicago. I called in the other day.
Oh, yeah, I remember. It's just a lot of folks who are hearing you for the first time. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Tariq?
I like Tariq, but I do have one issue.
Go for
And
it.
that issue is the one drop rule that he promotes. I definitely have a problem with the one drop rule because I feel like as a people, we were never like get to our destination with a lot of have tethers in our community that's raised by the tether community. And I seen the confusion.
Well, hold on, Melissa. We've got to draw a distinction because we just had a quote unquote half tether call in and he was on code. He was B1. Yeah, he had one parent that was an immigrant, one parent that was foundational, but I think there's a distinction to draw. But please educate us. When has Tariq Nasheed ever promoted some kind of one drop rule?
I've always heard Tariq say, if you have a drop of blood in you, you're black. One drop of black, you're black. That, which I've always thought was absolute bullshit. But I hear a lot of people promote
Well,
that.
hold on real quick. Chat, enlighten me. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys have heard Tariq Nasheed say if you have one drop of black, you're black. Put a 0 if you haven't heard that rhetoric. Heroes agreeing with her. But yeah, Melissa, go ahead. You have the floor.
So that was it. To be honest, I've seen people I know it sounds weird. I haven't seen it too much from black mixed with white people. I've seen it with black people that intercultural date with like Africans. I've seen them say off the wall stuff like black people, FBA people mixed with Africans, and you definitely see it with FBA people mixed with like Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. You'll hear them saying all types of off the wall crap because the Hispanic people, their Hispanic part teaches them to be like very anti-black and dislike their blackness. And I've seen it all my life. So that whole, I don't know why FBA people do it, but I think.
Hold on real quick, Melissa. So if I understand correctly, are you trying to say that if someone has a minority percentage of their genetic makeup that is black, that they are not really black or that they can't culturally identify with Black American culture? I mean, what is it are you saying? If you're saying Tariq says one drop and you're black, what is your counter to that?
I feel like people that are mixed interculturally and just mixed play both sides of the fence. And how are you going to get anywhere as a people when you got people consistently playing both sides of the fence? They can be FBA with you one day.
Let's be more specific. If you're alleging Tariq Nasheed said one drop and you're black, what is your counter to that? How many drops do you have to be black, in your opinion?
Well, you can't identify with FBA people. Really, it's holding you back if you're pretending to be completely FBA and for your people one day. And
Ma'am, we need you to make this real simple. Alrighty. And we had a contribution come in from BF. BF says, "My apologies. I called you an agent earlier. It's okay. Come on. I'm in media after all, so I know the title and the thumbnail is a bit contentious, but my intentions are pure nonetheless. Thank you for the contribution, BF. I appreciate you supporting the broadcast." We've got a contribution from Nick. I appreciate the support, Nick. We got a contribution from Deuce. I appreciate the support, brother. And we can go ahead and drop 2 bombs from my main man, Deuce. And a matter of fact, Deuce, I'm not sure if you're a moderator. If you're not a moderator, let me know. I'll add you as a mod so you can post some links. Deuce has a great course where he can help folks get into flipping federal contracts. I actually did a stream with Deuce not too long ago, so definitely drop some links if you can, Deuce. Drop some links. All right, so Melissa, I need you to keep things simple. If you're alleging Tariq Nasheed said one drop and you're black, then my question is this. How many licks does it take till you get to the center of the O? Oh, Melissa, how many drops do you need to be black? Go ahead and unmute yourself, darling. How many drops? Melissa, you're on mute, darling. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You just unmuted yourself and then put yourself right back on mute.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Now I can. Yeah, perfect, perfect. So how many drops?
I feel like you have to have 2 FBA parents to be FBA. It's just that simple.
All right, and I think that you are a FBA extremist. And do you know why I say that?
Why?
Because I think even if you have only one FBA parent, or even if you're a quarter FBA, I think what matters most is what culture you were raised in. Someone can be full-blooded FBA and raised in a culture that is not our own, and that's how we get these coons and these sambos and these tap dancers. So if we've got 100% FBA people that are not of our culture, then to counter that, it's also possible that we have some folks like that gentleman who called in earlier that's half FBA, but he's within our culture. He's standing on lineage with us. So again, you're coming off a bit like a radical FBA, if you will, respectfully. Bit radical.
All right, Mike TV. Well, thank you for having me up.
All right. Well, hey, if you want to remain a part of the discussion, just go ahead and hang out backstage. I'm going to bring everybody up all together in just a bit.
All right.
All right. And we had another contribution come through from Lady Original. I appreciate the support. All right. So before we bring everybody up all together, again, this is the last call to click the link and call in. Let us know what you think of Tariq Nasheed, also known as King Flex. I want to throw around several more, also known as, but I don't really know any. I mean, he doesn't like call himself Big Papa or King Consciousness or the Prince of Pineapple Pan Pizza or anything like this. So it's hard to come up with a whole bunch of AKAs with Tariq. I mean, help me out, guys. Help me out. I know he goes by Tariq. I know he went by King Flex. Are there any other nicknames or gamer tags or anything? Help me out, y'all. Oh, and Magic is Lady Original. Thank you so much for the contribution, Magic. I appreciate the support. All right, we've got another guest coming from the back to the front. We've got FBA Williams in the building. FBA Williams, where are you calling in from?
Oh, wow. Okay. North Pocket back.
Huh?
Hey,
FBA Williams, before we get started, I've got to ask, are you sober tonight?
I refuse respectfully.
You refuse to answer that question?
No, I refuse to be sober.
You, ma'am, why do you refuse to be? Keep the
I
camera
don't
up.
know. I had
Camera
a
up.
good ass night. I was fucking having fun.
Okay, all right. Well, real quick,
So what?
let us know real quick while you are still able to formulate sentences. What are your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed?
I like his voice.
Do you like anything other than his voice?
I don't know. He has a good cadence.
Anything other than his cadence?
He could be a grifter, but you also could be a grifter.
We could also be Martians in disguise. You're right.
Okay,
You're right.
fine. You don't want my answer. I said what I said.
Okay. And what signs have Tariq Nasheed given you that he might be a grifter?
I don't know. There's no sign. It's just like once it's sometimes it's too good to be true.
So you think that Tariq Nasheed is a blackamoor messiah, and you're fearful that he might be just too good to be
No,
true?
no, not at all.
All right. All right.
No.
Well, FBA Williams, I can't really let you rock out like that today. I told you, Darla, next time you call up to Mike TV, you got to be sober. You got to be sober. Jesus, you've got to be sober. We've got James, we've got Seth, we've got Lord Vader in the building. Everybody's all together now. Oh, Lord. James, I just can't let her make a fool out of herself for a third time in a
Yeah,
row. Like,
not
you got to
not
call her
3
sober.
nights in a row. Yeah, she needs to slow down.
I'm helping you. Help me
Yeah,
help you.
she'll realize this was a favor because she needs to drink some fucking water.
Did
But
Lawrence
damn,
stick around?
I think
Lawrence
Lawrence.
tipped off. Lawrence, if you're still watching, go ahead and click the link to call in. We would love to hear from you. Hey, James, notice how Lawrence tried to sneak in like a fucking tether scroll, talking all this good shit about Tariq. Like, no, sir, you were just dissing us the other day. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah, a lot of scroll tactics, a lot of backwards, hidden hand type shit. Yeah, Lord, I peep game. I peep though. Oh yeah, I peeped
Shout out to
how.
Shamika Gray. Thank you for stopping by, darling. I appreciate you tuning in.
Shout out Shamika.
Shout out to all the first time viewers. But yeah, Seth, you're our resident
Hey,
babbling
what's up, bro?
Olmec. So
Yes, I
why
am.
don't, so why don't you go ahead and enlighten us as to why you don't see any value in Tariq Nasheed's documentary film series?
Well, brother, let me apologize to Tariq and yourself. I can't say that it's not no value in it. It's good information. I'm just saying for me that I remember hearing those scholars and those Phil Valentine, Francis Cress Welsing, Bobby Hemmett. I remember meeting Bobby Hemmett on the bus. You know what I'm saying? I gave Bobby Hemmett $5 next time I seen Bobby Hemmett, he gave me $20. You know, I've been out there, C. Freeman, L.
I wonder if you know that
You
I
know,
know
it's
he's
like
lying
awesome
right
information.
now.
And he marched in
Okay, so now
Selma.
and then I love it. Wait, hold on. No, I didn't march in Selma, man. But
He gave Martin Luther King Jr. the idea of a nonviolent approach. He gave Malcolm X those signature glasses he wore. All right. All right.
Hold
All
on,
right.
I'm tripping. He gave
All right.
this nigga, he gave Bobby Emmett
$5.
$5 to flip.
He gave him 5. He flipped it into 20. He gave him back 20.
I mean, I feel like Bobby Emmett knows some spiritual shit, and
You know some
he could
magic.
he
Yeah, he
could
probably
make
did do
he
some
could
screw work.
he could make that 20 back
Emma
quick.
was on the bus. He said, "Listen here, my brother, give me 5. Next time I see you, it will be 20. The ancestors deem it so." And it was that. All right, Seth, please enlighten us as to your encounter on the bus with Bobby Hemmett.
I believe it, but it's just funny. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and unmute yourself, sir. You're on mute. Damn.
Oh shit.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, head, it's the microphone icon. Right now there's a slash through it because you're on mute. You have to click that icon and the slash, it will go away. Huh. While we wait, Lord Vader, go ahead and chime in.
coming like
Oh, wait. I think it's fixed
man.
now. It's fixed now, Seth. You have the
But
floor.
all that is useless. All that is useless information. What I'm saying is I have listened to hundreds and thousands of hours of all those people doing those lectures. So for me to hear, I'm happy that Tariq Nasheed put it all together, and it's good for like the youth. is good for people like 20
Why
and 30
can't you
years
just
younger than me.
say that and leave it at that? Why do you have to throw in
Well,
this
I just
bullshit?
did.
Oh,
I
I already knew
apologize.
about it.
Yeah,
No,
I
no, no, sir,
apologize if
sir,
I just
sir,
had to
stop,
dance
sir,
around it, man.
stop,
Go ahead.
stop, 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 stop. Stop it, sir. Stop it. You don't have to apologize. You have to go a step further, sir. You just denigrated one of our modern civil rights leaders. You have denigrated one of our most esteemed modern day scholars. And, sir, you must do more than apologize. You must repent. You must repent, sir. I ask thee, right now you're on mute. We can't hear you. I see the head twerking, though. But, sir, I ask thee, do you repent?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and repent, man.
Come on.
For
Y'all
social
see him
media.
I'm doing the Lord's work. I'm doing the Lord's
Praise
work.
the Lord.
I'm doing the Lord's
Praise the
work. He
Lord.
repented for his sins. He came up here and he denigrated Tariq Nasheed. And I said, sir, you will not leave this congregation until you are right with God.
Hallelujah.
I want to know what he was saying while he was muted and bucking them eyes. What was he saying?
Yeah, that nigga was saying something vicious. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
You came here with evil intentions. You came here with a shadowy spirit. We sniffed it out of you. We took it. We gave it back to you, reborn anew. You have been baptized, Lord. You repent for your sins, you say. You say that you should never have disrespected King Flex. You say, okay, hallelujah. This brother has been delivered.
Everything that I've read, praise the Lord. Worship Christ with the best of your portions. I know I won't forget all he's done. He's the strength in this race that I run.
We said we ain't gonna touch on the fact that you are a Rastafarian tether. We ain't even gonna address that elephant in the room. We are just impressed with the fact that you have repented for your sins.
Every time I look up, I see God's faithfulness, and it shows just how much He is miraculous. I can't keep it to myself. I can't sit here and be still.
Oh Lord, James, what do you think about this? Are we doing the Lord's work or are we doing the Lord's work?
We are doing the Lord's work. Absolutely. Our brother is
Church.
relinquished. He is delivered. I'm so proud. Because it's just a little common sense. You know, he came in saying some crazy shit, talking about he's just what was he saying?
You
That he
could have
just
Googled the shit. I've been known about it.
right. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, hey, Tariq is a net positive. He made that information. He helped us find it. He helped us get that information that I believe was hidden. Hidden history. It's
Hence,
literally
hidden
hidden.
history, hidden colors. Yeah. That shit was not for plain view.
Yeah.
This shit was down the street, around the corner, in an abandoned building, in a storage closet somewhere. Come on, y'all.
Absolutely. Now, what is our brother?
I'm
Is he
still gonna make
saying?
my blanket statement.
Here we go.
My blanket statement is this: for all pro-blacks are lackluster historians and lecturers with no aircraft carriers, no submarines, or space stations. They are great at history telling. Everybody, they're beautiful.
This old
Wait.
head ass Rastafarian tether is upset because he grew up on Star Trek and he mad we ain't got a USS Enterprise, y'all. He mad that we ain't got the USS Enterprise.
Yeah,
He said, I
man.
want to be the captain of the vessel. I
That's
want to
the
have
truth.
a Aurora. I want to
Speak
be a
on it.
Aurora. I want to
Yeah,
have
there has to be a
Uhuru.
Uhuru there. There has to be a Uhuru there.
Lord. This nigga want to go to space. This nigga want to go to space.
Man.
Everybody talking about they at war. Everybody's at war. Where the pro-blacks at?
All right, sir. Well, it looks like
Where the pro-blacks at?
looks like girl wasn't
That's
the only
cool.
drinking
Cool
tonight.
of the game, right?
Looks like girl wasn't the only drinking tonight. Well, Steph, real
Decent
quick,
content creator. I'm learning from you. man.
Then that's good, sir. That's good, sir. Continue to learn. We are educating the old heads who claim they know everything. They claim they know everything, and
I
everything can be
I
found on
no,
Google. But
I
Mike TV is
can't say that I
educating.
know everything. No, if you Google, you're gonna find Phil Valentine and all those guys on there.
Right.
There's
Right.
other content creators like yourself that's doing it like way bigger than you. It's like is all you have to do is just search it, man. It's not a big deal.
Bro.
Okay,
It's
buddy.
not a big deal.
Closing remarks. Closing remarks, sir. Closing remarks. Before the nurse comes
Closing
in and puts you
remarks.
to bed.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on. Thank you. I appreciate you. You got good content. I'm learning from you. I want to have my own content someday, and I appreciate you for having me on. Thank you very much.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate you, brother.
And thank you for repenting for your sins.
Yes.
We appreciate
Salud.
you. Till next time, salute. Lord, these Jamaican cosplay and tether old head Negroes. All right, all right. I thought he said he knew everything and Tariq wasn't shit because you could just Google it. Like, all right, all right.
Shit is crazy.
And yeah, someday, my nigga, you got one foot in the grave. You better hurry up and start your little YouTube channel. You better hurry up and start your YouTube channel, Playboy. Shit, time is ticking. Time
Right.
is ticking.
One day.
Said, dude, it's already old. Just make content. Sir, you've got nothing to lose. You've got nothing to lose. You don't mind making a fool out of yourself. Just go for it. Just go for it. And you know what? Before we wrap up, we've got a new person coming from the back to the front. We've got Of Air and Sea in the building. Where are you calling in from?
What's up, man? Calling from the great state of Colorado.
All right. And what's your ethnic background?
Full on Caucasian.
All right. And what are your
Oh.
thoughts on Tariq? Wait, actually, hold on. Full on Caucasian, my ass. Where did your parents
Right.
migrate from, or your grandparents, or your great grandparents? Irish, European, what?
Mainly all from the Isles. Yeah,
From the
back in like the
Isles.
1600s.
I got you. And what are your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed?
So I do understand like why I guess the black audience would, I guess, have a function for him or admire him to a degree. But at the same time, I feel like that he's pretty unrealistic with a lot of the stuff he says. And I feel like there's a lot of false aggrandizement. Do you think that maybe if he...
So real quick, the only reason why I'm muting you is because it sounds like you have multiple points you want to make, and we want to address them point by point. So the first thing that you said was he has unrealistic goals and or expectations, right?
No, I'm just talking about like his recollection of history and stuff. Like I'll give you an example. Like the other day,
Hold on, sir.
just,
Hold on.
you
You
know,
just said that he has unrealistic expectations, was it?
no, I'm just saying the stuff that he says is unrealistic. I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm not talking about his expectations.
And give us an example of something he has said that is unrealistic.
Sure. So let's take, for example, I know that he said a lot of things, of course, that are false, but obviously one of them is anytime he references any kind of war, even with the small number of African American, involvement, he'll still insist that they won the entire war. He kind of pulls this
Sir, we cannot start babbling, sir. You said that Tariq says things that are unrealistic. I said, what has he said that is unrealistic? And you start babbling about black folks' involvements in wars. This is the way it should go. If I say, hey, what is something Tariq has said that's unrealistic? You should say, Tariq said, insert here, and I believe insert here was an unrealistic statement to make. Sir, can you make it a more condensed? Can you make it a little more concise? Can you make it a little more, dare I say, simple? Simple, brother, simple.
Well, I can't remember exactly what he said verbatim if you want an exact quote.
But you want us to believe that he says things that are unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, another example is he always references Lewis Latimer, right? He'll reference, people that obviously did great things, right? But then he'll try to credit them perhaps with like the entire industry.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
sir, they know me as the king of receipts, so I can't let you just come up here and spout your feelings. I understand Tariq Nasheed may have broken your achy breaky heart, so to speak, but you've got to have some kind of receipts, some sources. I mean, you start here saying that he makes unrealistic statements, and you can't even give me a single example of out of all the statements we've heard him make, you can't list a single example that he's made that was unrealistic. You started to loosely babble about black folks' involvements in the war. I mean, James, am I being too hard on the Mayo brother, or is he not really making any damn sense?
No, he's kind of just babbling and rambling. Because with things that he's mentioned, it's like it's proven that right that is realistic. I don't know what's unrealistic about Lewis Latimer uh, founding incandescent electrical lighting. It's a fact. I don't understand what would you call someone that writes the book and describes the theory, the first one to do it. What would you call that person of a field?
Well, you know what?
You
Of
wouldn't.
air and sea, why don't you go ahead and answer James' question? What would you call a person of a field that writes the first book on said subject?
Well, you couldn't, even if, like, let's say whoever invented like the car or whatever, you can't just give one person credit for like an entire industry like that.
But people do though.
Sir,
People with a
sir,
patent, people definitely do.
I just said if you have an industry, and someone writes the first book within that industry, what do you label that person?
What would he be to that industry?
I wouldn't credit that person with all metal aircraft construction and jet engines.
Don't pussyfoot around it. You would refer to that person as paramount or foundational to establishing that industry.
Absolutely.
Would that person not be foundational to that industry? Would they not have built a rock of which others are going to work upon?
So based off of what Tariq said, so pretty much so Caucasians just can't accomplish shit, is what you're trying to say.
I've never
'Cause
heard
that's what
Tariq
he said.
Nasheed.
Who
Sir,
said
That's what
sir,
he.
sir. You can't even give us a single Tariq quote, but now you're going to try to pass off some misinformation. When has Tariq ever said Caucasians cannot create shit? I mean, if we're just going to speak candidly, y'all really ain't got shit popping in your native country of origin, which is why you guys fled to America, manifest destiny, you know, land rush, land lotteries,
Mhm.
you know, farming colleges, social welfare, handouts, right?
Mystery
So,
guns.
sir, when did Tariq ever say what you're just claiming he said?
Dude, you're trying to get me to quote him verbatim. I've listened to like tons of his shit because it's entertaining. It's funny as shit.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Sir, what is a person of European immigrant background? What vested interest do you have in what Tariq has to say?
Oh, well, he's a nationalist, obviously. So from one nationalist to another, keep in mind, just because they might be a different race, but you still have everything goal-wise in common. You and I would probably we have more in common.
All right, let me try in more simpler terms. Sir, what impact does Tariq Nasheed's rhetoric have on you?
Well, he finds it entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like entertaining, I would
That,
say.
but he's so.
Hold on, James. Hold on, James. Don't bail him out. What about Black history is entertaining to you?
If I live in a country and there's a certain ethnic group and they have a leader, because like people like you, I mean, you're even like using some of his lingo. You obviously want to emulate the dude, right? So seeing who is influential, like.
We're not going to take your word for who I'm trying to emulate when you can't cite your sources at all, yet you're passing off misinformation and placing it on Tariq. So, sir, again, for the third time, let's try to be even more simple. What impact does Tariq Nasheed have on your life?
I just expressed to you that. What do you mean? I just answered that question.
No, you didn't. Go ahead and
Unless I was
answer it.
muted.
I wasn't.
Go ahead
I
and
wasn't
answer,
bailing
sir.
him out, y'all.
Let me ask you. I do want to know something else. Though. I did always wonder this when it comes.
Sir, what impact does Tariq Nasheed have on your life?
Sure. Well, he lives in the same country as me. There's an ethnic group in that country that he, attempts to influence, et cetera, that want reparations, et cetera. So there's a lot, I would say. Yeah.
What impact does Tariq Nasheed have on your life?
I just shared with you 2 reasons, man. What
You said that, well, there's like a country, and like, well, in that country, there's like different ethnic groups, and some of those ethnic groups are talking about reparations.
Well, I guess the only thing we gleaned from that is you bringing up reparations. So, sir, what is your stance on reparations?
I don't really have a heavy opinion on it, honestly. I mean, we're 28 trillion in debt. I mean, they can piss it away to whoever at this point. I mean,
Jesus Christ, I didn't ask you how heavy or light you were on the subject. Do you believe foundational Black Americans are entitled to reparations? Yes or no?
no.
Why do you believe they are not?
Because just living in a European country and getting all the benefits, et cetera, of our systems, I would say.
So it doesn't matter the redlining, the Jim Crow, the subjugation, the segregation, the slavery. None of that matters. We're close to Europeans, so we shouldn't be repaired, is what you're saying.
Well, even if it's not here, if it's in Europe, they don't owe reparations. Some of those countries never had African slaves.
So what do you think of the groups that have received reparations?
I mean, I think they got hooked up pretty good. The white man is the only conqueror that is that merciful.
Oh, Jesus Christ, the Mayo-splaining, guys. Tariq Nasheed has much more patience than I when it comes to the Mayo-splaining. He doesn't really have any opinion when it comes to the ethnic groups who have received reparations, but when it comes to us getting it, oh, well, I mean, you guys are like in America, though. Like, isn't that enough for you, dude? All right, James, what do you say about this shit?
Yeah, this is just the standard suspected white supremacist babble. Just the I'm still tripping about the what did he say? This motherfucker has said so much. He said whatchamacallit about the I'm still about the Civil War, because that's what I think he was talking about in
He was
the
trying to
first.
say something about Tariq's unrealistic, that Tariq overstated black folks' involvement in the Civil War, some dumb shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't, but he didn't even say the Civil War. He just said a war, yeah, in wars, and it just not. He wasn't specific, but I think he meant the Civil War. Um, yeah, we won that, man. I hope you realize that we won that for you, right? You can go tell your
Well, you
buddies.
know what? Actually, we may not have won that for him. Sir, whose side were you on for the Civil War, the Union or the Confederacy?
My family was both sides, Irish in Pennsylvania
I
and then
asked
English
about
in
you,
Virginia.
sir. If there was another Civil War right now, same circumstances, and there's the Union and there's the Confederate States, which side are you going for?
Well, I wouldn't fight for slavery. Like, duh.
So you would be on the side of the Union.
Nah, because I still believe the state should be able to govern them.
Sir, there's only two sides. This is what you guys like to do, two sides, right? Red or blue, left or right or wrong. There's two sides. There's not three, there's not four, there's not five. Would you be a Confederate soldier or would you lay your life on the line for the Union?
I wouldn't participate on either side. One wants slavery. The other one wants a stronger central fucking federal government. Fuck that. I wouldn't support either.
All right, James, I'm going to let you have a conversation with him. The Mayo babble is too strong for me. I've got to roll a joint.
Hey, I do want to. Can
Go
I ask you
ahead.
something real quick though? All
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. He wants to ask me something real quick.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
What
brother.
I do want your opinion on this. This is just always kind of like something I just like noticed. So when it comes to like a lot of the black leaders, etc. Now I've lived in many areas where I was a minority, so I'm very familiar with how black men in particular just like worship biracial women. But what is your thoughts when there is a black leader and they're with someone that is not really black? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? like me, for example, me as a nationalist, if you know, my chick, she's going to be pale as fuck, obviously, right? Your
Man,
thought?
we don't. There's so many white supremacists that are married to quote unquote black people. That doesn't mean anything. I don't. Your statement that I don't think that doesn't really follow.
Who's a
But
white
I guess
supremacist married to a black woman? The fuck?
there's a ton of them.
It's been white supremacists also marrying Native women on purpose to steal their land through marriage. There was a whole movie that they just produced about it not too long ago. Yeah. History's strange, huh? You white folks get down to some interesting behavior. Mm. But, sir, to answer your question, I would not discuss something like that with my opposition. And you are self-admitted opposition. So there you go. But James may want to converse with you. So James, go ahead and try to give him some straightening.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
there's an
So
image to
what?
uphold there, dude. If you're a
What?
black leader, a black nationalist, you should have a black woman, should you not?
So okay, hold on. Now you're already right. A lot of the things you're prescribing on people, black nationalists. Right. I'm not a right. That's not. I wouldn't describe myself as that. You self-describe yourself as that
This is
as a white
nationalism.
nationalist.
You're tuning into a dude that is. These are nationalist values of this stream we're on right now.
How so?
Oh, because the dude's a nationalist. Definition of that, not verbatim, of course, but is like, trying to uplift your people, etc. And that's what Tariq is. He's a black nationalist, obviously.
We don't subscribe to that. You
Okay,
subscribe to it though.
so there's
So,
a
but
synonym to that. What's the synonym to that? So what are you then? A social? What?
I'm not gonna like debate what we're called from you because your group has called us all types of things. We don't have to get into that.
Let me educate him a little bit. Who are you saying is a nationalist?
He's calling us nationalists.
Yourself, Tariq is definitely a motherfucking nationalist.
Do you know the definition of a nationalist?
Yes.
So what's the definition? Share it with us.
I don't know verbatim, but you obviously
Okay,
love and care.
so you don't really know it verbatim, but you like kind of think you know it, and you know it enough to label us with it, sir. The definition of a nationalist is a person who strongly identifies with their own nation. Hence, the root word in nationalist is nation. What is a nation? Do I need to educate you on the definition of a nation? Because I mean, I'm just up here doing, community service at this point in time. I'm just doing community service so I can educate you on that as well. But it's a person who strongly identifies with their own nation and vigorously supports its interests, especially to the exclusion or detriment of the interests of other nations. Sir, how do we fit that label? How do we fit that moniker? Tariq Nasheed, who's a historian, whose bread and butter is educating us on historical events, somehow he's talking about excluding other nations and no, sir, you've got exclusion confused with straightening. When people come incorrect, we give them some work. We let them have a little bit of business, so to speak. But don't confuse straightening with exclusion. Don't confuse us countering our opposition to trying to exclude others because we're an open-armed people historically. But I digress. We've got some more people backstage. Coming from the back to the front is Jay Dizzle. Jay Dizzle, where you calling them from?
I'm in Seattle, West Coast, man. What's up?
All right. And
What's
are you a
up?
foundational Black American, or are your people from
Come on, man.
the
Quit
Isles?
playing.
Like,
You already know. You know. You already know
all
what it
right,
is.
all right. Well, go ahead. You've got the floor.
All right. So, here's what I'm wondering, man. First of all, man, you got a good thing you're doing right here, man. I like how you get down. This is, yeah, straight up. Tariq, let me just go on the Tariq situation. Tariq is dope, man. A lot of people hate on Tariq because they're jealous. They want to count his pockets. You can't front on the scholarship this cat brings. Listen, when you make documentaries, you understand how much research has to go into a documentary. You pretty much become an expert of the subject matter if you're not already. You know what I'm saying? So that's thorough. He has the tangible, actual building at a time when they're erasing our history. He has made a tangible building that we could, you know what I'm saying, archive our history that they're not teaching, that they're taking out the book. So that's preserving it for generations, digitally and physically. You can't hate that. Now, your boy's a hustler too. And ain't nothing wrong with getting money because he's not doing it in a foul way. Like with all the people, I'm going to land my plane. I don't want to
Oh, no,
babble
hey,
too long, but
you're fine. You're spot on. And I don't think that we gotta demonize hustlers. I think it matters what your hustle is. We
no,
should all be
no, if
hustlers,
anything,
but God
soak,
damn it,
soak up
if
the game.
yeah, exactly. Soak up the game. Go ahead.
Soak up the game because it's like this. There's a lot of people like Taharka Bay, and I've been going in on Taharka Bay for a minute. And there's cats like him who they make it seem like he's scamming or anyone who's getting money is scamming. But here's the thing, though. Here's something that you never notice. I've yet to see people say that they've donated to this or they bought this merchandise that they didn't get that they feel ripped off or scammed. The only people who are saying it are the people who didn't even support it in the first place. So to me, that's cap. Now, with the
Also,
white,
hey,
go ahead.
not only is it people who didn't even support it, but it's people who don't even understand the historical significance. I mean, and that isn't the sole argument here. Oh, well, you didn't support it, so you can't talk about it, because that's what a lot of the Omarians came at me with. Oh, well, if you didn't donate to the school, you can't speak about it. No, you can still speak about the impact of a project, about the impact that
Right.
project has on your community. But when you're not even a part of our community, when you're some white boy from Colorado, or when you're some African
Right.
calling in from South Africa by way of Kenya, I mean,
Right.
well, why are you here? Why are you here?
And
And
that's, hey,
actually, and
that's
actually,
what.
that's a great question for Of Air and the Sea. Why are you
That,
here, sir?
Oh, your shit was just like in the algorithm, man. Maybe it was from watching.
Cap.
Sir, there's like literally thousands of people right now you could be watching, tens of thousands of content you can be watching right now. Why are you here?
I just told you this shit came up in my algorithm like 2 nights ago, and
And why, out of all
Okay.
the shit in your algorithm right now, dude, you got all this shit in your algorithm, dude, and you clicked on this? Why?
because I figure
He
you're on
told you
Tariq Nasheed's nuts,
No,
and I
hey, the,
he
the
loves
better
Tariq.
question
He
is
already
the
told
better
you
question.
he loves
The better
Tariq.
question is why is it coming up in the algorithm? It's
Exactly.
because
Why
these
is it in
cats,
your
these cats
algorithm?
because I told y'all
they
I
can't
listen to
help it.
Tariq
They can't help
Nasheed.
themselves.
Yo,
Why
Tariq
does
Nasheed's
Right.
funny as shit.
why does this man listen to? Why do suspected white supremacists love listening to Tariq Nasheed?
Why do they pull up in our spaces all the
His,
time?
his like short audio clips are funny as shit, man. That's it. I mean,
We're
that's the extent.
inferior, remember?
That's the
We're
extent.
inferior. Why do you guys keep your eyes on the
I
inferior
haven't said
people?
that.
So
I haven't said that.
that's,
So
that's the ideology of white supremacy, though. That's exactly.
That's also his ideology, because when we asked him his stance on reparations, he said we're not entitled to it because we should just be grateful to live next to the merciful white man. So clearly he thinks we're inferior. Sir, stop lying.
I love when you lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that, I love when you lying like that, so I'ma keep lying like that.
Yeah, he loves Tariq.
You love him some Tariq. Go
Man.
ahead, sir. I kind of like the way you babble, boy, so keep on babbling for us. I like the way you babble.
no, man, dude, Tariq is all right, bro. I told you. This is just about his cons, right? This is about his criticism. That's what this show is about.
Dude, like, you don't understand, bro. Like, Tariq is totally tubular, dude. But like, you black shouldn't get reparations, bro. Because like, you should just be glad to like live in America with the merciful European immigrants that fled here after you guys built the foundation, dude. Like,
Right.
why aren't you guys so happy, dude? Like, Tariq's fine, but you motherfuckers better not get none of my tax dollars, dude.
That shit's fucking hilarious.
Well, you talk about another lie. The foundation, this country isn't like named after. It has, British common laws are shit. The Constitution. How could you explain to
Who
me
built
how
the
this is your country?
Who built it though?
Airplanes, cell phones.
Many groups contributed.
Who built
Airplanes,
Those
cell
one
the
phones,
country,
countries.
the United States
Hold
of
on, hold on,
America?
hold on, hold on.
refrigerators.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Many groups contributed. Which group contributed the most?
Well, that's obvious. Who is the majority?
I'm asking you a very
Are you?
specific question. Which group contributed the most?
The European, of course.
Every time you tell me something, I figure that you're lying. Ooh, it's almost like you faking. Oh yeah, yeah, I know you're lying, but you sound excited, and you know that I know that you're lying. Oh girl.
What system would there be without us? What United States? What ratified constitution would there be without us?
I'm glad it got to this point though, because you guys are pretty much just behaving kind of like Tariq would.
What do you mean by that?
That dude was saying
Because you're
airplanes,
behaving
cell
like a white
phones. He was
supremacist.
solely taking credit for entire fucking industries. You know, and that's that tactic that he teaches.
Too, and you do.
Christopher Columbus takes credit for discovering a landmass that was already inhabited. You come from a lineage of people that take credit for shit that is not theirs. What are you talking about?
I don't even see the Columbus shit as important. Honestly, I don't give a fuck about Columbus,
I
man.
know, dude. That's like not a valid point to bring up, bruh. Like Columbus, who's that, dude? Yeah.
Hey, by the way, a moment ago, you didn't let me address to counter what you're talking about with nationalists, saying you're not a nationalist. A nation, because you're thinking about it from like a country perspective, but a nation can all.
No, sir. I'm thinking about it from like the definition. I know a nation could also be considered a group of people or an amalgamation of people, but sir, we don't actively work to exclude others. All that exclusion talk is heavily present in the description of a nationalist.
I'm sorry, you guys are inclusive of whitey?
Oh Lord Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. I can't with the babble. Sir, don't go anywhere. Just stay right where you are. There's just two more people waiting backstage. I'm gonna bring them up, let them introduce themselves. I mean, guys, this is even worse than talk. I'd rather talk to the tethers. I'd rather talk to the tethers because at least at the end of the day, we're working to re-educate people who should be our brothers in arms. This white man is a lost cause. There's many good white folks out there. You don't have to educate them to the degree that you have to attempt to educate this man. I mean, he's set in his ways. He's a lost cause. But the next person coming from the back to the front is Q's Manifesto. Q, where are you calling him from? Q, we cannot hear you. Q going once. Q going twice. Q going 3 times. All right, Q, we will keep you right where you are, but maybe you get those audio issues sorted out. We've got Kulu's live streaming coming from the back to the front. What's good, Kulu?
Yo, what's up, Mike? Shout out to you. Shout out to the live stream. Um, I'm just listening for right now. There's a couple things that I disagree with the guy that you're going at it with right now. So I just want to listen for a little bit more context before I, give my, I guess, rebuttal, my,
Yeah, for sure,
I
for
guess,
sure.
interjection.
Well, real quick, why don't you let us know where you're calling in from, what's your lineage, and what's your thoughts on Tariq Nasheed?
Are you talking about me specifically, Mike?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm from Texas. I'm, I guess, biracial. I mean, do you want me to go through all the different stuff? Um, But my thoughts on Tariq Nasheed, I'm not a big fan. I mean, I know he did some work when it comes to, certain documentaries, but to me, I view him like a Dr. Umar, just a different style. You know what I mean?
Real quick, brother. I was asking you what your makeup is, and you said you were biracial. I understand biracial means like more than one ethnicities, but what are
Yeah.
you two separate
Like you want
ethnicities?
specifically.
Yeah, I
Yes, you
mean,
want.
I'm
Yes.
black, native, and I got an Irish
So,
grandma. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, Romani and African American.
Did you say
So like
Armani?
Romani Gypsy.
Oh,
Romani.
Romani. Romani. I've
Yes.
never heard of a Romani before. Is that like a Jewish person or like a
No,
European
it's
person?
Gypsy. No, it's Gypsy.
I don't know what a gypsy is, bro.
It's like from
What's a gypsy?
Indian, bro. Like from India.
From India. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're half Indian, half Black American.
I wouldn't. Like yeah, yeah. I guess you would say that. I mean, a little bit more other specifics, but yeah, in general, I
Or
guess.
do you consider yourself a Black American?
Yes, I'm born and raised here.
But your parents of maybe of immigrant background?
No, my mom's been here for multiple generations. My dad has been here since like shit, since I can't even remember, bro.
All right. And you were attempting to compare Tariq Nasheed, a man who's produced many of things that he said he would, to Umar Johnson, who still after 10, 12 years can't get the school opened up, right?
Yeah, I mean, not in accomplishments. Obviously, Tariq is more accomplished. But like I would go when it comes to just the leader of a movement that I feel like it is not really doing anything for the black community. As I would say that Tariq has a
Sir,
lot.
respectfully, we haven't really even identified whether you're a part of the Black community yet. So, I mean, you can have your opinion about Tariq. I mean, the whole point of the show is for everybody to call in and tell us their opinion of Tariq, no matter harsh or how polarizing it is. But we're kind of confused. I mean, audience, put a 0 in the chat if you guys are confused as to his lineage. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys understand where he's coming from with the one parent Black American for maybe a few generations, and the other one's like an Indian gypsy. But
He
then he's
sounds
big.
like an oppressor.
I feel you. I feel you. Either way, I always want to make sure that I'm understanding things correctly and I'm not being too hard on folks. So, audience, put a 0 or put a 1. I'm seeing a lot of zeros. So, sir, respectfully, before we allow you to seemingly denigrate one of our leaders in the Black community, we've got to be more specific with your lineage. Do you identify as a foundational Black American?
I mean, I wouldn't call myself or label myself specifically that. I mean, I was born, raised here, multiple generations. My family goes back 300 some years. Um, I mean,
You descend
I mean,
from.
normally American. Yeah. I'm American.
No, wait, hold on, sir. I was asking you if your ancestors came from slavery in the Americas. Oh, you got yourself on mute. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
On my dad's side, half of it was yes, he is, and then half is Native American.
So your dad's half Native
Blackfoot.
American, half
Yes.
descendant
Wait
of
a minute.
slave, and
Yes.
your mother's Indian gypsy.
Wait a minute, nigga. You just said your
Yes.
mama was FBA, and then you said
No,
your
I
dad.
didn't. I
Yes,
said
you did.
no. Dude, no, I did not. I said my
Yes,
mom
you
was
did.
a gypsy, and I said my dad was African American, but I didn't go into detail about his background.
Chad, am I tripping or because I swear to God, he said his mama was from
Let us
here.
know, chat. Did you hear him say that his mother was a gypsy or that the father was the gypsy?
Cause what the fuck? Right. Cause he said his mama was here for 3 generations.
No, my mom's been here shit for hundreds of years, bro. Like at least 200, like 250 years
Or 300
to my
years.
knowledge. My dad's been here for a long time, if not is indigenous to this country or this land. So,
I
and I
think
got my official paperwork as well. So,
I think
we
I
can
have
go
a
into
way.
details, but
All right, hold on. I think I have a way we can narrow this down, sir. How old are you?
Mike, are we serious, man? Like, you know who I am, bro.
Bro. I
Bro, we
know I'm
not being
familiar.
serious. You
I'm
lying.
familiar with you producing content on you. I don't know how old you are. I am being serious. I do not know your age.
Mike,
I'm
bro, I'm
29. You're how old?
28 years old, bro.
Okay. So all your adult life, when you filled out paperwork at the doctors or the dentist, do you identify as Black on paper?
Yes. And Native
I
American.
wonder if he know that I know he's lying right now. Oh, you got the new Margellas? That's what's up. I see you. That's your BMW? That's nice. That's your girl? Golly. Okay, I see you. But I just wanna know one thing. You ready? Why the fuck you lying?
Well,
Yeah,
you know
like
what? For Mike Myers, who said that people need to cam up, I've actually seen or excuse me, Kulu, before on YouTube with his camera on. I mean, me and him have similar complexion. If anything, you could say he's slightly a shade darker than me, or a hint or two. But I mean, as far as the identifying as black, I mean, I guess we got to take his word for it. I always thought that he was maybe had some kind of biracial Hispanic thing going on. I never knew that it was Gypsy and FBA. But either way, we will we will accept that for face value. What were you saying about Tariq Nasheed not being a good leader in the black community or something?
Yeah, so I never said he wasn't a good leader or any of that stuff. So okay, so first I want to say, Mike, I appreciate you and how you do your show, as I understand like what you're doing. So I don't take no personal thing, because I've known you like since you were like Mr. Real Estate. All right, and the King Conversation days. But for the purpose of the show, um, it's Tyreek. I put him or I categorize him, and I could be wrong, and I'm open to being wrong and having a different, logic. But I categorize him as like a better version of Dr. Umar. But I still don't see like a Malcolm X or like a
Sir, any man is a better version of Dr. Umar. That bar is set abysmally low, sir. I just don't think it's genuine for you to say he's kind of like an Umar, but a better version, but he's still not no Malcolm. I mean, Malcolm used to be a pimp, right, James?
yeah,
Malcolm
Malcolm
used to
used
be a
to.
criminal in prison. So, if
Yeah,
anything, if we look at the ledger, we could say Tariq has a cleaner slate than Malcolm. But I mean, I just feel, and again, I don't have animosity for it. I just think it's extremely bombastic when people try to even equate Tariq to Umar, because Umar has not produced one successful project, and for the last 10 years, Tariq Nasheed has done nothing but produce and deliver upon what he said he set out to do. But all right, I'm all here for it. The whole point of the stream is
yeah,
for people to have different
yeah.
opinions.
I got different examples. I mean, to me, right, I view like a Dr. Ivan Van Sertima as somebody more influential in our community than Tariq Nasheed, even though Tariq Nasheed has like a bigger social media presence and follow.
But how disrespectful is it for an alleged supposed biracial person to come in our community and start dictating who the top chief leaders are and who are not, sir? I mean, come on. I mean, respectfully, you would think you would take your shoes off at the door. You would be a bit more humble. You wouldn't be coming to the forefront of the congregation saying he's not a good leader. He should be like this leader. I mean, sir, you don't have that much claim to it. I mean, I do know that you do have a beautiful black family. You got a black baby. You got a black woman. So I understand you having an affinity to these issues, but don't you recognize how disrespectful it is to try to compare him to a known scammer and then try to say he's not at the level of another man who came around decades before him? I mean, I feel like these are false equivalencies.
I mean, I obviously disagree, and I mean, and I don't know if y'all believe in the one drop rule, but here in the South, with majority, like I don't know if you know this, but majority of Black people exist in the South,
hmm
right? And we believe in the one drop rule down here, and that means if your dad's black.
Oh Lord, I thought you said your mama was Indian. I didn't know she was French. He said we. He said we. He said we. Allez-vous who say c'est soi, c'est soi. Oh. All right, cool. All right, cool.
Not
He
not
said
not not
we.
like you could. And no,
Oh
I appreciate
shit.
the humor.
All right. No, no,
But
and
I mean, but you understand what I mean, though.
yeah, I mean,
I mean, you've heard
it's
what?
just
Yeah.
interesting. I mean, imagine if I wasn't a quarter Irish. Imagine if I was half Irish, half FBA, but I look the way I do, and I go to a all 100% Irish meeting, and I'm like, us Irish, and that's not a true Irish leader. That's a true Irish. They'd be like, get your black ass up out of here. Just like some of the people in the audience are like, get your Indian ass up out of here. But everybody's entitled to their opinion. It's just some people in the audience are taking it a bit hard on you. But go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
No, that's fine. And I faced this my entire life, and it's funny because Like, I mean, if Mike, you know what I stand for. Like, you know the type of content I do. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm against a lot of the cults within our own black community. I'm actually saving young black boys and black girls and stuff like
exactly.
that from a lot of
Matter of
this shit that's
fact,
going on.
if you
So
want, wait, hold on, Clue. If you want, you can go ahead and toot your own horn a little bit. I thought,
no. I don't want to toot
oh,
my
wait,
own horn, but
no. I'm giving you permission to. I was gonna big you up a little bit. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't like Vice News interview you because you were at the forefront of exposing some kind of like black conscious cult, right?
y- yes, but like I don't like to like yes, Mike. Answer your question. Yes.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what. So on the one hand, even though we are
Nice.
critical of your takes on Tariq and you trying to dictate who's the best leader and who's not, we do have to say if we do look at your track record on the content you produce, you do call out a lot of scammers and grifters and fraudsters and cult people within our community. So yeah,
Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Appreciate that, brother.
I mean, I would say that, but like I disagree with your point on like like your assessment of my point on like Tariq. I do think that he has good leader qualities. Like my perception of leaders is different than I guess y'all's is. But y'all gotta understand that I'm just comparing him to the so-called leaders that claim to be leaders, right? So yes, I use a bad example like Dr. Umar. Obviously, he's a scammer. He's been doing it for over 10 plus years. He hasn't produced anything. Like I'm not gonna argue with you or try to debate any type of point. I agree with you completely. But when we start looking
but also, sir, at the same time, Tariq Nasheed goes out of his way to say that he's not a leader. So in that same breath, Kulu, you produce work that involves the Black American community. I don't think I've ever heard you claim that you're a leader. Kulu, have you ever claimed that you're a leader in the Black community?
no.
So how weird would it be if somebody came on the panel right now and was like, Kulu thinks he's a leader in the Black community, but he's not no Malcolm, and he's actually like this or that. I mean, the argument is a little bit mute
Mhm.
because Tariq never claimed to
Okay,
be a leader in the first place.
okay. My argument wasn't that he was a leader, right? As y'all said that I said that he was a bad leader. First, no, I never said that he was a bad leader. Okay, I don't know how he leads. I mean, he could be a good leader for I mean, all I know. And I'm speaking just strictly on
You're up here
right.
critiquing his leadership qualities.
I mean, I don't know the dude personally. Like I don't know how he runs his family.
Sir,
Yes,
are
I'm
you up
assuming that
here
he's a
are you up here critiquing
no.
his leadership
I'm not
qualities, yes or
critiquing.
no?
No, I'm not.
James, did it sound like he was critiquing his leadership qualities?
It, it low key. What qualities were you comparing of him? Because I think he was. Because with Ivan Van Sertima and Umar, what I want to cut the brother a break because you know, but whatchamacallit, what qualities were you talking about that uh Tariq is a better Umar? In what qualities would you say?
Okay,
Because I
so
was it leadership
what
qualities?
qualities? I think that he's more credible. I think he's more articulative. I think like the way that he produces his art is just way more professional than Dr. Umar. But like, if I'm not mistaken, the question that Mike asked me at the very beginning was, "What the like what does he or what do I think of Tariq?" Right? And that's when I said to Umar, and then we got off on like a bunch of specific questions about his comparison to Umar, right? That led us to the leadership question.
Yeah.
Real quick, Kulu, we're gonna come back to you in just a moment. We have to tap in with our white correspondent. Um, Bradley, go ahead and take yourself off mute and weigh in. What do you think about what you just heard? You are our resident Mayo ambassador.
That is accurate. Exactly that. Or Brad. Now, I do want to ask you something. What
Wait, sir,
do you,
Before you have the floor to ask Mike TV a question, just give us your general sentiment on the exchange you just heard.
I'm gonna be honest. When he was speaking, it sounded kind of like a word salad. I didn't really get much from it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm being
And you
honest, man.
just heard from Bradley, our resident white correspondent. Back to Kulu.
No, I mean that's fine. That's his opinion. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he was talking about, like that made me want to come on and like debunk it, but I wanted more context first. So
Well,
Facts. But he was babbling too.
I've
He
got a
was
lot of
babbling.
people
exactly.
backstage. So in effort of moving the show forward, Kulu, I'd like you to have a one-on-one with Off Air and the Sea, so you can get that context and all that good stuff. So go ahead and have that conversation with him.
Yeah. So when I hopped in the chat real quick, before we move on, you were mentioning, you know, like something about black people and white people, and I was just like curious on like what was the context on that?
I'm sorry, what were the what on that?
Like the context. As y'all were having a debate, I think you and Mike, and we're having a back and forth, and you mentioned something about like black people and something, and that's what made me want to come on. But I mean, we got lost in the whole
No,
Tariq
I was just up
Nasheed
here
Umar.
giving I'm just up here giving the cons of Tariq Nasheed. That's all. I mean, I can see why people here would
Yeah,
like
yeah.
him.
If you could,
He's obviously again a nationalist leader. For some reason, they deny that nationalist title. I don't understand why. But what I was going to ask Mike though, what I truly don't get, what me and many others truly don't get, is
Sir, I already told you, you will have the chance to ask Mike a question. Right now, you're going to provide some context to Kulu so that he can say whether he supports or rejects your line of thinking.
yeah, like what was your basically like your whole spiel about Tariq Nasheed? Like if you can kind of like rerun it down for me.
sure. So the flaws of Tariq. So, firstly, the main point I was making is that he aggrandizes about a bunch of stuff. All right, he exaggerates about a lot of things. I have no problem, okay, with a leader, because you guys are calling him a leader. I guess it's obviously to be like good spirited, uplifting, etc. to your people, but flat out exaggerating to the point where something's stretched into a lie, I just think I just think he loses like all credibility for that. Well, not all credibility, but a lot. And I'm surprised to see that a lot of his followers just believe every single thing he says, because a lot of the shit that he does say,
Hey, you know what? I forgot. He said that we were nationalists. Tariq was nationalist. And nationalists are about excluding other nations. So let me go ahead and live up to the title real quick and treat him how we would be treated if we were in a predominantly white space on the internet right now. Hey, if you don't get your mayo ass up out of here, boy. Don't you know that this is here for color folks? What the hell is your mayo pasty ass doing up here, boy? Can't you read the room, boy? It is sundown. It is time for you to get the hell out of Dodge here, boy. We don't want your kind around these parts. I don't know which one of these black folks gave you an invite out here to the cookout, okay? But you need to get your ass up out of here while the getting's good, boy. Don't you make us go in the closet. We'll go in the closet and we'll grab, you know what we're gonna grab. And you know where you're gonna be swinging from, boy. You better get your ass up out of here while you still got two legs and two balls. If we
And
were
I remember,
nationalists, if we were nationalists.
no, we don't sound
yeah,
like that, dude.
as I remember now with Mike doing that voice, like why I came up. So as I wanted to, like pose you the question. I mean, you don't think it's important for black people or like black men or black women to know, right, that who created the technology used to then create the cell phone? Or you don't think it's important to know who mastered the first open heart surgery and he was a janitor? Like, you don't think it's like important for that information to be taught and be talked about in documentaries and stuff like that? Like, without it
Yeah.
affecting his credibility?
No, I mean all that makes sense to me. The fact the Hidden History Museum, shit like that. I honestly don't see a problem with that personally. But again, when he talks historically, and how a lot of people are sounding here, is he'll take its contributions from a lot of people, right? In this country, we could say, I'd say mainly European. The industries that you reference, you wouldn't say that the contributions are predominantly European. And it shouldn't have to get into a pissing match like that. It should just be, okay, we both contributed and leave it at that. Okay. But someone like Tariq is saying, no, these people didn't do shit. Okay. They can't tie their shoes. But, and that we created this system, et cetera, that clearly comes from Europe. We live in a European design system. It's
Okay, but
You had
then
to
that's when
flee Europe. You had to flee Europe to come to America where the foundation was laid and everything was just basically at your
well,
feet. Your ancestors came over here fresh off the boat, got some free land, got some free education, got some social welfare, like the country was communist or something. Sir, your people literally live on handouts and walking the road that was already paved for you. I mean, you didn't have shit popping in Europe. That's why you came over here. And when all the immigrants came, when your folks came and got off the boat, the foundation was already laid.
Mike, what you just stated is a theory that not everyone believes. I'm not here to
So you don't
dispute that.
wait. So you don't think? So you think that the Europeans knew exactly the land, the layout, the animals, how the forestry worked when they came over here, or you think they got help from the Native Americans, the indigenous folk that was already living here?
Let's pretend they didn't get help. My people have been exploring for like thousands of years. You really think they just wouldn't have been able to figure it out? If they could figure out, places that are freezing cold,
The only thing your
I mean, we're
people
talking
have
about the New
been
World.
exploring, the only thing your people have been exploring is in between the legs of a musty European prostitute that was lucky enough to keep slanging that crusty pussy because Jack the Ripper hasn't made his way over to her yet. So stop the cap. Real quick, we're going to switch up to that dynamic of the show. We've got another person who's been waiting backstage oh so long. Kev C, go ahead and unmute yourself. Let us know where you're calling in from.
Yeah. Hello, Mike, and to everybody. Hey, thanks for letting me up. So yeah, obviously I'm not gonna say obviously, but I'm Black American on both sides. My family, well, the origin of my family actually starts in Georgia, then it extends out to Florida, North Carolina, then it kind of goes from there. But everything for me starts in Georgia. So that's essentially I would guess the summary extent of my background. It's very. You catch all that? Can you hear me pretty well?
Oh yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead and let us know what you think about Tariq. But before you do, guys, if you're new to the broadcast, smash that like button, hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support the mission. Go ahead and put 5 on it if you appreciate this audit that we're doing of Tariq Nasheed. And goddammit, there's so many trolls that call in on a weekly basis, ranting and raving about Tariq. I'm kind of surprised there aren't more folks that want to call in, but it is what it is, what it's gonna be. Go ahead, Kefsi. What's your opinion on Tariq?
Yeah, he seems okay to me. I mean, there are a lot of people who accuse him of, being a grifter and a shyster and a whole bunch of other stuff. But at the same time, it's a little difficult to prove that, and because, when he says he's going to do something, he's actually does it. Now you can argue about two or three things that he's probably messed up here and there, something about an app, and then, I don't know, something like that. But for the most part, when he says he's going to do a documentary, he gets the money collected and then he does a documentary. If people didn't like what he was doing, then they just stop supporting him. It's really that simple. Because there are people who kind of rail against him, and it's funny. Well, I'm not gonna say it's funny, but it's very interesting because these are the same people that don't produce anything. That's what I noticed. They don't produce anything. They hate on him. They make a big deal about what it is he's doing or not doing. They essentially pocket watch and do all this other stuff. What he has, what is that funny thing that he does all the time? Where is he getting all this money? It's
Yeah.
like if what he's doing is not hurting you in some way or harming you in some way, and definitely not interrupting your life, then what's the concern?
Well, I've got to
And
ask
if
you,
his
Kefsi,
and if his
would you?
fans, if his fans didn't like what he was doing, they just stopped supporting him. It's that simple, right?
Exactly. And Kefsi, would you like a one-on-one with Kulu, the half black, half Indian, or a one-on-one with our resident Mayo ambassador?
Oh, the Mayo guy, man, he's just all messed up.
All right.
And
Go ahead, Bradley. Chad Bradley, you're up.
yeah, is that his name, Bradley?
I'm just giving him a cliche, stereotypical white man name because
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't want
Well,
to call him of Air NC, and
Hey,
it's
hey,
kind of
could I ask you
long-winded.
guys about his documentary that he's working on?
No, you're going to allow KFC to first
so
ask
it's
whatever he
very
needs to ask or, get any clarification he needs to get from you. So go ahead, KFC. What
yeah.
do you have to
So
say to
this
Chad Bradley?
So the resident white guy, the resident white correspondent, he's essentially, it looks like to me that he's projecting. He's running around here throwing out the word nationalist. Now he's the one with the nationalists all over his group. He's got people like Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer. They just had neo-Nazis running around, marching and what I think in Nashville. They do it every 2 or 3 months. They pop up, they do their thing. They say, we're not going to be replaced, and then they do all of this, this nationalist, racism nonsense. And people, and then there's fake outrage from the whites. Oh my gosh, did you see this? And nobody's really doing anything to stop it. And even the FBI says, well, they're a threat, but then you look and see what they're doing. Well, we're not really doing anything. So it's very interesting that it's the same people who actually literally have white nationalists in their group, in their race, running around doing all of this stuff, pumping their fists and the tiki torches and screaming and yelling and running around with the mask and actually doing things and creating chaos and dysfunction and harming people, and have people like, representatives like Jared Taylor and Richard Spencer. He's talking about we're the nationalists. So you're projecting much there, Bradley?
Listen, if you guys aren't nationalists, I guess I'll take your word for it. I was under the impression that you guys were maybe separatists, at a minimum. The way Tariq talks about Whitey, I've listened to plenty of his footage, and it definitely sounds like someone that wants a separation to me. But as Mike had, just informed me, he was saying that that's not the case. So the majority of people here have the ideology that you guys still do want to attempt.
Real quick, Chad Bradley, you admit that you've watched a lot of Tariq. Have you ever heard him advocate for separation of black and white people? Yes or no?
There's things that can be implied through speech, even if they're...
Oh, Lord. Yes or no, Chad Bradley? Yes or no?
I'm going to say yes, because I can quote him on that.
Okay, what's the quote?
He always says that every time that, they start getting some shit together, that the whites, so-called white supremacists come and destroy it, right? That right there.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying?
Sir, him pointing out the fact that white supremacists destroy our historical achievements, that's not in line with what you're talking about, sir. You said that he was a separatist. I said, have you ever heard him advocating for separation? You said, well, he talks about those white supremacists that burned up your Black Wall Street.
Why the fuck you lying?
All right. Go ahead, Kefsi. You've got the floor with him. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, they literally have this evidence of, people from his race doing all sorts of things that actually harm other people. But because when black people actually say something about it, or when somebody like Tariq Nasheed says something about it, then all of a sudden it's a problem.
The FBI crime stats don't show that my people are harming yours more than you guys are harming mine.
Well, what are y'all doing to create all of that harm? Why are y'all over there bothering black people to begin with? Why would you be in the vicinity? Why would you be in the vicinity of black people that are harming you? Just don't be around them. That's the easy fix. What's the problem?
To separate, yeah. To separate. I got you. Yeah, I'm tracking.
Okay, so then you talk about separation. So don't Asians have their own separate areas? Don't Hispanics have their own separate areas? Don't whites have their own separate areas? Don't y'all have all these separate areas?
Most nationalists want a real, an actual like separation. Again, a lot of black leaders in the last century wanted straight up, they were separatists, man. So.
All right. Well, the Mayo Babble is strong tonight. Kev C, we're going to be right back with you in just a moment. We've also got Christopher coming from the back to the front. Christopher, let us know where you're calling in from, what's your lineage, and what do you think about Tariq Nasheed?
This is Christopher Bryant from Los Angeles, originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Just calling. I'm black because I'm black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm black and black, and I'm black, y'all. Blickety black, 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 black.
That's right.
Yeah, my father is Seminole. My mother is from Southern Alabama, so I'm pretty black as hell, black American. The one thing go ahead, Mike, if you wanted to interject. Sorry.
Oh, no. Go
normally ask the questions now, just making sure.
No, you're good. Let us know what you think about Tariq.
Okay, so what I was going to say was like, I remember distinctly when my grandparents were alive, my grandmother saying that she didn't care for Martin Luther King Jr. when he was alive. She said that, she said, herself as a woman felt that what he would do and talk about could create a situation that would be dangerous for Black Americans. She didn't go. Like when MLK came to Cleveland and spoke at our church, my grandmother didn't go. My grandfather went. He was a huge fan of MLK. But my point is this: there are people that see Tariq now the same way that MLK was seen while he was alive. There were folks that saw MLK as basically Al Sharpton when he was alive, even though MLK is nothing like Al Sharpton in real life. But you're always gonna. I mean, I expect a white dude to be hating. Whatever, fuck him. You know, you fuck you, white boy. But besides that, all these people.
ITV does not support nor endorse hate speech against any protected class, including race, religious affiliation, and immigration status. Thank you.
That. But yeah, like I expect that from him. But like there are always going to be some black people who stand on the outskirts and see that someone who's trying to do something progressive as frightening. You know what I'm saying? Like, like not keep in mind there's always some haters too. But you know what I'm saying? Like, especially I can see how a lot of young women, would say, hey, I dig Tariq, but I don't really want to, follow his path or walk with him or whatever the case may be. Me personally, I love Tariq. I think he's a very inspirational brother. He is a hood fella from the Midwest, just like myself. He's from Detroit. I'm from Cleveland. So it's good to see a brother that had aspirations as a young man grow and develop. Yeah, of course, he was on some pimp shit when he was younger, or like Mackin or whatever you call it, shit back in the day.
Wait a
But like,
minute. Time out. Pause the show, sir. Pause the show. I'm glad that you brought up that pimp shit. I'm glad that you just said what? You said he used to be on his pimp shit, right? And that certain ladies
Mackin,
may have a problem with his pimp shit, right?
right?
Well, guess what? I'm going to bestow a word on the congregation, if I may. I'm going to give you guys a little word. Look to your neighbor and say, neighbor, if a woman can have a hoe phase, a man can have a pimp phase.
That's very true. I completely agree, man. Like,
Look to your other neighbor opposite shoulder and say, if a woman can have a hoe phase, a man can have a pimp phase. And let the congregation say, amen. All right, sir, I digress. You have the floor.
But yeah, I mean that's basically my only point for now, man. Is just besides I'm good on white dude. Like we some of our heroes will always be villainized by people who are fearful of them, people who are passive, and house niggas too. You know what I'm saying? And I don't expect somebody that has half whatever ancestry to completely see what Tariq is saying. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, like it was a Dominican kid who lived down the street from me. You know what I'm saying? And like, he was down with us, but when he went home, his mom would say, "Don't hang out with them niggas." So when you go home, it is a great chance there's gonna be some anti-black sentiment from from mom or dad or whoever's, you know what I mean? Like, it's just how the world works, man. So I mean, I'm gonna keep rocking with Tariq. I live in LA, and I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been to the Hidden Histories Museum, but I need to get over there and check it out. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even see if I can get a RSVP for tomorrow night, for the things they got going on. But at the same time, man, like we got to support brothers like him. I mean, honestly, I don't really have a huge problem with Dr. Umar. I ignore him for the most part. So most of the shit he's on, I don't really pay attention to it. You know what I'm saying? Because, he has a crowd that he panders to. You know what I'm saying? Will there
I feel you.
probably
I feel
any
you. Well, real quick, Christopher, real quick. We've got another guest coming from the back to the front. We've got B Thang. B Thang, where you calling in from?
Big thing, I'm calling from Chicago.
All right. And are you a
By the way,
foundational Black American?
I'm B1 to the core, man.
All right. And what's your opinion on Tariq Nasheed?
Tariq gave me so much game that I apply to this day with all my businesses and everything. And the game it gave me far as like relationship wise and stuff like that. He is somewhat of a father figure. Not gonna lie. Just like not in the physical, I support him.
Damn,
I
you said
support
close
him
to
heavy.
me, he like my father. Close to me, he's like my brother. Close to me,
Yeah.
he's like my sister.
And I rock with you, Mike. I ain't gonna lie. I rock with the, but it seemed like no bullshit. Like you like, you know, like throwing a rock and hiding your hand because it's kind of like you kind of like saying like I don't know. It's kind of like you kind of like uh,
Hold on,
picking out the
sir.
bad
Let's
parts
be a little
about them.
specific. Let's be a little specific. How do you believe that I'm kind of like throwing a rock and hiding my hand?
Yeah,
Which
so
part
it's
is me
like
throwing a rock?
basically saying, hey, look, Yordi, how do y'all feel about this guy? And you point out the real like the bad parts and stuff like that. Come on, man. We all know
Sir, what bad part have I pointed out about Tariq
the
Nasheed?
like saying like you like even with the thumbnail, you got him as the pimp image and stuff like that. So see, people want to
Sir,
hide,
sir, 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 calm down, calm down, calm down, calm
brother.
down.
I'm calm, bro.
Well,
I'm
I
calm.
know, I know. Calm down is synonymous with hold your tongue, hold your tongue. I'm going to speak now. Um, First of all, there's nothing wrong with that image. I think Tariq Nasheed himself is not ashamed of that image. He still promotes and sells his Art of Macking book to this day. I understand that my thumbnail and my title may cause question. It may be contentious, but when you say that I'm throwing a rock and hiding my hand, what rock did I throw?
I wouldn't say you throwing a rocket, but I'm saying like we move past that. You know that's what as a people as I'm paying attention to my
Sir,
people
sir, hold
mentality.
on.
We move past that.
Sir. This show has been going on for 2 hours, 55 minutes.
And
At
I've been
what point
listening to
in
every minute
time
of
did
it.
you start? Okay, so if you started listening at the very beginning, then what the fuck are you up here talking about? You saw the title, you saw the thumbnail. Did you read the description?
Yeah, I've been paying attention to what I've been paying to the show,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
and
whoa, whoa,
even like
whoa, 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 bro, 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 bro. You see the title, you see the thumbnail, you've read the description. You heard the start of the stream where I told my personal thoughts and opinions of Tariq Nasheed and gave him kudos for lacing me with game. So, what part of my production was throwing a rock at Tariq Nasheed and then hiding my hand, sir? I'm just wondering, where is this rock I threw? Where is it?
you know what I don't know. Looking at hindsight, you know what? Maybe I don't know. Wait, hey, maybe you're not on that type of time. I'm just checking the temperature, just to see. You know. Yeah.
I understand if you ain't watched none of the content and you
Oh,
just
I
see the
have.
title and
I
you just
fuck
see the
with you.
thumbnail. No, no, no. I could understand if you didn't watch the content and you just saw the title and the thumbnail and you're like, what's going on? The truth about Tariq? What? Someone's exposing Tariq. I get that, but you saying you've been watching from the start and you still don't have proper context on what's going on? Sir, everybody gets it here but you. Give me some black fists in the chat if you get what's going on here. That we standing on lineage, that we protecting an elder while also giving the floor to any naysayers and detractors to call in and try to let us know what issues they have with the man. I mean, put some black fists in the chat if y'all get the mission. Brandon don't get it, but it's okay. You'll get it, brother.
No, no, wait. I'm just saying, Mike. It's just been like so. From somebody, and maybe look now. I see your perspective on it. Okay, but it's just like I don't know. For somebody that's like you say, a tether or a naysayer, come in and like, oh, then they get it. They're like, oh, this is they could take that. But I get it though. I get it now. Hey, my bad, bro. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. I love the content on these vultures in our culture, especially a guy like Umar and just mainly Umar, really. John Lucas, cool. He on his own lane, but uh, stay on Umar neck, man. I'm sorry, bro, for even coming at you like that, but you know, hey, I
Sir,
just want
sir,
to know.
sir, 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 sir. We are standing on lineage, and standing on lineage is extremely serious business. It is not enough
Definitely.
for you to be sorry, sir. It is not enough for you to be sorry. I've got to ask you, do you repent?
I don't know what the man. What the no? What I'm repenting for? No, hell no. It ain't that serious, bro.
You
Hey,
don't
look,
repent, sir? You
yeah,
don't
but
repent?
my
You're
my
just sorry?
apologies,
You're just a sorry ass Negro.
man. Listen, man.
We
I
need
wish
you
I
to repent,
was, bro.
sir.
I
We
wish
need
I
you to repent.
was.
We need you to
Oh, bro, you
repent. Come
good? You good,
on.
my man? You good, my man? You look like one.
All right, all right. Well, thanks for calling in. Thanks for calling in.
All right,
And
Jet.
And you can hang out right there if you want to remain part of the conversation. We're gonna bring everybody up now. We've got Kulu, we've got Kev C, we've got Christopher, we've got James War, we've got Chad Bradley. I guess we'll
We
let the
do
old
have
headsets
Seth.
back on too. You know,
Thank you, man. I
I'm trying to
Seth is
be
appreciate
still
that.
here.
inclusive. I'm
Seth,
trying to
you
be
still here?
inclusive. All right, y'all,
Thank
go
you, man. I
ahead, rock
appreciate it.
out. What y'all got to say about this stream?
This is
So I mean,
crazy.
Yo,
it looks like okay.
All
It looks
walks of
like to
life.
me.
am I on?
Yeah, it just look
Am I? You can hear me?
okay. Yeah, I'm talking about. Go ahead. Somebody's
Hello?
trying to go ahead. There's another
Guys,
guy trying
there's
to talk.
several people on the panel, so everybody go on mute. If somebody wants to speak, just unmute yourself and say, "Hey, let me jump in. Hey, let me add something." But everybody go on mute. If you want to say something, unmute yourself and jump in real quick.
So in conclusion, Tariq Nasheed's pretty comical, but says a lot, exaggerates a lot of shit.
We
What
That's
is
the
he
white. That's the
understand.
exaggerating?
white perspective, or
Yeah,
what?
We understand that's
yeah,
the white perspective. Yeah.
And why does he hate his African brothers? That shit, that makes no sense to me at all.
'Cause we
Like,
ain't
some,
brothers. We ain't brothers with them. You know, we ain't your brother. We ain't they brothers.
see, that's what I don't get. I
Hey,
don't
we're
understand
not
that
brothers.
schism. Like, that makes no sense.
You know what? You know
Why
what's
would he be
interesting
your
about that?
brother?
I was trying to figure out why Jewish people were having trouble with the Anglos, but then after a while, I kind of understood why y'all are having problems. I still don't understand it completely, but I have some aspect as to the understandings. So it's kind of funny you say stuff like that, but you do not recognize the issues and problems in your own group.
No,
Completely
that
different.
group, you said the JEWs. Yeah, like genetically, we do share, you know,
Damn, this motherfucker is too afraid to even say the word Jewish. He
oh
said
no, because I kind of
JEWs.
get your
They
channel.
got you whipped.
You can't
They
talk
got
about
you
you
whipped,
can't talk
boy.
about the Jews on YouTube, but to get your channel whacked like faster than anything.
I don't
Man,
know
fuck
about
them
that, but
too.
all
Well,
right.
I
I
think
guess
that's
it's
only if
working
you're
out for
talking about.
us.
That's probably only if you're talking about him in a negative way. But we're just having a discussion here, and I just
And
noticed that
Richard,
y'all have problems, but you want to sit here and point out issues and problems that you don't completely understand as a white person that we deal with people of African and Caribbean descent and other racial groups and all this other stuff. But it's just very
That's
interesting
fair
that
if
you
you
have
say I don't
you're dismissing
understand it.
you're dismissing your own issues. All right?
That's fair. That's fair that you say I don't understand it. Maybe I don't. I mean,
No, you
again,
don't.
I just look at as the people that I'm racially related to overseas in Europe. I'm just the American experience. I'm more similar to someone in Australia than I am than some other ethnic group here. That's why I just don't understand the FBA and the African schism. I don't
Hold
get
on,
that.
sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on, Chad Bradley. Everybody, one mic. Everybody, mute up for a second. Chad Bradley, how did you just say that you have a closer affinity to Australians than fellow Americans of a different ethnic group? I would think you would have a closer tie to your fellow American, regardless their ethnicity, more so than an Australian. Sir, why do you feel closer to the Aussies than you do your fellow American, whether he's black, white, yellow, or red?
that's their criminal class.
Go ahead, Chad Bradley.
Obviously, growing up in this country, I have a friend group that's obviously diverse, right? But I would still say in Europe, my European brothers, I would say that I have more. If I was to live with a Mexican family or live with a black family, it'd be easier for me to live with an Anglo family somewhere else out there in the world. I mean, don't you guys feel the same way? You guys wouldn't feel more comfortable living
No,
amongst one of your own
I
compared to
would
a white
I
person?
would feel more comfortable living with a Mexican American family than an Australian family any day of the week. I would
I
feel
have
more
to agree with
comfortable
Mike.
with an Asian American family than an Australian family any day of the week. I would feel more comfortable living with a white family than an Australia, or excuse me, a white American, European American family than an Australian family. No. What are you talking about?
I'm like genetically identical to those people over there in Australia and England, etc.
And
Right?
here goes the problem. You think because you have pale skin like them, you have some kind of cultural similarities. Yet when we point out
No,
we have
not
similar
cultural so much. Not
complexion,
racially. Racially, not so
hold on,
cultural.
boy, hold on, boy, hold on. But when we point out that although we look similar to Africans, we have cultural differences. We are delineating. You say that there's an issue with that, and why can't we come together with our African brothers, sir? You're lost in the sauce.
I would say that Tariq takes it way beyond delineating. I mean, the majority of his content is shitting on tethers mainly from Africa, right? Am I right?
So can I ask him a question as it relates to that? So
I
when
would just
somebody
think I'm sorry, go
no, no,
ahead.
no. When somebody's doing something wrong and they're actively, working against you when you're trying to actually empower yourself or actually move the group forward or doing something to benefit your race, and then somebody else who happens to look like you is doing something to undermine that, you don't think we should say something about that? You don't think that's a problem?
No, black people shouldn't do anything to help their positions. Just white folks want us to be docile.
See, and this is what I'm talking
And real
about.
quick,
See,
everybody, one mic, real quick, one mic. To refreef, don't be chicken shit. Click the link and call in. I understand that you fall victim to clickbait readily, but if I ever get in the realm of clickbaiting my audience, as soon as the broadcast starts, I give a disclaimer. And I already explained who the jig was up for. And it wasn't for Tariq. I'm sorry, you fell for the okie doke. And now you're here. So shut up and listen or click the link and call in. Go ahead, guys.
yeah. So
So, like,
one
real
of the
quick,
things that go
like,
ahead.
what's your bigger point with the us being divided amongst ourselves? Like, do you think that that being the case, that stops us from bigger political movements or change in law? Like, is that your point you're making?
A continent of like 2 billion fucking people that I'm genetically descendant from, I would think having good relations would be beneficial. Yes, you don't think so?
We're not descended from them. We're not
You're not.
descended from them. First of all, and second of all, like here's the thing, man. Like
You're not genetically similar to them.
we're,
Hold
dude.
on. That
Everybody's the
don't
same,
play the
bro.
semantics because you
He didn't
Yeah,
said
say
you
genetics.
said
He said descended. That's different
right.
culturally.
it
Descendant
It's
doesn't
culturally
is
matter. We're
different.
different
not
from
them.
similar. Right. We're
You know what
not
I'm
Hold
them.
on,
saying?
guys. Real quick, guys. One mic, one mic. Donald, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate the cash app. Let me drop a bomb for Donald. All right, go ahead, guys. Go ahead, guys. You can jump back in.
Yeah, it's just clear to me that this white guy does not understand really what's going on. He's talking basically because we're all black or of African descent, we all gotta be on the same sheet of music, and he doesn't really understand what's happening. But meanwhile, I can literally look over here in his group and see where he doesn't get along, where the Anglos and the Jewish people don't even get along, and which is something I couldn't even understand because as far as I was concerned, they were both white. But now that I know a little bit more about it and I've actually done a bit more research, I still don't completely understand it, but I do have at least some idea of why they're having trouble.
You
But
know what
he can't
change in
understand
our countries?
why there might be differences and issues between people of African descent because they're not necessarily on the same sheet of music.
I'm not talking about the same exact page. I'm not saying that. But again, if you look at any other nationalist group, they usually are united kind of worldwide.
Why do we need to unite with them? What seriously? Why? Tell me why you think we need to unite with Africans.
And
What
that's
good,
how
good
you
would that do?
know. Wait, and that's how you know we're not a nationalist group because we're not united globally with Africans. Thank you for proving our point.
Again, this is
How would
news
that
to
benefit
me.
us?
But
How would that
And
benefit black people?
When you
not
guys
only
refer
that,
to, I'm sorry, the
not only
ancestors, are
that,
they not African? No?
No, my dad's a Seminole.
Hey, me no African papi, me
Yeah,
Aboriginal.
I think his history is a little bit wrong. Like to the white
Muskegon
guy
Creek
here,
Nation. Read all about it.
do you think Native Americans are only like the people they show in the books and movies? Like, do you believe that there was, like, I guess, melanated indigenous folk?
Or were they all white folks?
At this point,
Tonto.
it's still a theory at this point. It hasn't been proven as fact
See,
anyway.
Okay, hold on. Time out,
see,
guys.
and
One mic,
that's
one mic, one mic. Everybody go on mute except for Chad Bradley for just a moment. I humbly ask thee. Sir, do you know what complexion the indigenous Australians are, since you want to talk about Australia?
Yeah, they're dark Aborigines. Yeah.
good one,
So
Mike.
why do you not think that there were dark Aborigines in the Americas?
I'm just the common man. I have to find proof in things before it solidifies my
The Brooklyn
thinking. Yeah.
Museum, the
You
Brooklyn
have
All right,
Museum
the
has
guys.
only
proof.
proof you have is that some white man told you that Tonto was riding a horse over here. You don't have any how many archaeological digs have you been on and how many caves have you explored? The white folks is telling you this so you believe it. But when a black man tells you, no, I'm Cherokee, I'm Seminole, no, I need proof. That's as Tariq says, that's I'm white and I say so. You need somebody white to say so for you to believe it. You know what I'm
But
saying?
that's
So we
then you're pulling I'm black and I say so without furnishing proof, right?
yeah, because
No,
like
No,
I
my
mean you
hold
can
on,
look
hold
it
on,
up.
You
guys,
can't
guys,
just
guys,
my
guys,
father
believe
guys,
told
guys,
me.
guys.
I don't
someone.
need
One
to prove
mic,
it to
one mic,
you.
one mic. Everybody go on mute. Everybody go on mute. Everybody go on mute.
Can I have this sucker real quick?
No. Hold on.
I can't just go on a wild ride. Believing
Everybody includes you, Chad Bradley. You don't get special privileges around here. Come on now. I know how y'all get down. I grew up with y'all. Now listen here. While I do want to enjoy the rest of my joint, Chad Bradley has asked for proof. Chad Bradley does not understand where he's at. Chad Bradley does not understand I'm the king of receipts. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and put down my joint, remove myself from my selfish inhibitions, and walk back to my desk. And I'll furnish the proof since you want
That's a
proof,
black
Chad
guy to say
Bradley.
so. Nigga, please.
Since you want proof. Everybody hold their tongues for just a moment. I'll give him proof. He's talking about he has no idea of black Aboriginal
He still won't
people and
believe you if you give him proof,
yeah.
man.
I know, but this is mostly to educate the FBA fan.
And while you're getting the
I'm
proof,
killing.
why would it even
No.
matter?
While we're getting the proof, you're gonna shut up. That's what's gonna happen. So everybody, hold on just a moment. It doesn't take me long to find the proof. And notice how he listens to so much Tariq Nasheed. His algorithm is filled with Black history, but he negates the Black history that's inconvenient for his narrative. Guys, speak game. Am I the only one who saw that, or
No, I peeped as soon as he
Nah,
anyone
said
else?
yeah, peeped it from the
when
beginning.
he
Oh,
said
His
okay.
that
history is
when he said
Yeah.
that, yeah, this is in my algorithm. Like, oh, nigga, he's obsessed with this shit, but at the same time gonna deny it.
In my
Well, look,
algorithm, he said.
I just
In my
whenever we
algorithm.
have these conversations with non-black people, they try to come off as if they're intelligent and they know what they're talking about, but they just seem ignorant on everything.
It ain't
well, the
no way
That's
you
how
history
gonna
you
come
goes
out
back
that's how
algorithm.
you guys come off. And
6,000 years. I mean, the history only goes 6,000.
but you want to try to purport that somehow black people are the less intelligent ones. Like we don't know what we're talking about. As if we don't study ourselves and study what it is you guys are doing as well, and what other people are doing.
So yeah, it's like, am I supposed to believe my family regarding my lineage, or should I believe a McGraw Hill textbook? You know what I'm saying? That's what you expect us to like go with. You know what I'm saying? You should believe your family and what they tell you. With that, we don't need to prove anything to you. We don't care if you accept it or not. You're in our space right now. We're not going
Right.
to white people's spaces and giving a fuck about their genealogy or their community. Y'all do that to us, all y'all.
There's a book
Even when
called New America. It was published in 1675, and the people who wrote it were Europeans, but they illustrated two different sets of groups: indigenous, like melanated, darker skin, like black folks, and then you had the lighter skin, typical Native Americans. And Florida, Louisiana, Southern California, Texas. I mean, even Christopher Columbus states in his notes that there was dark skinned people when he arrived. You know what I mean? Like
Arawak
over here to
people.
America. So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence everywhere, bro. It's just like y'all choose not to research that specific part, but y'all want to research Christopher Columbus. Y'all want to research, other parts of history that only goes back to a 6,000 year period. But I mean, let's go back further. The mounds in Louisiana, right? The Louisiana mounds at LSU. Those are 11,000 years old when they began a construction of those mountains. You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, the further you go back, bro, I mean, let's be real. And then that's the issue is that you have Africans trying to tell us that we all come from Africa. And then you have actual history and artifacts and evidence here that indicates that a lot of us came from this continent, was born here. And when you actually look at the slave Atlantic, database, bro, like they tell you that out of the 12 million, only 388,000 were shipped to the 13 colonies. It's the 10 million were shipped to South America. So how do you get
Exactly.
388,000 so-called slaves to 43 million with Jim Crow, lynching, slavery, right? All it doesn't add up. We were already here, and then if you incorporate right the conquistadors and the Mayan people, I mean that's a whole other a thing that we can go down and show you artifacts and cave paintings of what the Mayans actually look like. You know what I mean? And we can go to the Brooklyn Museum to where they got the actual portraits of the actual kings and the Mayan kings, and you'll see they're dark like us, dark like Tariq. They got names like Tupac, like they got like black names. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. I mean, like history's out
See, our
Well,
history has been deleted by white folks in history books.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everything you just ran down, see, if you actually acknowledge that there might have been Aboriginal Africans or Black Indians, then of course, then the white people can't they can't fake claim their native status. They can't be the
I mean,
fake Indians.
yeah. And like to me, it's very simple. I mean, if all these continents were once connected at one period in time, and eventually, like broke apart, who's to say that we haven't conquered that one landmass? And when shit like began to break apart, our ancestors were distributed amongst that one landmass, and then slowly over the millions of years, a thousand, however long, because history is always right. They say one thing, and we find out 10 years, it's another timeline, right? Um,
Hmm.
like who's to say that we all just didn't originate from the same landmass, and then as the continents spread apart as time goes on, we just evolve to our lands, like to our environments through adaptation. You know what I mean? Dr. Sheikh Diop proved that. You know what I mean? This is basic chemistry. This is basic biology we're talking. That Tariq's talking, and this is why I agree with what Tariq talks about, and why I think he's different than a lot of other people. And I might have misspoke about the whole question that Mike asked me, but yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff he does talk about are facts, man. That I think is very important that we just can't gloss over. You know what I mean? Like I say, it's some woke nonsense. It's some, like some labels like that.
Yeah, well, you see how knowledgeable you are. This is the same guy that's coming up here talking about he can't even get the Civil War right. He's
Yeah.
babbling on about the Civil War and getting that all screwed up. He can't even just say one side was fighting for one thing and the other side was fighting for another thing. That's it.
I mean, if I'm not
He
mistaken,
can't even do that.
wasn't Mexico fighting to free the slaves? You know what I mean? And Alamo and shit like that. Like, if I'm not mistaken, if I got my history correct. I mean, so it's like, yeah, man, like, man, there were so many factors that was playing in the Civil War that they don't talk about. They just talk about the stereotypical shit, plain old history.
Well, it's just been my observation that most when white people talk about it, they generally lie about it. They love to say, "Well, 3,000 plus whites fought to free the slaves," which that's not true at all. None of that's true. But that's the story that they tell, and they've been telling that same lie for decades now. And whenever they talk about it, that's their bragging and talking point. Well, y'all are lucky because we worked hard and we sacrificed, and 300,000 plus people died to free black slaves, which none, as if black people didn't get up there and actually fight to free themselves, or just kind of waited for the good, kind-hearted white folks to just save them from slavery.
And Lincoln said it himself. He didn't give a fuck about if slavery was abolished or if it stayed in place. The fucking president literally said, "I don't care. It matters not." I think it's you can look that up too. You know what I'm saying? The war was economic. It wasn't about slavery. It was about fucking money. They didn't give a fuck if we stayed in. We could be slaves right now if Lincoln for all Lincoln cared.
Absolutely. So yeah, he's running around here talking about states' rights. No, one side wanted to maintain the institution of enslavement. The other side wanted to preserve the union or keep the country from dividing in two. That's literally all it was about. Nobody was talking
And
about
isn't it?
freeing anybody except the black men and some of the women, but black men who were actually trying to free themselves from enslavement. Those are the only people who were talking about it, and that's how it came about. It
I
wasn't even
mean,
a topic of discussion at the beginning of the Civil War. Black people had
it's
to push
crazy,
that and
bro.
actually force themselves into that conflict. And not only that, one of the reasons that the black people actually were accepted what Lincoln actually was grateful to have black people get into the fight was that the South was beating the brakes off the North. They needed more bodies. And once black men got on the roster, yeah, we turned the tide of the war. At least our ancestors turned the tide of the war and helped the North win. That's it. All this other stuff about states' rights and all this other babble that you guys do, it's nonsense. It's that rewriting and distorting of history, this revisionist history that you guys love to tell. That's an absolute lie. This is why black people actually have to tell their own stories. This is why black people actually have to tell the truth about history and not this distortion and revisionist nonsense that people like this guy's up here babbling about. This is why you guys can't be trusted. This is why we can't listen to you. This is why we actually have to do our own research. Because when you guys say something, it's not like, well, I'm white and you're supposed to believe it. It's like, no, you're white and I got to check it 3 or 4 times by
Exactly.
multiple different sources. And then I got to cross
That
reference.
Thomas
And I got to
Sowell
look up. I got to look at my
is
own
their
primary
scholar, guys.
sources and secondary sources and do everything else
And
that you're not doing.
And here's the
Just
thing,
to,
there's no sources. This is all through family genealogy and word of mouth. There's no sources. All
What are
these
you talking
white
about?
educators and history there's no sources as far as our genealogy. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as like how long we've been here. Nothing goes back. To the night to the 1600s. Very little documentation goes back to the 1700s. You know what I'm saying? But like all we can all we can know is really is that hey, we've kind of always been in the U.S. We've always been in North and South America, people of color. And we've always been here. We
Yeah, like, and that's where it gets dicey, right? Because homeboy called it a theory, you know what I mean? And that's where like a lot of us divide. And this is where like I'm with Mike on a lot of the stuff he talks about when it comes to the FBA versus the tethers and stuff like that. Because that break in history that Africans want us to believe that we all came from Africa, but based off the artifacts, based off the all the evidence here, like that's just not the case. And then when you like even do research, into some of these mounds, like when you do like research into some of the contracts that these five civilized tribes made with the government and made with these colonies and stuff like that, like you really start to see what went on here. And it's like the same thing with Mexico, right? And it's a quick history lesson. Like when the conquistadors first came, like they didn't just come up there guns blazing. They made alliances with the other tribes that weren't doing so well on the outskirts, and those tribes gave up defense measures, like told them all about the land, all about their damn things, and that's how they were able to then take over Montezuma, then rename that whole entire place Mexico City. And then those allies then populated that city, and those descendants are now the so-called people in Mexico City today. You know what I mean? So that's how you can be replaced so easily from your land in just a matter of 100 years. And that's what people don't realize. And that's the same thing that happened here. You know what I mean? You had the so-called civilized tribes, but they were a lot bigger. There's a lot more of them that linked together with the colonists, showed them the layout of the land, helped them out, and then helped fight and give them information on the other tribes. You know what I mean? And that's just like the reality of what happened here. And that's the history that they don't want to talk about, along with
suspect.
disease and other shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we
All
got the
right,
white
hold
guy
on,
up
guys.
here
Hold on, guys.
babbling.
One mic. I'm switching over to my desktop. Give me just a second.
Hey, white dude, why y'all just don't like black
All
people?
right, all right. Can
Like
you guys
real
hear me
talk.
okay? Hello, mic check, mic check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we can
got you,
hear you.
Mike. Go ahead.
Okay.
We
Okay,
got you.
cool. So I wanted to put this whole no natives were black thing to rest once and for all. So I brought quite a few different examples. Pardon my absence. There's a guy on YouTube. Let me know if anybody on the panel has ever heard of the research guy.
Yeah, I heard of him.
Nah.
Yeah, so he does extremely good um videos when it comes to documenting the black natives, if you will. Let me go ahead and start by sharing a community post of his. I believe he posted this yesterday. Here it is. Are you guys able to see my screen all right? Can everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got
All
visual.
right, perfect. So this is a photo here. Old photo. Old photo. Depictions matter. Indigenous American description says African American boy with feathers. Let's go ahead and read the description of this. It says here that this is a goddess with a liberty pole cap holding a shield with an eagle and an African American boy dressed in feathers. Why would he be depicted as dressed in feathers? There's a moose hunting scene in the mountain lake behind. Prints of the four continents were popular where? They were popular subjects in England between 1790 and 1815. So, way back in the 1700s, early 1800s, this is how Europe was depicting the Americas, a goddess of liberty and an African American boy dressed in feathers. America was most often depicted as a plumed goddess surrounded by the symbols of America's sovereignty. The backgrounds were frequently depictions of the wild American landscape, Niagara Falls, or a mountain wilderness. This enigmatic boy figure, part slave and part savage. Oh, who do
the white dominant society deem are savages, the indigenous folk. So he's part slave, part indigenous. Oh, interesting. And this became a curious new American figure depicted in other American engravings. Damn, so in Europe, they was always depicting the Americas as this. This was always the depiction of the melanated Aboriginal people. But wait, there's more. There's definitely more. I was gone for a minute, y'all. Y'all know I normally bring up the receipts much quicker than that, so you know we've got quite a few receipts to run through. Let's get into the content. First one.
Listen, y'all can hate all y'all want to, but everybody knows we were already in America before slavery. Watch this.
And we see that they came there at 51,000.
How did they come from Africa to what we consider North America?
To North America, 51,700. All of those places that came by ship. The Reed ships, Reed ships, as Thor Heyerdahl showed that you could sail a Reed ship from Africa to South America in his Ra 2 experiment.
So they came to the Americas, not necessarily what we consider North America.
They were first in South America 56,000 years ago. And then we have a place, Dr. Al Goodyear, University of South Carolina, found a area in South Carolina that dates back to 51,700 BC.
Now, of course, everybody's going to use Africa, because that's the theory that everybody's been brainwashed with. But there were Black people on this continent who did not necessarily come from Africa. Listen, y'all can hate all.
Wait, there's more. Let's get into another one. Let's hear what Chad Bradley has to say about this. Not that we care.
It's in America before Columbus. Watch this.
Christopher Columbus actually wrote in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come in large boats trading in gold-tipped metal spears. Columbus took 2 of these spears and sent them back to Spain to be assayed. They were microscopically inspected in Spain. Then they found that of 32 parts, 18 were gold, 6 of silver, 8 of copper. That's identical with spears being forged in African Guinea. And all the songs that the Native Americans were using for these spears are the same songs that the Africans were using, Ghana and Kane and Kani and Ghanin, etc.
The truth is no longer hidden and must be spoken. All right, y'all.
Wait, there's more. I'm telling you, the research guy is an easy go-to when it comes to videos about our Black indigenous ancestry. Let's get into another one, y'all. Let's get into another one.
Painting on the wall. Watch this.
Is that an original painting, sir? Oh, yes. Nearly everything here is original. That was done in Austria, 1761. The discovery of America. The discovery of America. Is it all in there? Nearly. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. The discovery of America. I think I'm just going to leave this $10 here on the table, sir.
Damn, is that Black folk back there? Dressed in native garb, indigenous with spears and feathers on their head. Damn, them are some blackety black folk, not to be confused with the red or the yellow. Them are some Black folks, y'all.
That weighs out of my hands. Oh, relax. Take a minute. Try one of these. Huh? Try a few of them, in fact. All right.
Those Indians were jet black, undeniable. This the old TV show.
Come on, y'all. Another one. Let's go. You got it queued up.
Indigenous people never vanish. We were written out of history.
People get really upset and say, well, you're not really Indian. Well, yes, they are. They had to lie about who they were. They lost, for lack of a better word, their public identity.
That's right. That's why a lot of your African-American friends, if you ask them about their ancestry, they'll tell you that they're Creek or Cherokee or Blackfoot, or they have Indian in their family. That's right, because most so-called African-American people are actually American people.
Damn. Hey, Chad Bradley, why does the other white guy get it, but you don't?
That dude's a fucking idiot. I don't know him. What the fuck?
Our white
But
correspondent.
what do you say about the evidence that he showed, though? Like, what do you say about the other videos?
Aboriginal American people, organic to the land.
We're here and we're here to stay. Indigenous people never.
Let's go, y'all. Another one. Another one. I queued up a few. I queued up a few for the naysayers. Oops, wrong video. I queued up a few for the naysayers, y'all. Let's get into it.
So during the time of the Indian Removal Act, if you did not leave your homeland, watch what happened to you.
If you back up to pre-Jacksonian America, and the time of Indian removal, there's no advantage to identifying as Indian, unless it was very important for you to keep your family and kin and nation together. If you were most interested in remaining where you were, because that was sacred ground where you were living, because you did not want to be removed, then there was advantage of identifying as African. Which means then you would not be rounded up, put on the rolls, and sent west, but you could stay right where you were.
Did y'all see that? The American Indians that did not leave their homeland got reclassified as an African. Now, why would they reclassify these people as African if they didn't look like Negroes?
So damn. Not me coming through with some receipts. All right. Shout out to the research guy.
Yeah, so it's not just that too, Mike.
Hold on, y'all. We got two more.
The word Seminole. Let's let somebody else tell you. Watch this.
Seminole, and in fact, the word Seminole is not even an Indian word. It is derived from a Spanish word, cimarron, meaning runaway slave. And so from the beginning, you don't have an Indian tribe.
Historical evidence documents their close relationship. Blacks became chiefs, signed treaties, and served on the tribal council. Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then. Joe Opala, who has worked to preserve their legacy, says that's wrong.
The Black Seminoles fought side by side, died, bled for those lands in Florida.
The Seminole Nation was made up of indigenous slaves. That was the original tribe. All right, since
one more, y'all. One more. Oh wait, actually, that's all of them. That's all, folks. What do you guys think about that evidence we just presented to the court of public opinion? From TV shows to artist depictions going back to the 1500s and everything in between, how are they going to babble away from this? How can they refute it?
Well, they'll just say they don't believe it. That's really all they're going to do. But not only in addition to the videos and the evidence that was brought forth, and then the first person testimony from people who've actually done actual research and not some guy who's babbling on YouTube. There's also books that support this. I don't know if you guys have seen the book Black Indians: A Hidden Heritage. It speaks to all of this. There's other
Who are
books
you
that with similar titles.
referencing when you say a guy babbling on YouTube?
I'm talking to this guy. Is it Bradley or I'm forgetting his
Chad
name.
Bradley. Yeah. Our resident white correspondent.
Yeah.
Our Mayo
Like
babbler.
so look, what it is he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Look, I wouldn't expect a non-black person to actually even have any interest in doing the research and find out the truth for themselves. Why would they? They're having trouble.
Let's pretend I give you this one. What does that have to do with the FBA African schism? I mean, that's the main thing I was interested in because it makes no sense to me, honestly.
Because it shows you a difference in history.
Time out, guys. Educate us, sir. What is the FBA African schism?
Well, again, I mean, tonight's topic's about Tariq, right? That's all he does is shit on them African tethers. And again, it's very confusing to someone like me. Like when I go to Europe, I feel right at home.
Sir, why do we care? Your people fled from Europe. We didn't flee from Africa. We've been here since day one. Oh, wait, you don't believe any of the evidence that we just brought up citing the indigenous black people that even the Europeans, your folks, acknowledged way back in the 1500s, huh? So your folks were just drawing black Native Americans for no reasons, right? No reason at all?
Right, just willy-nilly.
You keep saying we fled, but there's like 25 plus years.
Mr. Mayo babbler, you come from a European lineage. Your European ancestors depicted the Aboriginal indigenous folks of America as copper-colored black folks. Do you think your ancestors were lying? Yes or no?
I would have to see more proof, man, to put it simple.
Oh, I know. He saw 5 videos, dude, but he needs to see like 15 to 30 videos, and maybe,
I
man, he'll
told
like
you, no,
totally
he
think
will
about
never
maybe
believe us.
considering the info,
He,
dude.
he need to hear it from a white man to believe it. He'll never believe us.
Yet we
But
played
it's
videos
already in the
showing white
universities.
people. Yeah, we showed
Yeah,
white
what?
historians that already.
I mean,
We showed
universities
white
are
people
already
who
confirming.
affirmed all this. So there's many white people that understand this history. He just chooses to remain ignorant
Dude,
to
the
it. That's
blacks
all.
being Indian, that wasn't a hill that I was willing to die on. I didn't think it was that fucking serious. There's
No, but
I
that's
know,
what like you
dude.
don't realize,
You
bro.
like
Like
don't
that's
think our
what's.
heritage, man. You don't like think our heritage and like our culture is that serious, dude. We understand, bro. This is like just entertainment for you, man. We get it, dude. We get it. All right, guys, we have a new guest. I'm gonna have a quick one-on-one with them. Coming from the back to the front is Willow Whale. Willow
Hey,
Whale,
Mike,
where are
what's
you calling in from?
I'm actually calling from Hong Kong. Yeah, but I'm from New York City. My parents are from North and South Carolina. I work here in Hong Kong. As a matter of fact, I live and work between Hong Kong and the UK. These Europeans who talk about how they're Europeans, listen, 95% of the Europeans that live in the United States, they're from Eastern Europe. They're from Eastern Europe, and somehow they made their way to Western Europe before they came to the United States. So whatever they say that they're German or they're Danish or they're English or whatever, all these guys came from Eastern Europe. They made their way from Eastern Europe. Folks from Croatia, they made their way through Italy. Folks from Bulgaria, Bolivia, Czech Republic, Latvia, Lithuania, the Ukraine, they made their way through Bern, Switzerland, and through Paris, I'm sorry, through France and Germany and all these other places. These guys are not from Western Europe. As a matter of fact, when I'm in, let's say, because I've lived in Aberdeen, Scotland for like 6, 7 years, okay? And I've met white folks from the United States, those that do have passports, because most Americans don't have passports, especially most white Americans. You know why? Because they don't know anybody in Europe and nobody knows them, okay? And whenever I meet, let's say, white folks from the United States, and I say, oh, you're on vacation, say, yeah. My grandfather or my great grandfather, he's from Scotland, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I ask him, what part of Scotland is your grandfather from? Uh, uh, I don't really know. And they start laughing it off because they don't know. They don't know whether their ancestors are from Aberdeen, Scotland, Fife, Dundee, Edinburgh, Glasgow. They don't know. That's because they're not from there. You know, there's nobody that can pick them up at the airport. And these people, they're like around 35, 36 years of age. So it should be very, very, very easy and simple for
Hold on,
them
real quick,
to
sir.
trace.
Sir, let's reel it in a little bit. Let us know what your thoughts are on Tariq Nasheed.
I like Tariq. I listen to Tariq all the time.
Okay, cool. Simple enough. We'll continue, sir. You definitely were cooking.
Yes, so yeah, it's all lies when they say, "Oh, we're from Europe," etc. Listen, most blacks from the United States don't have passports. You know why? Because we don't know nobody anyplace else but in the United States. And most whites that live in the United States that also don't have passports because they don't know of anyone in Europe. And that's a fact. Now, these blacks that you see that travel to places like Brazil and they go around traveling with a camera and that kind of stuff, these blacks are not from the United States. They're from the Caribbean, they're from Africa, and they're like second generation Americans or first generation Americans, most of the blacks that you see. And that's how that is. Okay, so these whites who talk about Europe, they're not from Europe. They don't have passports. They've never been to Europe. And Europe don't claim these guys. They do not. They don't claim them. And most of them are from Eastern Europe. Donald
All
Trump's,
right, and
I think it's his grandmother.
we've got another guest as well. We've got Snap in the building. How you doing, Snap?
Yo, what's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up, Snap?
Hey,
Good show
we got
tonight, man.
Smiles with you too.
She can be, but she's doing something in the kitchen.
Okay, no worries. Well, hey, if she's available at some point, I would like to get her take on Tariq Nasheed, since I have heard some ladies be skeptical of him because he made like the art of Mackin and stuff. So, you know, if she is available, but if not,
Okay.
it's all good.
All right. Well, I want to say on Tariq Nasheed, he's doing good. He did good, and something like the promises he made, he did his best to keep them. He didn't get to actually what you were saying. He didn't get where he really wanted it, but this is the thing that what we live in our life in this country, being black people. We try to bring up our community. We try to be good and all this here, and there's always someone trying to tear us back down, and it's usually from the other communities. So it's like I bet Tariq expect it. He don't bother with it because he don't let it stop him. He keep going and he keep going. Now, for someone, and I know the guy, he said, he said it wrong when he first came in, where he compared Tariq to Umar and stuff like that. But all he have to do is open his eyes, and he'll change that all himself. Because when someone have 10 to 13 years to do something that they promised, and they still haven't done it, and still talking crazy and still saying, give me money, he's pandering. And then the people that allows themselves to be pandered and still get him the money, that's on them. But he needs to stop doing that. That's why I make sure I don't follow anyone like that. I follow Tariq because he's real good at what he's doing. And Mike TV, you're real good at what you're doing. And people that come on here and have the nerve to come out their mouth, being a grown person, to tell another grown man that you own somebody nuts because you're talking the same truth that he's talking. They call it something else. They say, he's inspiring you. No, it's truth. It's truth to this stuff. When you see the truth, you don't have to be kissing up to nobody. You just tell the truth too. And you first have to find the truth yourself. And that's what a lot of us do. Now, the white guy, yeah, he gonna keep saying that no matter what we show him, tell him, whatever. Even if the truth was to fall down in his lap, he would still go on that hill that he just tried to accuse us on. He'll go on that hill and die on it, saying, no, black people are not right. They shouldn't get reparations. That's something that's owed to us, sir. Our ancestors got enslaved, they got raped, they got beat, they got killed, they got murdered, and all the way up to Jim Crow and all the way to civil rights, they got lynched, they got
It's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government.
And I'm gonna bring it home, Mike, because I know sometimes I could go a little long.
No, brother. You are fine. I was just pointing out the direct involvement from the government.
Yes, exactly. Sir, if you don't understand when stuff is owed to people for what their ancestors went through and what they go through today, then sometimes you don't need to open your mouth because nothing serious, nothing truthful is coming out of it. Now,
and real quick, brother, J-Man, you just got timed out. J-Man, click the link and call in. Say it with your chest. Go ahead, Snap. My bad.
Yeah, I've been telling a lot of people in the chat about that too. When you say something, when you say it to a grown man, the one that called in sounded like he was kind of smoking or whatever. But when you say something to someone and someone asks you, excuse me, what did you say? Did you say I was doing this? You have to say that with your chest. Even if you're wrong, you got to say it again so they can explain it to you and get you to understand the truth about it. You can't come in here spilling all these lies out your face, and then when someone tell you the truth, you want to double down. Because when you double down, guess what? We're going to double kick your ass right up out of here with those lies. I'll be right back.
Well, everybody feel free to weigh in. Remain on mute unless you have something to say. Then go ahead and unmute and jump on in.
Hey, can I say this real quick about the Umar statement? Because I'm going to get ate up, Mike. about that damn statement. I didn't know the context
You
in which
know
you were
that's why I
asking.
was on your helmet, boy.
Yeah, yeah,
You know
yeah.
that's why I was on your.
Yeah, I was
Don't
wondering
even
like,
bring Umar's
why
name
is
in the
Mike
same
coming at
sentence
me
as
like
Tariq
that?
if you around me. Come on
I
now,
was like,
come
Mike,
on.
I know you for 3 years. Why is Mike coming at me like that? Now,
Hey,
yes, let
hey,
me go and
hey, hey,
replace
hey,
that statement.
wait. Pause. Listen to what he just said, y'all. Listen to what he just said. I've known Mike for damn near 3 years. Why he coming at me like that? Because I stand on lineage, okay? I don't care if I know you
Yeah,
10 years, 15 years. If I think something you said is kind of disrespectful to our community or it's improper, I gotta at least address it. And after addressing it,
yeah,
hindsight being 2020, you recognize the error of that statement and it's all good.
yeah, man. That's like putting, and I wouldn't call Tariq LeBron, but that's like putting a shitty player in LeBron's set. Like the same conversation. It's not even worth like with Umar. Like Umar is definitely a
Right.
proven scammer. He's like a nature boy. Like young pharaohs. Polite scam artist. So I agree with you. And the sector I come from, Mike. So I'm always skeptical of all these guys that got all these big followings. But from what
And
I've
that's why at
seen,
the same
is
time, even
Tariq
though we was harsh
has
with you,
accomplished
I
his
had to
goals. Yeah.
pause. I had to pause and give you your flowers and say, hold up, don't get it twisted. Y'all aren't familiar with him. His content is exposing the frauds, the grifters, the predators within the conscious community, within the black community. So he does the work. He's just kind of incorrect on this one statement, and we gave him a little bit of straightening, and it's all good.
Oh yeah, but yeah, man, I was wrong. As Tyreek does his like does his thing. I don't watch him too much as I probably should, but and I was speaking out of place. So yeah, I just want to apologize for that statement. But yeah, all the other stuff, I agree with and I believe in wholeheartedly. And like a lot of the facts that Mike brought up about us being indigenous, is true. And there's books that prove that. Like those same images, and that's how you tell the difference between the fake Native American and the actual real one. The image that Mike showed of the little boy with the feathers standing straight up towards the sun is just like the coils in our hair. They stand up straight
Hold on,
towards the
brother.
sun.
I understand you apologize, but you, being part of the black community yourself, understand the importance of the Negro spiritual, if you will. So, although you apologize, sir, do you repent?
Just say
Yes, I
yes.
can repent. Yes,
Just say
yes, I
yes.
can
That's what I'm
repent.
talking about.
And just
We don't
Yes.
want no devils in the house, Lord. They're sick.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Jesus! Hallelujah! Yes, God. Praise the Lord God. Yes, God. Hallelujah! Yes. Jesus, praise the Lord. Yes, God. Hallelujah, God. Yes. We don't want no devils in the house, God. Yes, we Lord. Want the Lord. Yes, that's Jesus. It, God. Yes, God. Everybody pray. Amen. 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 Yes.
oh, Mike, can I bring you for
Amen.
a second? Mike.
Well, real quick, let's allow Kulu to round off his
Okay.
remarks and
I'm
then hop
sorry.
on
Go
in.
ahead.
Yeah. So yeah. As you can just tell the small differences with the actual indigenous people, us versus the fake ones with the fake, the over exaggerated headdress and stuff like that. I mean, you can obviously see the difference. But I mean, he speaks a lot of facts, man, and I was wrong about that statement, so I just want to address that publicly because I know that when Homeboy came up and mentioned like what I said, like I know that I'm gonna get shit about that. So yeah, I apologize, but I agree with what Mike said and the evidence that he's shown. It's straight up. And with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima's statement, right? That's my issue with him is that he believed we came from Africa, right? So and he's from university. He's from I think Rutgers, if I'm not mistaken. Um, so he like got he got caught up believing that mainstream academia narrative, but when you do your actual research, you figure out that that narrative constructed in academia is the big psyop, like is the big fake narrative that is what is keeping us back from truly like getting reparations, getting our land rights, and all the other shit.
Hmm.
Yeah, that Darwinism shit and the whole out of Africa model is steeped in racism. You know what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers really believe that all of North and South America was vacant. You know what I'm saying? After the creation of the earth, until people crossed the ocean, you know what I'm saying? Like and walked across the Bering Strait and all this shit. It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? I just and that and if you believe that shit, you normally have views that are along the lines of our white friend here, where he has to see it from someone else that to understand it, because it doesn't make sense if it's not related to the whole
Hey, wait,
tree.
real quick. Snap wanted to jump in and real fast before he does. I want to point out how interesting it is that our Mayo brethren was saying how he's surprised we don't have a closer kinship and affinity to these Africans. Well, by his own Mayo ancestors' rhetoric, by his own Mayo ancestors' theories, they believe in out of Africa theory. So he even has lineage from Africa. So if he does not acknowledge his African lineage in the slightest, and we're supposed to acknowledge ours, albeit distant, for some of us who even have it at all, how many generations removed until we are our own thing and we delineate? I mean, if they believe truly an out of Africa theory, then they should also have some kind of kinship with Africans, because we all came from Africa, right?
Right.
Or is that just a high thought because I just finished one of two
Well,
joints I just rolled?
that's
I
what they're
mean,
using
all
now, Mike. Well, now they're using that politically to prove they're not racist, to prove they're not this, because they all come from Africa. They acknowledge that, but still, the way they rule, the way they like govern law, the way they fill the textbooks, don't prove that. But even the way they speak about these topics, they don't prove that. But they use that as like a narrative to claim that they're not racist, bro.
So one of
They're
the issues
slowly
that
starting to use it
people,
now.
one of the issues that it looks to me that people have with Tariq Nasheed is that
wait,
basically he
hold
has
up.
this.
It's Snap's turn. Snap, go ahead, jump in.
All right. The brother, what's the brother name that was talking earlier? Kulo, right?
Kulu.
Kulu. Thank you
Yes, sir.
very much. That is what I'm talking about. That needs to happen when they come in our space and they express how they feel and be truthful. We have nothing bad against anyone. We're not gonna bite. We're just gonna give you the information that we actually are saying. Because when you come in here and assume, not you, I'm saying you did good. Thank you for apologizing and thank you for clarifying. I'm saying our white brother over there that's gonna come in here and tell us how we feel, what we're doing, and we a nation or something he was saying. No, don't do that. But I'm gonna stop there, and I'm also say, Smile said she hasn't followed in Tariq yet because she's still following into Mike TV. So and she like what she's seeing in Mike TV. So I will be getting her into that probably within a week or two, and then she'll make
Okay.
a comment then.
Okay, well, if she's that much of a fan of Mike TV, then she better go to the source and listen to some of them Twitter spaces. I mean, I personally am not active on Twitter, and I got a Twitter exclusively so I can listen in to those spaces instead of just watching reruns on YouTube. But yeah, a lot of game, a lot of gems. Tariq's audience is much more diverse than mine. If you hear, we have a lot of tethers call in and do some explaining, a lot of Hotep Negroes, but Tariq has a lot of white folks that call in, a lot of Indians and Mexicans, and a lot of different ethnic groups. So, yeah, a lot of gems over there on Tariq's Twitter Spaces for sure. And actually, if you just check out his YouTube channel, Tariq Nasheed Radio, he publishes like some of the most sensational clips from those Twitter spaces on his YouTube if you just go to his video section. So, I mean, even if you can't listen to a whole, well, actually, on Twitter, I don't think there's a replay. So, unless you catch it live on Twitter Space, the next best thing is to go to his YouTube and see which clip he highlighted and published on YouTube. But yeah, she definitely has to check out King Flex for sure.
Yeah, that's where I've been catching up on Tariq Nasheed because I'm somewhat behind, but I've been liking everything that I've been watching it. So I've been catching it up on YouTube. But she doesn't like Twitter, so that's gonna be on me. And I just did follow him 3 days ago on Twitter, and I'm really getting into this, and then I'm gonna show her stuff and because she really enjoys Mike TV and because you're doing good stuff.
Well, I appreciate it, brother. And
Hey,
y'all know
Mike, can
word
I
on the
ask?
street is couples who watch Mike TV stay together. Okay,
That's right.
so you get your lady, you get your family, sit around the table, listen to some Mike TV. I don't say that many curse words, I don't think. And I mentioned the marijuana once in a while, but goddamn it, weed is legal, so sue me if you want to. But yes, Kulu has a question or a statement.
Yeah. So real quick, and you can probably enlighten me because I don't know Tyreek's position or your position specifically. So like I know you mentioned lineage a lot. You asked me mine. You asked other people. Is that a factor that will disqualify somebody from being an FBA or potentially joining the movement? As I guess a member, or if it's like a political movement, I don't know what it is right now, but like, would that disqualify you or a person? Let's say being mixed, or let's say they're a quarter black, but let's say have more other ethnicities. You know what I mean?
You know what? I think that's an excellent question, Kulu. First and foremost, I can't speak for another man, so I can only speak to my own opinion. But I do observe. And listening to Tariq, I learned that he does ask people often, what country they live in, what country their people are from. And I can't speak to the reason why he does that. But I can say that I've observed him ask that question. And oftentimes, people are very insecure and they don't want to answer where they're from. They don't want to answer where their people are from. They want to be evasive and evade the answer. And oftentimes, those people who end up being classified tethers because of their fleeing nature and spirit of white supremacy and speaking ill against foundational Black Americans, those tethers, that's just a certain trend we see with those tethers. Now, the reason why I ask that is because I think knowing where you live and where you're from and what culture you come from, I think that weighs in heavily as to why you think the way you think, why you have the ideals that you promote. So, you know, I just like to know who I'm talking to. And oftentimes we're on YouTube, things are kind of anonymous. Not everybody turns on their camera. So before somebody even says something, I want to get a rough idea of their background so that when we do hear them speak, we can kind of have an understanding as to
Yeah,
why they
that
come
makes
from that mindset.
no, that makes
At
perfect sense,
least
and
that's why I do it. Yeah.
So
no, I
another
mean that
thing with
makes
that,
perfect sense.
yeah. So another thing with that too, Mike, is actually when you start talking to people and then you ask certain questions or then you listen to the conversation, when you already have their background, it actually reveals how and why they got to some of their thoughts and ideologies and why they think the way that they think. Um, One of the issues that I see that people have with Tariq Nasheed is that so he kind of started off just kind of talking about racism and focusing on white people exclusively, and then what we found out is that you had other races of people who felt the same way, Hispanics, then it was the Asians, and then you saw that you had people of African and Caribbean descent who were first, second, and third generation immigrants of African and Caribbean descent had the same and similar ideologies, racism and anti-blackness towards black people. That probably was more surprising to Black Americans than anything. Because remember, 1960s and earlier, if you were an immigrant of African and Caribbean descent, you were literally linked right next to Black Americans. You had immigrants of African and Caribbean descent literally part of the civil rights movement. So we were thinking along those
We did
lines.
not even know to delineate. We did not even know that they were among. That's why I don't just refer to them as tethers. I refer to them as scrolls. This is literally Marvel's Secret Wars invasion. They have filled the ranks of our HBCUs. They have been elected to be in charge of us, and we haven't even known that they're actually not Black American. I just found out Roland Martin was a tether like 2 weeks ago, y'all. Come
Yeah,
on.
that's been kind of out for a little bit, but it explains a lot of why he talks the way he talks and why he espouses the
And
nonsense
that's why I
that he
ask
actually
people,
espouses.
and that's why I ask people what country do they live in and where do they come from? Because if you're talking to me, talking down to us about our history, about our culture, acting like you're on a high horse and you're educating us about the way it is, and it comes to find out you're a Kenyan living in South Africa who's never been to America. God damn it, who the fuck you think you are?
I just saw a dude. He's been here. He came from doggone, I forget which country he came from, but he's from an African country. Been here 2 years, and he's already on some TV on some interview with a white guy, just crapping all over Black Americans. Like 2 years in country, and all of a sudden he knows everything about Black Americans
I
and
know who you're
history
talking
and
about.
everything else. Like,
I
dude,
have a
you,
Mercedes.
you just
These
got here a
niggas
couple
are
days ago.
lazy. I have a Mercedes Benz. You niggas don't have Mercedes Benz. You're lazy.
Yeah, he just got here yesterday, essentially, but he knows everything. I'm like, man, if you don't stop, that would be now. Me, think about you as a Black American going over to, I don't know, any country in Africa or in the Caribbean, and then being there for a couple of months and going, okay, I got it. I see what's wrong with you guys. I see what the problems are. Dismiss all the history and everything else and how things are, how everything got the way it actually is. And then we got people like Bradley up here talking about crime. Well, Black people are attacking us more than we're attacking it. Well, you know why? That's because you're over there committing crimes, Bradley.
But
That's why you get attacked.
but who's committing most of the molestation? Like who's committing most of the actual child abuse? I mean, that's another question that you don't want to.
Hold
on,
guys, real quick, wait, pause. A little bit of housekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to the broadcast, smash that like button, hit the Cash App or the PayPal. If you appreciate me baiting the tethers and the trolls with a bit of clickbait, reeling them in order to give a vigorous defense of one of our most prominent civil rights leaders in the modern day era. God damn it, I had to reel them in. They say, oh, this nigga, my TV finally woke up to Tariq being a scamming nigga. Oh yes, let's watch my TV turn on Tariq Nasheed and try to take over the FBA movement. Oh yeah. And then y'all came here and got disappointed, didn't you? You got real disappointed.
Yeah, and I'll finish this off too. And then he's running around here talking about, look, Black people are not running into white neighborhoods, taking people out. We had several incidents just in the last few years. They're running up in grocery stores, taking out grandmothers. They're going up into Buffalo, New York. They find where there's a concentration of Black people minding their own business, not bothering anybody, and then they walk in there with their weapons and start taking people's lives. But they're running around here acting like they're scared of us, like we're the problem. We're not the problem. It's just the audacity. The word, I think the word is caucasity, but this is the irony of I'm gonna give them a little bit of credit for coming over here and taking some heat, but the bottom line is that this is what they talk about in their circles. Oh, we're scared of the blacks. It's the blacks. It's the blacks. It's the crime and all this other stuff and everything else. But they're running over to Black areas, committing all the crimes and taking Black people's lives and going into churches and stuff, and where people are Black, where nice Black people are praying and doing what it is they're doing and minding their own business. But they're taking
real quick, brother.
Doing all this nonsense.
Wait, real quick. I just have to say, Mike TV does not support nor condone hate speech or anything that may be perceived as possible hate speech, nor do I have any contempt or vitriol nor disdain for any protected class or group, including immigration status, religious, ethnic, and the LGBTQ plus squared hyphenated folks too. I don't want no smoke. YouTube already demonetized me. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Put 5 on it if you support new Black media, goddamn it. Put 5 on it if you support the next generation standing on lineage.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good announcement. But yeah, I'm just reporting what it is I see. I mean, just what last year we saw a Black man get arrested while he wasn't committing a crime. He got handcuffed and he got tased as he was getting slammed on the hood of a car, and then the police officer was laughing about it. But meanwhile, it's a problem when we actually bring that up. Like, we don't want that happening. Oh, well, why don't you guys just let us beat you up in peace? Why don't you just let us do that? Oh, it's all the whining and complaining. Right. So now, if that was happening to them, remember who was running up in the Capitol on January 6th because they lost an election and nobody was bothering them. They were not in danger at all. Hold on.
Here's a real fucked up paradox. Check this out. When we highlight our mistreatment at the hands of our nation's police authorities, they say, oh, you Negroes, all lives matter, oh, blue lives matter, oh, shut up, niggas, right? But do they or do they not, albeit a fringe demographic, do they or do they not have a demographic within their community called auditors, where they go around instigating police interaction, filming all up in public buildings and shit to expose how bad? They'll literally look at the footage of an arrest and give grades and whether this person did good or the cop did good. So they highlight the improper tactics of law enforcement and speak out against it. But when we do it, oh no, shut up, you niggas, stop marching, and y'all are just looting and stuff anyways, right?
Oh my gosh, what are you complaining about? Jeez. Like, yeah, you're supposed to say something about that. when you're being mistreated.
Mike, you know,
Just last year, there were 2 black men that were tortured by 6 white police officers. Just last year. But saying something about that is a problem. Like, what is wrong with you people? If black men were running around doing that to y'all have a problem with it. Matter of fact, you do something about it.
It would be World War Z.
All they had to do was start rumors of us doing something to one of them or their woman, and that was evidence enough to just burn down the whole town of ours. But okay. And I believe Kulu wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Kulu.
yeah, if you remember 3 years ago, Mike, or 3, 4 years ago, I think you were covering the protest when the George Floyd stuff happened, and you and I think a couple of the channels as well. When it first happened, when they burned down that first Target when I guess in Minnesota or Minneapolis, wherever, like wherever it happened, like you remember like the white little people that were running around with the backpacks that were smashing buildings, setting stuff on fire, right?
Yep.
So at first it was them that was burning down shit, looting shit, burning up the targets, and then eventually they co-opted that into like blaming black people for looting and all this shit all across the damn, whole country. And now apparently it's black people that's doing all like no man, that's like, but it's not that. And they always go to that damn crime statistics, but when you flip the crime statistics and you talk about it's the abuse, the mass shootings, you know what I mean, and other stuff, it's now they have an excuse. You know what I mean? They always want to talk about, oh man, only 13 like black men died from like being unarmed, but then they're talking about all there's an epidemic of trans shooters, and there's only like been like 3 or 4 out of the 80 to 90 white males. You know what I mean, and stuff like that. So
Hey, if
they're
if
very
you want
picky
to
and
talk
choosy.
about epidemics blown out of proportion, a couple Asian people got slapped up, and we got to stop Asian crime bill overnight, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Crazy, bro.
Right.
And by the way, those were orchestrated. Those were orchestrated,
And
incidents. By the
ladies and
way.
gentlemen, that's a perfect segue. Early next week, I will be doing a expose on someone named Diane Yap. She's active on Twitter, spouting a whole bunch of anti-black rhetoric, and we're going to do a proper expose on Diane Yap early next week.
I can almost guarantee you that she won't even bother to come up. She'll hear you talking about it, but she won't come up. And I'm sure you'll tag her, but
Oh,
she
no
won't
one
come
ever
up.
does. Well, actually, I have to give credit to Melanie King. Melanie King pulled up with her sister.
She did.
Other than that, no one else has pulled up. And Melanie King's batshit crazy. So I think, that's just kind of a wild card. And John, thank you so much for the contribution. I appreciate the support. Let me drop a bomb for John. I'm starting to get some Mayo support, guys. I'm going mainstream. We had our first I think that's like our
Oh,
first white collar, damn near, right?
I think so.
Old Chad Bradley? I don't think we've had. Hey, 2 nights ago, I got a $5 cash app, and he said, "Hey, I'm white, but I'm still a fan." So, God damn it, I don't know if there's some crossover, and some of these white folks that watch Tariq is coming over to play. But all right,
I think so.
just come
I
correct.
think
Just
they
come correct.
I think they enjoy the intelligence, Mike. Like, to be honest, like listening to your channel versus other channels that do similar content or that talk in, like similar subjects, like the way that you come about it, you know what I mean? It's a very intelligent way, you know what I mean, that catches them off guard. So they probably enjoy it. It is different than what they're probably used to. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel you. Appreciate that. And yes, Lemanuel Young, they walking in a church, taking church folks. FBA's not doing that. Hey, he killed the church folks, and then he get Burger King. How'd that
Right.
happen?
How'd that work? Where to do that at?
How'd that happen?
That was
Yeah.
Hey,
Charleston,
hey,
South Carolina,
hey,
2015.
we literally saw a photo of him in the drive-through getting Burger King in the back of the squad car, right? They said, no, that's a conspiracy. But then later, the police came out and said, well, while we were interrogating him, one of us did run out and get a burger for him. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that motherfucker in prison living like a king got money on his books. All the white supremacists is putting money on his books. A whole bunch of white bitches is sending him sexy novella type fucking porn letters and shit.
Right.
These motherfuckers they fail forward. Oh boy, choked out the FBA brother on the train to New York, and he got how much on the GoFundMe? Like overnight?
He
A
got
million?
Yeah, almost a million. Yeah, almost a million overnight. Yeah, and it wasn't really a GoFundMe. It was actually a conservative website there because GoFundMe wouldn't allow it. So they had their own website set up to actually for these express reasons because of stuff like this. When they do something that's questionable, and GoFundMe's like, we don't know if we want that. Then they say, oh, no problem. We got our own website. Donate over here. It was a conservative website that I was actually able to do that, to get that money for him.
As a matter of fact, I've heard. Correct me if
Daniel
I'm
Penny.
wrong. I've heard that Tariq Nasheed has actually raised funds for people, whether they were incarcerated or, I'm not sure exactly what the circumstances were around that, but I've heard that Tariq Nasheed has actually raised funds to help people who were a victim of the dominant society.
Yeah, he's done that, and what I'll do sometimes is now usually I confirm it with either people like Tariq Nasheed or like news stories, or when I see it on the news, especially if it's a black person or a black man that needs some help. Like for example, Breonna, what's her last name? I'm sorry, Breonna. It's not Taylor, right?
Taylor? Oh,
Breonna, you
what
got
was
who
the
I'm talking
situation?
about. The lady that was taken out. She lost her life in her sleep because the police raided her apartment.
Yeah, that's Breonna
Breonna
Taylor.
something. Yeah, but her boyfriend, the guy who was with her, when he shot back, they arrested that dude. I was like, oh no, we put money on his books. I was, and and the dude, got out. He posted bail, and then he got his attorney. But everybody was like, oh no, we're not doing that, because when people start shooting at you in the middle of the night, you're supposed to be able to shoot back, regardless of who they
Right.
are. Yeah,
Exactly. Right.
yeah. So, but unfortunately, Brianna lost her life, but he survived, and he's lucky he survived it. But they sitting here arresting this dude. What they're essentially saying is, you as a black man can't defend yourself in your own home, from a police raid that you don't know about, that you have no idea that's coming, and they did a no knock, no announcement, no nothing. They just barged on it. It's just blazing.
What do y'all think about the qualifications to become a police officer? Like how they allow you to drink alcohol, which is normally right culturally a white European thing, but they ban marijuana, which is less deadly, scientifically better for your body, and always, how they have that stipulation, which right is racially like discriminates against black people or black men by being able to join the so-called, force to police their own communities. Like, do y'all think that like is like a racist policy, like a racist thing there?
I mean, like, if you want to, I think historically, yeah, like the anti-marijuana stuff, it started in a racist history, specifically because I was in the military, and yeah, you couldn't smoke weed, but you could definitely drink as much as you wanted if you didn't, commit a crime or whatever. But like, yeah, no, I don't think it is racist. I think just historically. I don't know if it was like directly like, a colonel like, all right, we're gonna
Yeah, like
fight.
intentionally.
And real quick, guys, we had a contribution come through from CLP. CLP, thank you for the contribution. Appreciate you putting something on it. And a matter of fact, CLP says they're backstage. Let me see. Is CLP McLovin? Is that who CLP is? McLovin, are you CLP? Who's McLovin? McLovin, unmute yourself, McLovin. Say something. You've got 5.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not sure who you think the other dudes you was talking about. I was just trying to give you a little clip, It always said that everything was stuck together, and then everything didn't split. It's literally happening in Africa right now. That's showing that the east part of Africa is splitting off into its own. It's just straight, just splitting off, and it's going to drift off. So it's literally happening in front of our face right now, and people can't even see that. I would just want to just come up and just share that with you. If you ever want to look up the clip, it's literally showing it. It says, it's
and
called.
Where are you calling in from?
Oh, I'm from Baltimore.
And I assume you're a foundational Black American?
Oh yeah. I'm straight black.
And can you say ironed, earned, and earned for us?
Man, don't be doing me like you be doing that girl on here, man. I got y'all go iron.
Okay, my nigga. Okay. But he said it.
Yeah, but look it up, yo. It's literally happening right now. That's why I say, like,
So,
I think everything.
I think what you're referencing is known as continental drift, right?
Yeah.
Say you do brew. Stop it, modern FBA. Stop it. Yeah, brother. I totally understand where you're coming from. Real quick. I think the person that was backstage that I'm referencing, cult-like personality. There's no way for me to bring you up. It says your device is not connected. I'm gonna kick you from the studio. Just click the link and call in again, and maybe that'll fix it. But yeah, cult-like personality. I'll try to bring you up. But yeah, brother. What's your take on Tariq Nasheed?
Oh, that's my boy. I like he speaks the truth. Everything he says is the truth, and I think that just ruffles people's feathers. They hate hearing the truth.
Y'all need to stop with the jokes, dude. I'm too high for this shit.
Yeah, hey, man, y'all in the chat, y'all better not be laughing at me too, yo. Y'all already know I'm about to get cooked, yo.
Nah, one love, one love. It's all good, y'all. It's all good. We over here connecting the diaspora across the
Right.
Americas, okay?
Hey,
Yeah, I'm gonna jump back in the chat. I'll be always talking crap, yo. But
All right, brother.
Y'all take it easy, man. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for calling in.
All right.
Shout out to our Be More niggas. Them niggas are Be More niggas and Memphis niggas. Or
Yeah,
roast. Oh, they'll roast some motherfucker ass up real quick.
Don't play with them niggas. Yeah, don't.
For real. I watched The Wire. I don't want no smoke with the Barksdale brothers. I'm Gucci. That's your corner. I'm gonna go to the other side.
They got it, man. Then they got it.
So you know what else
You
is
got
funny
that.
is that you got people up here railing against Tariq Nasheed, but he always says, "Hey, look, I got no issue with anybody of African and Caribbean descent who actually does what they're supposed to do. They're not here to sabotage and undermine Black American, empowerment or progress, and they're fine and they rock with us and we rock with them." He always says that on a regular basis. So it's not that there's any major issue. It's just the people who do things that are absolutely wrong and they know they're wrong. But the idea that you're not supposed to say anything about it. Who's that dude that ran for governor? He's running around here talking about we need to eradicate Black History Month. It's divisive. Like, dude. Okay, then. All right. Well, you're
I
not
don't
talking
even
about
know about that.
Hispanic Heritage Month or Asian American Month or the Holocaust observances or any of that other stuff.
Hold
But
on
everybody
real
else
quick. I got a question for Smiles. Hi, Miss Smiles. How you doing?
Hi.
Hey. So Miss Smiles, I think that Snap was telling us that you aren't really familiar with Tariq Nasheed, right?
Correct. I
Okay.
I know the name. I've heard the name plenty of times, but yeah, I've never watched anything about him or anything of that nature.
Okay,
Yes, apparently.
so let me paint this picture.
Okay.
I know that you're new to my content, but you like what you see and that I be standing on lineage, so to speak. Imagine you just now discovered that I had a different past. And I used to be a best-selling author. And I wrote books about seduction and macking and how to get women and the game. And I wrote these kind of art of seduction books, these kind of pickup artist books, if you will, for men, and I wrote some for women to give them some game. How would you look at me now, knowing that I have that track record in the past of writing best-selling novels, seemingly talking about relationship advice?
And getting to know you now as you are.
Yep.
I can't see that. I would see you differently. Other than, that sounds like a positive thing to do to help people find others, so to speak, or be up on their game. But yeah, if you were telling me, that you wrote books about how to murder folks and get away with it, I'd look at you sideways then. But
Okay. Well, how about this?
Okay.
How about you learned that I crowdfunded to start a museum? I wanted to start a museum called the Hidden History Museum. And my goal was to raise $7 million and build a brick and mortar building that looks something like this. And what if you learn that I fell short on my goal? Instead of raising 7 million, I only raised 2 million. And really, I was short on even raising the 2 million. I reached into my own pocket and put 200,000 of my own money in so we can at least reach the 2 million goal. And instead of accomplishing a building like this with 7 million, I accomplished a building that looks like this on a budget of 2 million. How would you think of me differently, if at all, any differently?
I think I would want to know of, just more context with, the whole, what went on there. Like, okay, what happened? Why didn't you get to the 7 million? Like, was there some
Because the people did not raise enough money. I mean, it was a crowdfunded thing. It was like a Indiegogo, like imagine GoFundMe. I mean, we have this
okay.
goal. If the family pitches in, puts 5 on it, 10 on it, whatever, I'm just like how my broadcaster crowdfunded, right? But
Okay.
for whatever reason, it didn't reach the 7 million goal, reached 2 million.
Okay.
And instead of, achieving the goal of this being the end results,
Uh-huh.
this was the end results. Just looking at the exterior alone,
Right.
what do you think?
I mean, there's room for work. Some artistry that could be done. However, my overall thoughts would be, if the 2 million were actually put into this, and outside really doesn't tell the whole story, it's just kind of the cover to the book. Like,
Well, let's take a quick look at inside.
Okay.
Hidden History Museum is the country's first specializing in the untold stories of Black figures in our state. Danielle Nottingham takes a tour with the filmmaker who made the whole project happen.
We are in Jefferson Park, and this is Tariq, who is behind the Hidden History Museum. And Tariq, tell us what this museum is.
Well, the Hidden History Museum is a museum that we put together on a grassroots level where we wanted to talk about our history from our perspective. A lot of Black history is not discussed, and it's actually suppressed. So we wanted to really emphasize a lot of untold Black history.
And what made you decide to do this museum in particular? I know it's linked to Nipsey Hussle.
Right, yeah. When our brother Nipsey transitioned, a lot of people would go to his death site and use that as a tourist attraction. Now, a lot of people don't understand the politics of LA, and that area is still very active. And there's been some situations down there, unfortunately. So I wanted to put together a safe space so that people want to come in, you want to learn the history, you want to learn the culture, and just be in a position and be in a location where you're going to be safe and you're not going to put yourself out there to be in any kind of danger.
Well, let's highlight some of the figures here in California. I mean, Biddy Mason, she's right behind us. Who is Biddy Mason?
Biddy Mason was a very important sister in Los Angeles history. There was a lot of slavery going on here in California, contrary to what people believe.
Also, I want to add that the Hidden History Museum just reached its 1-year anniversary. So he has successfully been operating this establishment Monday through Friday and has hosted several events there where there's even been celebrity and other notable figures within our community. So yeah, this has been operational for going on a year now.
San Bernardino, in fact, was a slave colony, so slavery was informal out here. She was one of the enslaved people at the colony. She fought for her freedom, actually won. She became free and then became the richest woman in the state of California. And she bought a lot of prime real estate that's in downtown Los Angeles, and they don't even have a street named after this sister. And she was so instrumental in early Los Angeles.
Yeah, well, talking about naming something after someone, let's talk about Queen Califia.
Yes, Queen Califia. That was a mythological queen in different myths and stories from Moors, Black people who would be in the Iberian Peninsula. California, this side of the country, it was known to have a lot of Aboriginal Black people living here, and these stories would reach Spain. When the Spanish explorers came out here, there was a novel written by a Spanish guy talking about the mythological Queen Califia, and they named the state after the Black mythological queen.
Wow, and we're in LA, everyone, so we've got to talk about Hollywood and Paul Revere Williams.
Yes, indeed. Paul Revere, yes, indeed. He's one of the most famous architects out here. Black man who designed a lot of the early style of Los Angeles and Hollywood. He designed a lot of significant buildings out here. The LAX Tower, a lot of buildings downtown LA, a lot of homes for celebrities. They went to him. He used to live in this area here. He has a church that he built out here that's still here. So his significance is tremendous.
So here we're going to learn about figures in California, but it's really nationwide.
Yes, indeed.
Figures, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we talk about people like John Henry Clark, who was a teacher of Malcolm X. We talk about Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who was a very famous psychologist and psychiatrist out of Washington, D.C., who really broke down systematic racism. We talk about a lot of Black inventors like George Washington Carver. He was the father of biochemistry. A lot of people don't know that. It wasn't just the peanut. We talk about Black people who created things like radiators and refrigerators, and we talk about people like Lewis Latimer, who's the real inventor of the light bulb. He worked for Thomas Edison, and Thomas Edison
Yeah, Tariq's really educated us on how a lot of our foundational Black American inventors have had their work stolen. The first person to build a plane for, or excuse me, an airplane wasn't the Wright brothers. It was a Black American man who, when he shipped his invention by way of train to a state fair, it mysteriously went missing. So, yeah, there's a lot of things we've created that Tariq Nasheed has shed light on.
Would get credit for a lot of stuff, but it was really Lewis Latimer who was the creator of the light bulb. So we talk about a lot of stuff like this. We talk about Ernest Nearest, who was the real inventor of the Jack Daniels liquor brand. We talk about so much stuff that's
Pirates.
in there. Yes,
Pirates.
yes. A lot of people. Yeah, we got a big statue of Lauren DeGraff. He was an infamous black pirate. A lot of people don't know about 30% of the pirates were actually black because the pirate ships were former slave ships. Pirates would actually steal and raid slave ships, and then in many cases release the enslaved black people, and the black people would join the pirate teams. That's not talked about. So we talk about and uncover a lot of history like that.
All right, and before we go, we're going to uncover something else. The first West Coast rap record.
Yes. We have a West Coast history section here. We talk about so many instrumental people in the history of West Coast hip hop. This is actually the first type of display that emphasizes West Coast hip hop. The first rap record, the Bad Man Dan rap, that was recorded right down the street on Jefferson Boulevard here. That was recorded in 1980. The first rap record in California, the first West Coast rap record.
Tariq, thank you so much. And everyone, you have to come visit the Hidden History Museum. It's open.
Yes, Monday through Friday, 11 to 4, Monday through Friday.
All right.
All right, so you've seen the interior and the exterior. What do you think? Original goal was 7 million, came up very short, only raised 2 million, still produced this, and it's been in operation for a year now. Knowing that he did have a history being, a best-selling author of, Mackin and How to Mac, relationship advice for men and women, do you think that is read on his ledger? Does that tarnish his legacy in any way? Does that make you think of him differently? Or do you realize that, people change? I mean, I think he was in his late 20s or early 30s when he was doing the Mac and stuff. Now, modern day, I think he's like over 50 or something. So what do you think, since this is your first introduction to Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, people do change. I mean, hey, I can speak for self personally. 20 years ago, I was definitely a different person than I am now. Definitely not as mature, and found some interesting things to get into. But as we get older,
I can only imagine what you was getting into.
Bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch.
We know y'all's on the dance floor sweating. Y'all's on the dance floor sweating.
That was 20 years ago. 20 years ago.
She said, "Snap, you didn't know me then. Snap, you didn't know me then. That was different."
Yes,
Oh, you did. Oh, never mind.
What was Snap getting up to?
Hey, it's my lady right here.
No, but I've never been.
He said, "Freak Nick." Y'all was at Freak Nick together, wasn't y'all?
No.
Y'all said it at the same time. Y'all rehearsed this shit. Y'all rehearsed this. Y'all was synchronized.
Different times.
There you go.
Different times.
So, as far as your opinion on Tariq Nasheed, knowing the little bit that you do know now.
Well, with knowing the little bit that I do know now, I've never been one to judge anybody, because of a quote unquote checkered past and, things that were done and blah, blah, blah. I'm more or less the, get to know a person and, hear what you're all about type of thing. And that just comes from personal experience. I've come a long journey of people looking at me and thinking or assuming one thing and, get to know me and you'll be surprised at the individual that I am as opposed to what you thought, But, I don't know anything about Tariq Nasheed. Yes, this is, the little bit that I got here in just these past few minutes. Okay, the whole museum and everything sounds great, yada, yada. I'm one to pick up my phone and Google the hell out of anything, That clip was wonderful, but even the media lies, So, Not saying that you're lying about or showing lies about him or anything of that nature, but that's just my nature. I Google everything. I want to know. I want to know in detail. I want to know in depth.
Well, if you guys are ever in the LA area, you can drop on by.
But whatever he did in the past, hell, we all got a past, whether it's a beautiful past or not, it's up to us as individuals as to what we make our now and going forward. But, unfortunately, people will judge a person by their past. Okay, but judge yourself first. Everyone has a past of some sort or another.
Well, as far as the macking, that was his very early days. As far as the museum, that was rather recent or
Right.
modern day.
Right.
Since you don't know him, I think it's only fair for you to have a robust, view of him.
Right.
For the last 10 years, he's actually been a successful filmmaker. He's created a series of documentaries called the Hidden Colors series, as well as a few others. So let me just give you a brief introduction into his body of work over the last decade.
Okay.
Power is the ability to define someone's reality and have that person accept that definition as if it were their own.
Everything was stripped from us. That's why we're so ignorant today and so baffled and ridiculous and keep going in the same circle.
From executive producer, who has appeared on The Tonight Show, Late Night with Conan O'Brien, and various MTV and VH1 programs.
Our history, for some reason, it becomes offensive to people. So we have to stop being afraid to tell what our true history is.
Best-selling author Tariq Nasheed is determined to uncover the real truth about untold history.
It's necessary to destroy a man's mind in order to maintain control of him. If a man knows who he is and continues that into his legacy, to his children, then you have problems controlling that man.
Interviewing leading scholars and historians, discussing topics omitted from modern history.
Well, only a people who haven't learned how to respect themselves will let someone suggest themselves that they forget about their history.
Hidden Colors, the untold history of people of Aboriginal, Moor, and African descent. The groundbreaking documentary that challenges conventional knowledge.
I don't really think it's hidden. It's there. It's just that they're not allowing us to understand.
The one thing that we could say about African peoples is that we left evidence of ourselves all over this planet. And that's the problem with European scientists. The deeper they dig, the blacker the planet gets.
You won't find a monument anywhere prior to 1500 that isn't Africoid in some way, shape, or form.
People think Africa and Asia and Guatemala, Southern America, these places were all jungle. Jungle came after the invasions of European colonialism. Then the jungles came in because nobody was manning the land anymore.
I'm an African American. Africa's my race, America's my geopolitical place. I'm not surrendering that to anybody.
The monument that we know is Stonehenge. A European writer by the name of Gerald Massey said in one of his books that Stonehenge was built by an African man named Mauryan.
The letter J, let me say this again. The letter J was not invented until the 1600s. So the reality is, Jesus is not the name of that person.
Studies have consistently shown now for decades that people of color are no more likely to use or sell illegal drugs than whites.
You're destined to be a planned minority. You know what a minority means? That means a loser. It means you're a loser.
Black folk don't have a problem. White folk got a problem. Black folk problem is that white folk got a problem.
The real problem we have is white supremacy.
So the narrative of black people in the United States was, you know, you came from these primitive, savage people who had no history, and everything you are, we made you.
Strip the African of his knowledge of himself. You can then replace that knowledge with any falsification of consciousness you desire. Once you take from me my knowledge of myself, you can then tell me those lies.
To get someone to actually think that someone else is inferior, you have to raise that type of mentality to a religious level.
America has done all of these terrible things to black people, and then they complain when we do it to ourselves. We're mirroring what they have always done to us since we got off those boats.
It's easy to sit up somewhere and talk with black people about black people, but it's not so easy to have to sit up and look in white people's face and talk to them about white people. Now that's what I know.
See, white ain't a color, it's an attitude. And you can add big bucks to be an attitude.
My mom used to say, you darker, work harder. The darker you are, the harder you have to work, the smarter you have to be.
Folks were breastfed on racism. Breastfed on it.
If you're talking about a problem in the world and you're not dealing with white supremacy, you ain't talking about the problem.
There's never been a real dialogue in America about race, because whenever we start to talk about race, the conversation will venture into, well, what's wrong with black people?
White people did whatever they wanted to do to black people. So what are the rules?
We start talking about discrimination, we start talking about segregation, we start talking about Jim Crow, we start talking about apartheid, we start talking about police brutality. These are all symptoms of white supremacy.
The more insecure white men become, the more they feel a need to exert their superiority, their power and their force. And so the one obvious victim of white rage has always been black men.
White people actually love us. They really do. They want us here. They love us not in the sense that they respect us or want to treat us fairly, but they love us the way a master loves his dog.
And there's a big difference between being a slave and being enslaved. Okay? Enslaved is mental. Okay? Slave is physical.
If you look at black America and you look at black men and put them in two categories, there are those who are popular, and then there are those who are great.
Racism is the raping of a continent, of a humanity of people, of materials and resources, and using them to enrich yourself and validating that for the rest of time.
Any black man who stands for his people, any black man who is against the white supremacist structure and is willing to stand by any means against any threats, is indeed going to be considered a terrorist.
Because as long as African people were in charge of the planet, there was harmony. There was no wars between China, Japan, the American Indians, the Carib. As long as we were in control, there was harmony on the planet Earth.
You know, I often say when I lecture that the African that got on that boat is not the African that got off that boat.
When you conquer a civilization, you're actually conquering their God. Because what do? You change the name of God once you change their religion, once you change their culture.
There's a bitterness and an anger towards black people for not allowing themselves to remain in slavery so white people can feel privileged.
White supremacy is the only religion that isn't a religion. However, it is the most powerful religion on the planet.
When you want to conquer a people, you give them a myth. You get them to believe the myth. And then you have, through repetition, have them form the habit of believing the myth.
We've been trained to think about Europeans as our God. So we're at war with who? We're at war with God, because many of us believe in the white image of Jesus, and if that's his son, we know that his father must also be white. So are you trying to tell me we're at war with that?
The thing about being conscious and truthful is you gotta be tough, you gotta be ready to get violent, because people are always gonna try to take advantage of you, because if you're winning, they're losing. And those guys cheat and you don't. So they gotta know not to play with you. They gotta know you can't really think that you're just gonna have an opinion without some muscle.
We've also had the mindset of resistance. Even in Los Angeles here, a lot of gangs got started because they were combating the white supremacist groups that were targeting black people in certain neighborhoods. So street gangs were created to really battle them at first.
In the 60s, they banned martial artists. They had registration of people's hands and feet because it was something they didn't quite understand. And plus, when people came from the armed forces and started using karate, it was dangerous at that time.
In neighborhoods that are of a more upscale, financially affluent society, white, Jewish, etc., they are infused with fertility clinics. While in our societies, the ones that do not have that elevated level of economics, black and brown, impoverished communities, have abortion clinics.
The first revolution, Gil Scott-Heron tells us, is the revolution in the mind.
So that was the Hidden Color series. Here's a couple more he did.
Alright, I'm about to dip, y'all.
There's nothing.
Alright, James, till next time.
Peace out, y'all.
See you, brother. Peace.
That happens after the Haitian Revolution and our fight for freedom across the Caribbean and North and South America that wasn't influenced by the Haitian Revolution.
The African people on the island fought all the largest armies of the world at the time and won over each one of them. Whooped the Spaniards, beat up the French, knocked down the British.
The Haitians have a pride about them. The revolution is the most important thing to them. The first thing they instill in you is that you are the first Black Republic.
1804 becomes important because it's the date at which the implementation of the dream of real revolution and real equality and new nation status and the ability to defend your new nation is manifest.
When you look at modern historians, when they talk about victories that Europeans had over non-white people, they always frame the narrative as victories. But when African people rise up and fight off their European oppressors, they frame the narrative as a massacre.
Africans everywhere that were enslaved resisted it. Haiti becomes significant because it was the first time in human history that an enslaved population actually overthrew their oppressors.
The Haitian Revolution, though, was the most organized, the most large scale, the most impressive in terms of structure and complication from the very beginning.
Haiti made more money for France than all 13 colonies.
The Haitian Revolution was very influential, particularly amongst Africans. It was seen as an inspiration for Africans in this hemisphere, just as it was seen as a horror by those who held slavery here.
There is a concept that we must defeat Haiti. We must ground them into the ground. We can never let them rise. They are an example of Black power. They are an example of what happens when people who are oppressed decide to stop being oppressed.
And then there's one last one I want to share with you, and then we'll get your final opinions now that you've got a more robust scope.
When we talk about buck breaking, we have to understand
that buck breaking is a show of power, it's a show of dominance. So we can't talk about buck breaking without talking about power.
When we look at the domination of Black people by the dominant society, what we are in essence seeing is that this society wants to ensure that we are not able to actually mete out that thing that makes humans exist, and that is creating families and procreating.
See, psychologically, when we're talking about the sexualizing of our people, primarily from the dominant society for the system of white supremacy, it had to be established in a very impinging way from the mental state.
This whole notion that masculinity is somehow toxic and detrimental to society is nothing but an attempt to emasculate Black malehood.
It's clearly an agenda. If you have two eyes in your head and you're able to see, you can see that it's an agenda, and it's an agenda to decrease our population.
It's always been about destroying the Black family. The family is the foundation of a people.
The heterosexual Black male is last on the pecking order here in America. If you're just a heterosexual Black man, how are you gonna beat the case? Because when you show up to court, when you show up to the job interview, when you show up to wherever, you coming in here as a heterosexual Black man, you have no power.
When Mark Twain confessed that we, white people, ground the manhood out of the Negro. Why ground the manhood out of the Negro? Because it's Black masculinity that most exposes the fraud of white masculinity.
We, as the progenitors of culture, the ones who are the fathers and mothers of civilizations, who taught all people, who people look to for social cues, whether they want to realize it or not, I think they feel if they can get us to adapt to it, they can get everybody to adapt to it.
If anybody should have a problem with European males, it should be the European female. Because everything the European male has ever learned to do to us, he first practiced on his own woman.
We need resources in education, we need resources in labor, we need resources in politics, we need resources in medical, we need resources in so many things, but they ignore that and they put millions and even billions of dollars to tell us that you need to really embrace your LBGT side. So these people have an agenda, and it's up to us to understand what the agenda is.
All right. So now that you got the full story, started out as a best-selling author, giving relationship advice to both men and women, got some new knowledge, pivoted to being a filmmaker, producing films such as those, recently raised $2 million, started a museum, of which they're now about to celebrate their 1-year anniversary. Since this is your first introduction to Tariq Nasheed, what do you think about him overall?
Wow, I think he has accomplished some amazing things over the past 10 years. Even if he didn't hit the 7 million, but hit the 2 million and still opened a Hidden History Museum somehow. And as far as the macking best-selling books, I mean, hell, I probably read one of them back in the day. Who knows? Probably helped me out a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I can't see that as something to say, oh, wow, he was doing that. Now, if you said he was convicted of raping or whatever that case, yeah, then it's like, okay, that'll put a sour note in my mouth or a sour taste in my mouth or whatever. And yeah, it would really suck because all the great he's doing now, it's like, damn, but that's where you started out though, bro. Like you had to go there type of thing. But again, I'm not judgmental, but I'm not a fan of, people who commit evil crimes, but teaching people how to mac, I don't see that as evil. I'm not the judge.
Or a crime.
Or a crime, right.
Again, earlier, the congregation, they looked at thy neighbor and they said, if a woman can have a hoe phase, a man can have a pimp phase. Go.
Very true. But, outside of a hoe phase or a pimp phase, neither of those are crime phases,
Yep. Crime sprees.
I don't know. That's just something that sits very, very heavily with me. Like, people who are not being evil toward people. Hey, do you, boo? If teaching people how to make makes you money, cool. I might need to write a couple of those books too. I'm just saying. But hey, it sounds like he has hit his phase of maturity and found some real deal, some real ish that needs to be taught out there in the world. And I'm for it. I'm here for it, for sure. I support it.
Well, I know that Snap was saying you don't really be on Twitter, but Tariq does have a YouTube. Tariq Nasheed Radio is the name of it, and he posts some clips from his Twitter Space conversations over there.
Okay.
So yeah, I definitely get a lot of gems from him. I would say he's definitely worth a listen to. But
Okay.
but yeah, it was nice being able to give an introduction
Yes.
I
to
appreciate it. Thank
Tariq,
you.
and hopefully I did a decent job.
You did a fantastic job. Like I said, I've heard his name before, but I've not sat still long enough to say, what? Who is Tariq Nasheed? Now, after tonight, though, I'm like, I need to know who Tariq Nasheed is. I need to watch these movies, these documentaries. Like, I need to know what type of thing. Like, and that's real. And
knowledge.
I'm not that person that sits still and in front of a TV or YouTube or anything at all. He literally almost have to grab me and sit me still and like watch this type of thing. It's like, okay, fine. Like I'm always something. I always got something going on. But when something grabs my attention, yeah, I want to know what it's all about. And
Are you familiar with Umar Johnson?
Via this one.
So what do you think about the fact that some people try to compare Tariq to Umar or put them in the same league? I literally had somebody up here tonight talking about, oh, he's a scammer just like Umar.
Really?
And I had to go off.
That is a talking point that a lot of tethers and a lot of trolls come with, yeah.
I can't even fathom or imagine that. Like how? Really? And I'm giving that thought because like I've heard Snap talk quite a bit about Umar or his dislike for Umar, but he's given me little clips here and there where Umar is concerned in the stupidity that he comes across or puts out there. And it's just like, and now learning of Tariq Nasheed, like, really? People have compared the two of them?
Yeah, they do.
Wow.
I wanted to say this too. When I've been watching Tariq Nasheed, and even when he let people call in and talk to him, I don't think they fully aware of what the dozens is. And Tariq Nasheed comes with his dozen. Sometimes he come with 3 dozen, and they come with just 3 eggs. And he embarrasses them, but they try to act like it's not embarrassing. But once you hear them start doing that little dry laugh, they know their feelings got hurt. And that's I watched a lot of those, and it is entertaining.
Yeah, no, Tariq has great debate skills. He comes with facts. He's definitely well read. It's kind of like watching a savage debate, or like where like one grand chess master is playing against like 15 people, or like that one ninja who's whooping 30 people's asses at one time. Like he'll literally have like a suspected white supremacist call in, followed by like an Arab, followed by some African, and just so many different xenophobic, tribalistic, asinine, conspiratorial talking points, and he just shuts them down and just defends our culture and our lineage, and does a hell of a great job doing it. So
I
yeah,
think-
and he makes it funny. Yeah, he definitely clowns the shit out of people.
I think that's why Chad called in tonight, which we don't mind, call on in, but I think he's afraid to call Tariq himself because he don't want that
Bradley.
smoke.
Yeah, he don't want that smoke. No, he don't want that smoke.
You probably need that smoke though.
He need
Bye,
it.
Bridget. See you next time, Bridget. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Bridget.
Yeah, we're going on a late night stream tonight. But we got another guest coming from the back to the front. We got Free Game in the house. Free Game, where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from Beaumont, Texas.
All right. And are you a foundational Black American?
Of course.
No, a lot of tethers come with that same answer. You'd be surprised. But let us know, man, what is your opinion on Tariq Nasheed?
I really like Tariq have a lot of critics, and honestly, he have put in so much work, man. If it wasn't for Tariq, a lot of us wouldn't be here today. those Hidden Colors documentary is they was very changing for Black Americans. You know, he was definitely ahead of his time when he put out the Hidden Color series, and even he put out a Hidden Color series for the Haitians. I mean,
Yep, Haitian Revolution.
how could you hate him? Like people say, oh, he got money from the museum. He scammed. Or, bro, y'all want all our leaders to die broke. Y'all want all Dr. Clark, not Dr. Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark died poor. After all the work he put in, he died poor. On black and people want Tariq to die the same way. Poor.
And he flexing.
And he flexing. Okay, let's say if he did do a little scam. Let's say if he did. Let's just say hypothetically. So y'all ain't gonna make sure nobody okay. Y'all ain't gonna make sure everybody good. He good in the first place. So it's in his best interest to do what he got to do to secure himself. Nothing wrong with that. But when you get these people on the internet, they want to criticize everything Black men in higher positions do. They want to criticize everything, and that's our problem. And a lot of these tellers, they don't like him because he speaks the truth, and they don't want us to delineate at all. They want us to stick around, kiss their ass, but we not doing that shit no more. We the one gave a lot of these goddamn West African people their identity. They don't have a goddamn identity. We gave them their shit. Even the Hidden Color series, it gave them a little bit of history, a little bit of history to lean up on, a little bit of pride about themselves. Before that, they ain't had no goddamn pride. They ain't talk about the same little tribes. They outside of those tribes, they don't know shit. And Tariq brought that. He brought it. The Moorish information, the law information. These these people really got a spotlight because of Tariq. And far as Umar being like Tariq or having similarities, I will say this: they had similarities in the beginning, but they don't have similarities now. You know, in the beginning, for speaking, not for as like what they do or whatnot, but for speaking and the impact, the culture impact, them boys got culture impact. You know, I think Umar needs to apologize, but hey, but anyway, that's what I got to say about Tariq.
I feel you. And real quick, Smiles. Actually, I think I did not do Tariq justice. I think when I showed this original mock-up, and then I showed what it looks like. I don't
Easy.
know. This photo right here kind of doesn't do it justice. It looks a lot better. I don't know if it's the angle or what it is, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying
what's the angle? It's
it's kind of
easy.
looking
Shade
good.
angle. Yeah.
But
Even
no,
so,
When you do a close up of the museum like that, it looks like it's a little bit smaller than what it really is when you compare and contrast against other buildings. Just one thing that last gentleman just spoke, speaker was just talking about.
you know what it
So
is?
the
From this angle, I can't tell that the letters are gold. That's what it is. From this angle, that gold is bright. That's that bright gold. But either way, shit, ain't none of us built a goddamn museum.
yeah,
I digress.
people keep talking about scams, but he's producing one documentary after the next, after the next, after the next. He's
Yep.
working on a documentary that's coming out right now. He's already got the museum. He's
Oh
done
yeah,
things as far as Matter of fact, and he doesn't like to talk about it because to some extent he kind of downplays it a bit. But he's done some activism work, and helped people out. Got some people out of trouble. Raised money to post bail especially during the what was it, the what you call it, the real grassroots Black Lives Matter protests and the George Floyd protests and all that other stuff. Not the fake one with the BLM organization and stuff like that. But like he's done some things on that level to include a few other things where he's helped people out, and and he's actually encouraged, basically us to help each other out when we need it. When that's it, that water situation down in Mississippi. I was actually waiting for him to give us a legitimate and credible source so we could donate money, and I put $1,000 down for our people. When they were going through that water situation, because it sucked that they were having to go through that. It's a major. See, for me, if I don't have water where it is I am, I'm just gonna go to the motel and just stay with somebody else for a couple of weeks or something like that till they get it fixed. But everybody doesn't have the money to do that, so those people can't move. They gotta get water where they need it right then and right there. And the government eventually got off their behinds and got something down there to them. But in the meantime, in the interim, for emergency purposes, he went out of his way to find a credible source. And the guy, who was it? Moses West, I want to say that was his name. The guy who has the generator that produces water. I was like, oh, okay, I know that guy. And then because he came up before and Tariq actually profiled him, and then that guy went down there. I'm like, oh, well, let's give him some money so he can help those folks out.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
just little things
And real
like that.
quick, we've got I was gonna bring them up, but they just fell off backstage. Never mind. We had somebody backstage, but they fell off. Cult-like personality. It still says your device is not connected. You've got to either have a camera or a microphone connected. And yeah, Rob, and the Mississippi mayor, that was a tether. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a hell of a broadcast. We're gonna start winding down and providing closing remarks. Why don't we start with Kev C?
Yeah, so Mike, thanks for letting me up. I actually wanted to come up and talk to the white male ambassador that was
Pat
spouting all this
Bradley?
nonsense, and
Chad.
give a little bit of clarity and correction. And I guess he just got tired of hearing too much truth and just kind of backed out and left. I don't know if he's still around, but
Exactly.
it's just very interesting that, and this is not the only time I actually like talking to people who are not black, because when you talk to a black person who's actually informed, who understands history, politics, culture, issues, and everything else as it relates to black people, they get lost. They're like, "Oh, I heard my whole life that you guys are stupid. You have no idea what you're talking about." But like they literally come up believing that, and they're like, "Well, I'm white, and I know everything." And I've had white men scream and yell at me, and I'm like, "So you have no idea what you're talking about? You're absolutely uninformed." And then I give them the name, dates, locations. I give them the stats. I give them the sources and all this other stuff. Like, oh my gosh, how do you even know all of this? You're not supposed to. I'm white and I know more than you. But anyway, my whole point is that just keep doing the good work, keep informing the masses, and I would actually like to see at least those documentaries, and then the education as far as the history and the culture and the issues and all the stuff that you talk about get to the point where it's literally saturated. As far as black people, I don't care what everybody else does, but we need to know about it so that way we can head stuff off at the pass when people try to interdict and sabotage and undermine what it is black people are trying to do as far as forward progress. So thanks for your work. Keep it up, and keep bringing the receipts, man. Shout out to you.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, brother.
All
Until
right.
next time. Talk to you soon.
All right. Likewise. A shout out to Smiles and his nice, lovely lady there. You guys take care.
The dynamic duo. And you know what? We finally got a cult-like personalities microphone situated. Cult-like personality, where are you calling in from?
Yes, from Georgia. How you doing, Mike? Chat
Georgia.
and yes.
What's up? What's up? Well, let us know.
Hello,
Are you a
hello.
foundational Black American, and what's your opinion on Tariq Nasheed?
Absolutely. My opinion, absolutely, I'm FBA all day. My opinion on Tariq Nasheed is that he's a Renaissance man who has evolved. Younger. He was a player. He was never a pimp. And that pimp story, that rumor got started by, this was in the early days. Do you remember his ISM show?
I don't know. That was before my time.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm
he had a
29.
show. Okay. Well, he had a show some years back called ISM, IZM. And it was two young ladies that would talk, they were the co-hosts. and they would talk about dating, celebrity news, gossip, and what have you. And one of them was kind of funny style. I won't say her name, but anyway, she was funny style. And then one day, she would come to, the studio, to Tariq's home, his studio, being funny style and what have you. And then one day, Tariq just, there was that tension. And she had said, well, I heard you were a pimp. I heard you were a pimp. And so he said, I was never a pimp. So that's how that got some kind of traction. And Cynthia G had jumped herself into it and what have you. Come to find out, Tariq has always been a player.
We had a contribution come through from Yusuf. Yusuf, thank you for the contribution. I appreciate you supporting the broadcast. Light personality, you have the floor, and go ahead and rock out for however long you want. For light personality, I know you were backstage waiting for quite a while, so yeah. You're gonna play
Hello?
Specialized.
Hello?
Yep.
I got the floor?
Yep, go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, he was always a ladies' man. And the thing is that he did I don't know if you know Michael Moore. Michael Moore did a series of documentaries. He talked about McDonald's, and was it the prison industrial complex, the politicians that were corrupt. Now he had Tariq in one of his was it his documentaries, and Tariq dressed as a pimp in that documentary. It is funny as hell.
He was a
And
congressional pimp, right?
I think so. I don't know the name of it. I was trying to look it up. The search that I tried looking at Michael Moore. I need to go into documentaries because at first I put Tariq Nasheed with Michael
I got
Moore.
you, sister. I got you. They call me the king of
Okay.
receipts, don't you know?
Okay. Look at
gives
Tariq.
clients
It
sexual
is
favors.
funny as hell.
A politician like Congressman Bill Thomas gives corporations political favors. A prostitute takes money from guys who can't get any, whereas a politician like Tom DeLay takes money from guys who can't get enough. Prostitutes go to jail for turning tricks, while politicians stay out of jail by using their bag of tricks. A prostitute makes $30,000 a year the hard way, whereas a politician like Senator Frank Murkowski makes money the easy way. $120,000 a year from us, and a couple $100,000 more from hard-up oil executives. Actually, the only difference between a prostitute and a politician is that a prostitute has a pimp keeping an eye on her, and a politician doesn't. Until now.
Anybody can say there's a pimp. I go to a club and a lot of young guys, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp, I'm a pimp. But you can tell them the attitude. I even wrote a book on the game, man. I got a book. I'm one of the 5 pimps in history to actually have a book about the game. That's why I'm so well known around the country, besides my impeccable pimping skills.
So do you think the way I'm looking at this is off, or do you think it's on? I mean, it's because I look at Congress, I see them selling themselves out. We've tried so many things to get some order. Yeah, well, it's all failed. So you're like the last resort. All right. Yeah. If you can go down there as our pimp and bring some order to this house of ill repute, I think America would applaud you.
Will America applaud a pimp? I'm gonna show
if
them
you
how
do
real
that.
pimp.
Yes. If you do this, if you slap them around a bit and get them, knock some sense into their head, and at the very least, if they're going to be whores for the people.
Okay. Well, I will pimp for America. How about that?
Congressional pimp. Come on now.
When I get my Mac on, I like to learn some of the local customs. So I went to visit one of my homies. He's an expert. That's Nick Nyhart over at Public Campaign. He knew all the players on my new block.
Slick Nick, I want to get some of this Washington, D.C. lingo in my Rolodex. What's the campaign contribution?
A campaign contribution is a sum of money given to a person who's running for office to help them further their campaign.
Okay, so that's basically the cheddar that you guys are spreading around here in Washington, D.C. That's the money.
That's the money. That's the big money. And I don't think the U.S.
Educational.
Senate and U.S. House members would be getting all that money unless the people who gave it to them expected something in return.
So basically, we got a bunch of hoes who are the politicians turning tricks for the lobbyists. And the tricks are favors, illicit favors that they really shouldn't be doing to get some of this contribution money, right?
About $3 billion.
Damn, not him lacing us with game.
Thank
Playing off the
you.
role of a pimp.
Thank
God
you.
damn it. If he was a pimp, he was a pimp for the people.
And you know in that
You looking at a
skit,
$3 billion
Mike?
pimp.
Yep.
Oh, in that skit, he was actually talking to actual congressmen. He went up to them. And the way he solicited them and asked them, I think he told one of them he was going to put heels on them and put them on the
Hold on, I
track.
gotta
Something
find
like
it. I gotta find it. Hold on,
Nikki.
let's see.
Yeah.
Bam.
That was
Take me to the Capitol.
That was
Let's go over and get some
the
of this
only
Congress
time
money.
you see him like a
I
pimp.
had more than 500 new hoes to bring into my stable, so I headed straight for the mother lode, the U.S. Capitol building.
What's up, baby? The new Mac in town. Look at all you hoes. Y'all keep on taking that oil money. Break me off a little cheddar. You little stable of bitches.
Yeah, I'm not him calling the white folks a stable of bitches. Yeah, he's standing on lineage.
Boy, right here. Man, hold on. I'm spitting game at this bitch. What's up, baby? You don't want to work for a real pimp? Oh, baby. Looking good, though.
I'm sorry, I came to the wrong place.
Oh, I just want to spit a little game at you, baby.
I can't. I gotta go.
Oh, man, y'all need to get on this, man. I can hook you up. What's up, baby? Come over here and holler at a real pimp.
Gotta go up, man. No hoe would disrespect me like that unless they already had a pimp. And in this town, that's the Democratic and the Republican parties. These pimps bring in millions, and they weren't just going to let me in on the action. So I went down there to tell them that their services were no longer needed now that a real pimp was in town.
So my thing is, I just want to show y'all how a real pimp does it, and I just want to let you know that they working for me now. You deal with them. The hell they don't.
For the people of Pennsylvania,
They
the people
work
of Texas.
They work for the pimp of Los Angeles because I done went and put the shoe on their ass. This is the new game now. I came in to DC to get my pimp on. I'm just like you. But the thing is, them hoes go through me now. They're my stable. You feel me, J-Dog? And I'm coming to you pimp to pimp because, the rules of the game is that if you knock another pimp's hoe, you got to go check the pimp and let him know what's up.
Well, it sounds to me like you're quite upset and you're very disenchanted, like most Americans are, at the Republican majority in their effort to kill campaign finance
baby,
reform.
J-Dog, I'm not upset with you, man. I mean, I don't hate the player. I don't hate the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't play or hate. I congratulate, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I think we're probably done for the...
Come on, man. One last thing, man. Really, who are you giving your money to, man? Because I might know. I'm telling you, I've been checking bitches all week, man.
Well, I really resent your use of that word, so I would ask
What word,
you not to
bitch?
do that. Yeah,
That's what they are. I mean, well, you resent the truth? They bitches, they hoes, and you a pimp. I mean, really. I mean, what other euphemism can we use? I like you, man. I'm telling you, we're on the same page with this pimp game, baby. It's all to the good.
Classic.
I think he got the picture that I was now the main Mac in charge.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so even when he did play the
So
character of a
he
pimp, he was educating
Right.
the
So
people.
he educated our people on the way that Washington works with the lobbyists, with the with the political parties, and with, of course, the way the money is spread.
And I can say
So,
that.
and
Go
he
ahead.
did that years ago. I think Michael Moore was popular back in the early 2000s. That's when he was doing a lot of documentaries, one after another. And Michael Moore was more of an activist and an advocate too, just like Tariq is. Because he did a great thing on the prison industrial complex where he talked about how you got prisoners that are doing was it making things for L'Oreal Cosmetics, McDonald's, the children toys. They're packaging that. They're cutting patterns for Guess jeans. They're doing they got them in all kinds of industry. And when I was in the machinists union, I remember hearing about how prisoners were doing John Deere tractors. I was like, what? So I just want to say that when it comes to Tariq, all in all, he is a Renaissance man, and he's a person that really is into his people. Now, I do want to say this, that he is not a leader. He has always said that. He said, I am nobody's leaders. Leaders get taken out. We had our Malcolm X's. We had our, was it Medgar Evers? We had our MLKs. We had various leaders that were assassinated. Why in the world would he want to put himself out there as a leader and have us call that? But I noticed on his Twitter spaces, there's people that are trying to set him up as one.
Yeah, that's what Chad did when he called in. He was just trying to throw it on, and his favorite word was shit. That was his favorite word. I don't care about that shit. I don't mind him doing that shit. But he wanted it to be pasted on him because you know who it speaks to?
Right. So he's a target.
White supremacists out there that'll be like, oh, I'll go do it.
Right, because he already, I saw on the news where he was swatted. There was a concerted effort by these white supremacists because of how he was gaining traction, right?
More than once.
Did you see the news? Did you see the news on when he got his house swatted and he came out holding up his hands? They had helicopters over his house and everything. So that's why you can't label him as a civil rights leader or a leader, period. Stop that. That's crazy. You're putting a mark on that man's back. What he is and what he has always said, the lineage is what I advocate
I'm pretty
for.
sure I referred to him as a revolutionary civil rights leader, but you're right. He's a
influencer.
I can't even say thought leader and shit. And nowadays, leader on any of us black men.
He's an activist.
He's an
He
advocate.
said that.
He's an
He's
activist.
an activist. That's what he has said out of his own mouth. I am an
Los
activist.
Angeles police officers creeped toward the home of Tariq Nasheed. He was sound asleep when police first tried to make contact by telephone.
They said, this is police. You need to come outside. What are you wearing? So I hung up again. I'm like, that sounds weird.
A fourth call sent Nasheed to his front door.
I looked out the front door and there's people with guns pointed at me.
He called the police back and was advised to go outside with his ID.
They were told that there was bombs in the house and I had my wife kidnapped and tied up, and it was just a whole thing they made up. And again, the police kind of suspected that it could have been a swatting thing.
Swatting is when someone makes a false report to police, prompting an emergency response.
A lot of stuff we want to talk about tonight.
Nasheed is a popular figure on YouTube and has produced a series of documentaries about blacks in America.
Anytime you talk about racial injustice, that's going to make you a target. Going back and Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Dr. King.
He believes white supremacists are behind the swatting, the same ones that troll him online and have sent police on false reports to his public speaking events. This, though, is the first time he's been targeted at home and involved his wife and child.
That's crazy.
Remained cool, but questions why he was handcuffed when police already suspected this was a bogus call.
They were actually good guys, and I take my hat off to them. They were very professional. But what if they weren't, though? You know, that's a dangerous situation to put somebody in, especially a person, a Black American, in this day and age where you can be killed with impunity.
Well, he also points to an incident in Kansas earlier this year. That's when a man here in Los Angeles called swatting in Kansas, and then the man there was killed by police. Meantime, what is the penalty for swatting? It's a minor one, basically making a false report to police. And again, as she said, it probably should be more strict since it can put people in real
and no
jeopardy.
white supremacists arrested for that. That's why it's dangerous to call him a leader, like he always said. And he backs up, he holds up both of his hands. I'm not a leader. And how in the hell can a person be a leader of a lineage?
Exactly.
And then not only that, but what our leader is a code. It's a code of conduct. It's the way I now see more and more now when I go among the streets, right? Around Georgia, Atlanta, you name it, wherever, that there are certain people that I know that are FBAs because of the way they greet me or the way they'll nod, or it's just some kind of gesture. We're getting more and more on code. That is the leader, not a man, not a person.
And they really hate that part. That's why they want to single somebody out and try to paste that on them.
But that's okay. I know. You know what? Cause see, I listened to his through his mod, one of his mods. I listened to his Twitter spaces, and they'll have some tethers and trolls that'll call in. Oh yeah, I'm one of Tariq's disciples.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, trying to set him up.
They call into
Now,
my show all the time talking about Tariq's your guys' leader. He's your leader. He's your leader. So yeah, I'm definitely
right,
being that leader, brother. Right?
right. Tariq ain't my damn leader. He's someone I listen to. He's someone I like. He's someone I respect. He's someone I honor. He's someone that I support. I went to that FBA rally last year in November in Washington, D.C. My husband and I, we drove from Georgia to Washington, D.C. We stayed there for 3 days, but Saturday, that event, that FBA rally was beautiful. We saw snipers up on the roofs and stuff like that. There was brothers that took video pictures of people that, were there. Taharka Bay and his turtle looking ass came through trying to cause something. There was all kinds of little distractions, but that rally was so positive. People left there feeling uplifted, spirited, and just really like, hey, we got to do this. We got to continue this. That FBA rally, if they have it again this year, we're going. And I also,
last time.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. Was it, God, I'm getting old. Okay, I went to the FBA rally and I also went to, because the FBA Expo, which was in Dallas, Texas, we
Yeah,
went
that
to
was
that
Expo,
too. Yeah, my husband and I, we flew there, but we drove to Washington, D.C. So we went to both events. So we support. And I also donated for that museum. And the museum he was going around, he talked about it. He gave blow by blow by blow of the obstacles he was dealing with trying to secure a building. He talked about the Russians, how a lot of Russians had like a gridlock on a lot of real estate in LA. And so next thing you know, the Ukraine Russian war had happened, and Russians, they were freezing their assets and what have you. Next thing you know, a building fell in his lap. And he asked people, he crowdfunded. He says, we need $1 million in 30 days to secure a building. He got it. $1 million. And then he later on had said, not a year, but months later, he said that Bill Cosby had even donated to him. Well, not to him, to the cause. And Bill Cosby definitely is not a stranger to doing that because he donated to the first Black exploitation film called Sweet Sweet Badass Song. So yeah, was it Melvin Van Peebles? He had put money in his project. And I had heard that he even through, I think it was Dave Chappelle, that's a funny way to hear about it, but that he had gave money for the podium that Martin Luther King stood at when he had given that march on the Washington Monument. So, Bill Cosby's been a writer.
Wait, Bill Cosby was around the same time MLK was around?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
damn. I don't really realize.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I heard about that. Like I said, it's a funny way of hearing about it through Dave Chappelle in his stand up, but he talked about that. I don't know if it's his latest one or the one before that. But anyway, if you listen to it on Netflix, you'll hear about it. But anyway, getting back to Tariq, right? So I've been involved in his activism, and the movement is about FBA lineage. It's not about him. And not only that, he's not the only one that is activating that. We got other people that doesn't have a loud microphone or as loud as Tariq Nasheed's, but they're out there. They're out there. You'll find them. People saying FBA, they're out there. But please don't ever paint Tariq Nasheed as a leader. He's not. We're advocating for lineage. We got a brother that's running for Congress, and he's a reparationist. And he talks about that. He's from South Carolina, Greg Marcel
right?
Dixon. Yeah, yes. Gullah Geechee and what have you. And he talks about the land theft and what have you. Do you know, because FBA has been ringing this bell and about reparations, we're now seeing on Netflix, Amazon, and what have you, documentaries about people that have had acres of land and that have gotten it taken from them? Silver Dollar Pond, watch that one. We were so bad of a people that within a few years after being emancipated, we were buying up acres of land. Excuse me. These people in Silver Dollar Pond, if you see that documentary, Silver Dollar Pond, these people had their own beach. They used to make money growing vegetables because they had so many acres of land. They had fields of vegetables. They were one of the richest people in that small section. I believe it was Mississippi, and it's like the Gulf area. And
it was a beautiful memory until I became an adult and realized some of the things that happened that made me think this is not such a pretty place anymore.
Growing up here on Silver Dollar Road was so magical.
Silver Dollar Road, I think. I'm sorry.
All right, Silver Dollar Road.
Silver Dollar Road.
Bill's family. Okay.
It was the one place you could go. You wasn't worried about being targeted by the
Look at
law.
all that beach they had.
That property was so valuable, and not from a monetary standpoint, but valuable because of the history.
The first owner of the property, he was born in slavery times.
My great-grandfather died without a living will.
Before he died, he said, whatever you do, don't let the white man have my land.
Okay, yeah. This is our beach. This is our land. Right? This is our water, our club, everything. This is our land. Okay. This is our own. Yeah. This is our club, our space, anything.
There's word of part of the property being sold to someone else that the family had no knowledge of.
We was getting threats. It came down and put eviction notice on a lot of Curtis and Melvin houses.
My Uncle Melvin told me, I need your help. If they're saying we have to sign our rights away or go to jail, I'm going to jail. It was heartbreaking to see them chained.
I went in at 52, come out at 61. They took the best years of my life.
We fight.
That's some fucked up shit.
Power, we fight money.
What are you doing?
They really wanted this land.
Can't you see that you're breaking?
If you clear out Silver Dollar Road, what you gonna do with us? What you gonna do with poor people, period?
Will it heal my wounded heart?
The family gets shot from the rooftops. The truth. Nobody listened to them.
Will it heal me before?
This is ours. Our ancestors left this here for us.
Will it heal my wounded?
All of this is what you're fighting for.
Watch that, man. And yes, I even donated to that cause as well. So now there's been I forget the name of the term. It's called something inheritance. Whereas when you have a large family, right? Because a lot of our ancestors had large families, and like my great grandma, uh, you know, Boston, Georgia, she had 13 children. And the thing is that, families lived, was it one daughter lived across the street, another daughter lived right next to her, another daughter lived, it was just like that. And they call it something inheritance. Whereas when everybody owns this, then you got one relative that ends up being kind of shady and sells it to some corporation or some development company, and then they start slicing off the land. And that's what happened to that family on Silver Dollar Road. One family member went.
Yeah. All I was gonna say is we're gonna start wrapping up the broadcast. We're going on 5.5 hours, but I want to start with allowing Snap and Smiles to provide any closing remarks. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Well, I just want to really reiterate how when someone's doing something good and someone is doing shady, they try to put them in the same boat to make the person that's actually doing a very good job and adding to the community, uplifting the community, and they try to put them in the boat with the one that's doing everything to tear all that down, and that's not right. So when I see anyone do that, I mean, I would have came in earlier, but y'all was doing a real good job, and telling people, you need to cut that out because you're making up lies and you think they're true. But yeah, I will attack when I see that happening. So that's why, even though I haven't heard everything and seen everything from Tariq Nasheed, what I've seen so far, what I heard so far, is very good. It's very completely different from Umar. And ever since I seen him, I was like, no, no, he's a horrible person. But to cut it short, I just didn't appreciate what a few of the people were saying, and y'all did get them right at a point before I came in, but I just still had to let them know that coming here, ask questions. When we tell you, believe us, we're not making up lies. You heard the lies somewhere else, and when you bring them to us, we're gonna tell you the truth. All right, smile.
It's just that simple.
Again, Mike TV, thank you so much for doing this. Because, like I said, it's very, very seldom, very hard to get me to sit still in front of anything that isn't work or the kitchen or something. So with this one to grab me and have me sit still, like I've been so educated the handful of times that I've tuned in, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. And like you said, I'm definitely going to check out these documentaries that Tariq Nasheed has put out there, and other things as well. But yeah, the accountability. Yeah, people need to have more accountability for the BS that they feel like they need to put out there. And I appreciate the fact that when they come on your show and try to start with that BS, hey, you make them accountable for the lies that they're putting out there and send them packing. But yeah, I appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you, Ed. Thank you.
For staying up late and joining in on the conversation. We'll talk to you guys soon.
And yes, and I get up at 6 a.m. to get ready for work Monday to Friday. So I'm definitely I'm involved. I'm loving this because I'm sacrificing my sleep, and girl love her sleep. I love her sleep.
I feel you. Well, till next time.
It's all
talk
good.
to you guys soon.
All right.
Later.
All right. Peace. And then there was 2. Go ahead, lay it on us. Closing remarks. And actually, did you figure out why it took so long to have your device connect?
What it is, I had heard, was it a day ago, that there's been problem with people losing connections. People with AT&T, different T-Mobile having problems as far as in being connected. Did you hear about that?
I haven't heard anything about that. I've got T-Mobile
Okay,
myself, but I
look.
gotta stay
No, but
aware.
look it up. There's been, I don't know why there was that connection problem, but it was saying that I was connected to my laptop, which is my home router on my phone, and it's like, what? No. So I don't know what was going on, but I'm glad that I was able to resolve the issue. But in closing, I just want to say that, I'm glad that we were able to correct, Tariq being a leader, which he's not. He's an activist that is for the interest of his people that are of FBA lineage. No, we do not hate on people from African and Caribbean backgrounds. What it is we got to get our house in order before we can help anyone else. And we also advocate that they help themselves too by following our lead, which is being on code. Another thing with that Chad Bradley, the suspected white supremacist, I had put in the chat this book called, was it The Iceman Inheritance? And there was a brother that was on your show, Mike, that had asked, why do you hate us so much? Why? Well, look at it. If you come from a place that is scarce, where your resources are very scarce, and then was it as far as an environment, it makes its way to whereas you're able to come out of it, well, after you turn savage for so many tens of thousands of years. And Michael Bradley is a white man who had a contribution in his book by Dr. John Henrik Clarke that talked about the reason why white people are very envious and jealous of us. But that's because they were envious and they were jealous of what it is we had and what they had to go through during the Ice Age. Documented fact, and what have you. But I just want to say that the pendulum is swinging the other way. The earth, the universe, and its people, they're tired of the parasitic nature of racism, white supremacy, and it has to end. And that starts with us reclaiming our history and our lineage.
Agree wholeheartedly. I thank you for being a part of the broadcast. This was a hell of a stream.
Thank you for having me. And I'm so glad to talk with you and, your guest. And definitely peace and blessings to the chat, everybody. And travel safe. Be good. Until next time.
Talk to you soon, sister. Peace.
You.
And then there was one, ladies and gentlemen. And then there was one. Well, guys, I thank you for tuning in to tonight's live broadcast. Once again, shout out to everybody that came through. Special shout out to the sponsors of the stream. We took a deep dive, an expose, if you will, into the truth about Tariq Nasheed, and oh boy, the jig is certainly up. All the naysayers, all the detractors, all of their arguments, all their talking points have been basically swatted down successfully. I mean, this man clearly has a track record, clearly has a legacy that speaks for itself. And hopefully we'll have less tethers and less trolls calling into my broadcasts in the future spouting these Tariq Nasheed conspiracy theories. But ladies and gentlemen, until next time, I will be live today in a few hours from now. On Saturday and Sunday, we do these long FBA marathon streams. So yeah, I'll be live in a few hours, guys. I'll see you in a bit. Until next time, make sure to hit the like button on the way out. And I appreciate y'all putting 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal. I'll see you soon.
If man is the father, the sun is the center of the earth, in the middle of the universe, then why is this verse coming 6 times rehearsed. Don't freestyle much, but I write them like such. Word. Amongst the fiends controlled by the screens, what does it all mean? All this shit I'm seeing. Human beings screaming vocal javelins, sign of a local unraveling. My wandering got my wondering with crisis and all this crisis. Hating Satan never knew what nice is. Check the papers, well I bet on ISIS. More than your eye can see and ears can hear. Year by year, all the sense disappears. Nonsense perseveres, prayers laced with fear. Beware, 2 triple O. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing. Damn, was it something I said? Pretend you don't see, so you turn your head. Race scared of his shadow, doesn't matter. Thought of reparations, got him playing with the population. Nothing to lose, everything's approved. People use, even murders excuse. White men in suits don't have to jump. Still 1,001 ways to lose with the shoes. God takes care of old folks and fools, while the devil takes care of making all the rules. Folks don't even own themselves, paying mental rent. The corporate presidents. 1 out of 1 million residents. Be a dissident who ain't kissing it. The politics of chains and whips got the sick missing chips and all the championships. What's love got to do with what you got? Don't let a win get to your head or a loss to your heart. Nonsense perseveres, prayers laced with fear. Beware, 2 triple O is near. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing.
Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Telling me I got to beware. Each time we stop, children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Thought of that millennium just be killing them. That's scary, like lies buried in a library. When did the state pen correct anything? When piles of us still be catching the bus. When stacks of cats packing laundry mats. Pay the preachers back, but where the teachers at? I ain't even gotta ask it. And who's underpaid that got fouled at the basket? I can't blame the India who be getting all the Benjis and taking them grants for granted. Last I checked, pyramids wasn't built like projects or in them government checks. Modern day thugs ain't got no guts. Pardon the expression under governor nuts. Last time in the church be the last time in the church. Dead pledged allegiance to CDs and movies. Leaving reality, believing fantasy. Bleeding fatalities, too many formalities. Prayers laced with fear, beware. 200 is here.
It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but damn the game if it don't mean nothing. What is game? Who got game? Where's the game in life? Behind the game, behind the game. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game. It might feel good, it might sound a little something, but the game if it ain't saying nothing. I got game, she got game, we got game, they got game, he got game.